All my relations. Hello, everybody. McGwitch, Jim McGwitch. There we go. Hello. Excellent connection. Fantastic. We couldn't ask for anything better. So, is this educational yet? There's nothing to learn now. There's only unlearning.
Go back to the other music. What was the music? Music? Go back to the other music. The jazz? Oh, the other music. The other music. Okay. All right. All right. I think we can do that. It's the other music. I'll figure it out. I got some music here. Welcome to Tea in Space. My name's Tom, and this is my space. It is Thursday, June the 4th, 2020, live from Penticton, British Columbia, Canada. Some people say it's the heart of the Okanagan. I don't know. It remains to be seen.
When we do what we will,
is this the music you were talking about?
What we desire with technology, we are, as it were, blowing up our image of ourselves to enormous proportions. And many of us are beginning to realize that we don't like it. We discover ourselves to be beings that are hostile to the environment and that are bent on dominating it to the point of destruction. That we don't feel at home in the universe. We feel that our skin, at the very least, is a boundary between a palpitating, sensitive consciousness that's terrified of what's outside the skin and terrified of a good deal that's inside it, like bacteria and cancer cells, weak arteries, cholesterol, what have you. So we have this strange thing that Lancelot White called the European dissociation. The feeling of oneself as a prisoner, involuntarily so, in a hostile world that does not give a damn about our egos. And therefore, when news comes from all about, whether it be from the Orient or whether it be from experiments with psychedelic drugs, when news comes that this feeling of our own existence may be a hallucination, people prick up their ears and would like to know, is there some other mode of consciousness which one can be in, which is not this alienated one? because we feel, I think many of us, very, very strongly, that if there is such a place, we would like to be there. That, of course, entails difficulties, which we shall go into. But this is the starting point of the fascination for yoga, for Zazen, and also for the Taoist forms of meditation, which are much less known. But there arise problems about this when we are going to convey these disciplines to Western people. Because Western people who are interested in things of this kind are apt to be very interested. Whereas on the other hand, in cultures where things of this kind have been known for thousands of years, there is a tendency for them to become rather rotish. And therefore, the way of teaching these disciplines, which many Asian teachers use, are designed not for mature adults, but for relatively young people who are not interested in learning. In other words, when a kind of religion, let's take the case of Zen Buddhism, or in Chinese it is called Chan. When after some years, pious people have followed these disciplines and learned to enjoy them, they have a way of telling their children that you ought to enjoy this too. See? And we would like you to go to the monastery. And furthermore, when there's the superstitious feeling that raising a son to be a monk or a priest redounds to one's own good merit in future lives, the more sons you send into the priesthood, the better. It's the same in Catholic countries. It was the same among the British in the Anglican Church during the 18th century, when the first son of the family went into the law, because he had then a good chance of being a successful politician. The second son went into the army, and the third son went into the priesthood. And it was a matter of course. And they had no real interest. They weren't really curious. It was something they were studying out of filial duty to their parents. And especially in these days in Japan, when in order to inherit your father's temple, you have to go to the monastery and take Zen training.
This part here,
It becomes a matter of some urgency.
Yeah, it's not usually on that side.
So you have a lot of unwilling young men, sometimes young women, in the nunnery,
you're tilting on the 45.
learning the meditative
Oh yeah,
discipline
I'm tilting always on 45. Hey,
under
got it.
the supervision of ecclesiastical taskmasters who are everywhere in the world exactly the same. I attended from the ages of 13 to 17 an ecclesiastical boys' boarding school in England.
45 degrees.
I can assure you I've had enough of it. We were very sternly disciplined in the same way as Zen monks are disciplined in Japan today. And it just strikes me as funny that I have what I call the aching legs school of Zen, in which one sits in Zazen for an unnecessarily long time until one gets paralyzed. And then people come back from Japan or from anywhere and brag about how their legs hurt, as if it was some extremely esoteric discipline.
So I found out yesterday, I didn't.
And you know, they bang them about with
video
boards
stream
on the shoulders.
And
Like in England, they swipe them on the bottoms with canes.
My brain said it's not going to go.
And it's all the same old
You
story.
get paid for it.
Yeah.
It's like a $7.
And I think we need to go beyond this and develop a certain maturity towards the practice of meditation. It's not based on all this boys' boarding school.
Right.
So I hit the $4
But
one.
it's very
It
difficult
didn't do anything. Just kept on
to make
spinning.
people
And
who have
okay.
been brought up
I got refreshed the page. Went back
because they say, well, we got it this way, and that's the way you have to go in order to get
Screaming black. I'm like, what?
it. So
Power button.
we have discussed this matter, and we feel that there can be an
I
approach
go back to.
which does not insult
I'm going. It upgraded
dignity
itself for free.
of interested Western
What
adults.
did I do?
Well, some people love to have their dignity insulted because they think it's good for them. Because it's going to subdue their egoistic pride. Nothing is more egoistic than the project of subduing your egoistic pride.
It's a shortcut. And I
You
said,
can read it
"How
straight
the
out
hell
of
do I
Zhuangzi
get the app?"
in the dialogue
Maybe
between Lao Tzu and Confucius. Or, you know, it's an apocrypha.
Mandatorily have to
Zhuangzi was a great humorist,
some
and
companies will do
he
that.
used the most outrageous stories and examples to
They'll
illustrate
give
his
up
points.
the app.
And so he
then
put into the
later
mouth
start
of
charging
Confucius
for
all
it.
sorts of things
That's
that
a shitty
Confucius
business
would never
model.
have dreamed of saying. But he also arranges a dialogue between Lao Tzu and Confucius, in which Confucius gets the wrong end of the stick, where Lao Tzu talks to him and asks him, "What is your teaching?" And he says, "It's
7 years.
charity and duty to one's neighbor and
I go back
absence of self."
sometimes if I'm not on this phone.
Well, he said, "Sir, you are causing great disruption in the
I just
empire.
have to download the app and
Is not
restart purchase.
your elimination of self a
Downloads to that
positive
phone.
manifestation of
Cost
self?
anything extra. I'm just-
You are like somebody beating a drum in search of a future."
Problem solved.
I mean, we would say
And if I want
it is like the
visualization,
police
so
about to raid a whorehouse with the sirens on, so that everybody hears them coming and runs away.
Find your lyrics for your song.
Yeah.
So if I'm like listening
You see?
to,
So in the same way, when you go after with a project to eliminate
Cool
yourself,
app, man.
nothing could be more in the nature of spiritual
Yeah,
growth.
for that song. Said Devil went down in Georgia. Look for a soul.
And you will work on it, and the more you work on it, you get uptight and stiff, the more your spiritual bulge increases.
Yeah, it's a great app.
Yeah, that's handy for me because I'm always kind of.
So in the Taoist
steps that
doctrines,
you go through.
there is a principle called
Line up a
Wu-Wei.
song, but when you have a song right, if you want to sing it right now,
Yeah.
right? That's perfect.
And this means
And sometimes the album requires an album cover too.
Wu
So you know, like
means
I like
non,
singing
not
off an album.
No.
I say Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here.
negation,
Great song, guy reaching out.
way
The guy's hands on fire.
as a
His
combination
hands on fire, and the other guy's not. It's
action,
like,
making.
Is that doing it?
But the best translation I have found
starts off
for
with
it
him
is
playing the
force.
sixth string.
And so Wu Wei is the principle of not forcing
I'm not doing some practicing in the park.
anything.
With some vocalization.
Now we know when we watch any
It
performance
makes
of an
everybody
artist,
listen
be it
to
a
you all
dancer
day long here, right? So
or
you go
an
to the park,
actor
so
or a musician, we know immediately when the performance is forced.
just in
And
the
we
middle
say
of the
it doesn't ring true, it's too
Where else you can
artificial, it doesn't seem to be
park.
natural. Many people who study
I'm up there.
There's so
Taoist
many
doctrine
lyrics that I
think
have in my head,
that
right?
Wu Wei
They keep
means
coming.
do nothing, in the sense of laissez-faire, be lazy, always be passive. It doesn't mean that.
That's where joy is.
There is a time for action. When you study judo,
Music.
you use muscle only at the right moment. When your opponent is hopelessly overextended and off balance, and you add a little muscle to it and you throw him across the room.
That's the language.
But only then. You never use muscle at the wrong moment. For as Shakespeare knew perfectly well, there is a tide in the affairs of men which, taken at its flood, leads on to fortune. And so Wu Wei is based on knowledge of the tide, the drift of things. Get with it. Wu Wei is the art of sailing
There were eagles up
rather
there
than the art of
flying
rowing.
around up in the high in the sky yesterday. It was really cool.
So, if you say now, one of the most famous
They got a
sayings
nest up there
in the Lao Tzu
called weird, they're young. There's a lot
is
of good stuff up
superior
there.
virtue
There's a place in
has no intention to be
Squamish,
virtue,
BC, where all the
Thus,
eagles gather.
is
They're gathering right now. You can see
inferior
them. They
virtue,
drive up. There's like
cannot let
hundreds
go
and hundreds of
of
eagles.
virtuosity.
And like
Thus is not.
they're all so synced and linked to the earth.
So one could also say,
This time in 21 days,
the real Wu Wei
will have given birth to their young. They
is
were
not
young.
intentionally,
These
So his-
eagles go so fast. No, they go to a certain.
but inferior
You
Wu
look at your
Wei
watch and everybody's, oh, they're going to leave
So
in 10 minutes.
tries to be
Yeah,
Wu
you
Wei.
know you've been 10
That it
minutes.
is-
They're not that or holy fuck, it is very organized.
In other words, this is saying
They're the
Wu Wei
messengers
is
out.
not
They
a
have lot
matter
things to do.
of
They gotta be on
cultivated
time.
passivity,
They got appointments to make.
or
You know,
even
they don't take
cultivated
off. They're all
spontaneity.
gone. Vamoose. Then the next year,
Because
at the
there are
same time,
people
they all start coming back.
who think that they are released,
But they end up
that they have realized that they are the Tao,
because they'll live all kinds of like
as all of us in fact are,
are.
or that you are, to put it in Vedanta terms, every one of us is the Brahman,
Beautiful.
the eternal self of
That's
the
what you gotta
universe,
find, you go
beyond
first.
all
Eat a whole bunch of
description
them
or
if you're making
classification or thought. You
with
say,
the other-
okay, baby, I'm that. Now I'm going to have a ball.
You're not supposed to use eagle feathers
Well,
for
what kind of a ball do they have?
certain things, right?
Yeah,
Well, what they do is they look up the rules
It's never to be sold. Never
on
to
which
be sold
society runs and do the opposite.
Never for profit.
Well, that's still running by the rules of society. And it's the mirror image in reverse. That's not spontaneity.
It's our spiritual phone line.
You have to be able to realize that you don't know
We don't come from a system of
until
money.
you are very
We come
quiet.
from a system of language
And it tells you.
and play energy.
So,
Well,
to quote Jesus,
just Salvation Army.
unless you become again as a
If
child,
I trade somewhere,
you cannot enter the kingdom of heaven.
Oh,
And
I
if
gotta
you
take
read
my
the
gummies at 1
Bible,
o'clock.
incidentally, which is
Okay.
a very dangerous
So-
book, because I'm going to
All right.
so if you
demonstrate
decide
in
that 1
Playboy.
o'clock or even then,
I think so. Yeah. What time is it now?
it's
But understand heaven
Yeah.
in a very literal sense. Space.
That'd be pretty
20
close.
minutes.
See, we are in heaven now
That's
because the earth is a spaceship. And heaven is space. What is called in Chinese kun, Japanese ku, the void. That's what is important.
Rich people,
Yeah.
and I was in the heavy
That we,
But that didn't stop me. I said, I gotta show up.
most of us, don't know this. Even Shakespeare has one of his characters saying, oh, that this all too solid flesh would melt. But do you know you are much more space than you are anything
Yeah,
else?
that's right there. She has never changed.
If the ponderable,
That she
I won't say matter, the ponderable whatever in your bodies were condensed and all put together, it would be smaller than one. And anyway, somebody once said, even a bishop is 80% water. We are airy nothings. So space is somehow very, very fundamental. We're going to this further away, but you understand that heaven is space.
I hear you, Melissa. I hear you. If you want me to play anything, you just put it down there and then I'll play it.
And all those
play
references
it.
in those nursery rhymes.
Hopefully we won't
that
get
we learn to
censored.
children, which were
If we do, it's worth the shot.
about heaven. Always talking about thrones and crowns,
It's worth a shot.
harps, streets of glass.
And I'm on a few different things right now, so I'll be back and forth. If I don't get your message right away, it doesn't mean that I'm ignoring you.
Space. It comes down to space.
But
Space.
thanks
Nobody can
for
define, nobody can imagine.
participating. It
Here's
was fun.
nothing. It's the foundation. But you have to become again as a child to see that. Have you read? Go back to your childhood.
Lose
What
self,
were the fascinating things?
be free.
What's out there?
No need to find
What's
self.
beyond the stars?
What is
How
self?
long does it go on? Mama said it goes on
Mama
always and
said
always and always.
there'll be days like this. There'll be days like this. My mama said.
Child wonders. It's exciting.
Mama said there'll be days like this.
That this is something that never ends.
There'll be days
Then the
like
child
this.
asks about
My
time.
Mama said.
How long ago is long ago? Well,
Okay.
the Bible says that in the beginning God created the heaven and the earth. Well, what did God do before he did that? One person said he sat out thinking punishments in hell for people who ask silly questions. But still, that is only a joke. And the child thinks of God going back forever. It never begins. So in the same way you think about death, go to sleep and never wake up. Never. Why, it would be as if you never had existed. Not only you, but everything else. Which is, of course, the way things were before you were born. I mean, just turn it backwards. How about waking up after having never gone to sleep? That's quite a thought. There's something fishy about it all. Ichthys, Jesus Christus Dios hier, the fish. So we get a funny feeling when we think those questions really through. Very funny feeling. And children, see, love to get into that funny feeling. Children do all kinds of weird things. They like to spin around as fast as possible, so they watch and suddenly the whole ground gets tilting. They do this thing with their eyes, and they go, and they make faces and test out their bodies in all sorts of funny ways. Because they know from the beginning that the world is weird. Strange thing. Because everybody knows what it's all about, only they won't admit it. Being brought up is being taught not to admit it. But you know very well what's going on. But in order to find out once more as an adult, you have to become again as a child. So what does that involve? It means, ladies and gentlemen, would you please check your ideas and opinions at the door? All your philosophical and religious views, all your logic. Because I say check it at the door advisedly, because you can pick it up again when you go out if you feel unsafe without it. I'm not trying to argue you out of your opinions. I'm merely suggesting that for the sake of an experiment, have a rare listen. And view what is, as if you didn't even know how to talk. Red is not red, blue is not blue. Hard is not hard, soft is not soft. Male is not male, female is not female. There is just jazz. It will not be possible to compel yourselves into this way of looking at things, because what Buddhists call habit energy is going on. And as I talk to you, you will find yourselves thinking in a compulsive and habitual way. This is red, this is green, this is something, this is nothing, this is solid, this is space. All right, but treat those thoughts that are going on in your head in exactly the same way as if they were. That's all they are. Like shapes in the spray as the sea breaks on the rock. Now, please don't get agitated that this is an anti-intellectual point of view. This is undermining the value of logic and reason and so on. We'll bring all that back later when we need it. But just for the time being, let's simplify. Close your eyes. Listen. What is? What do you really and truly, honestly, here? Don't name it. Just as if it were you.
Who will save the river valley, if not you? Who will save the river valley?
Can you hear the part? beauty of the human. Can you hear the listener?
Me and Pete went swimming last night. It's my friend from Boy Scouts. All the fish were floating upright. We got scared, we got out.
Where did the sound come from? Ears alone, they honor no hands.
There's nothing to fear. But we were young. We thought, man, that's not right. Why are the fish belly up? Why are there fish, dead fish with holes in them, lining our beaches? Why is there
Don't try to impress it.
a layer of scum on top of the lake where we swim? Why don't we have cancer?
Really good. Dig that sound.
Human body is an incredible machine. And
Now that's the easiest way to begin into.
I don't know how many times I've been sick in life, but then I've always gotten better, you know? And you get better and better at it, and then finally it's like, okay, nothing. What else is out there? I've had everything,
I find it simplest to illustrate it
right?
by
Really? Everything? Try this
without
one.
comment,
Vaccinations.
so that you can get in.
No thanks.
With what is.
You can put your vaccinations where the sun doesn't shine. This kid's show. I'm trying to be a little bit more. I'm trying to tame my tongue to make it palatable
Getting into touch with reality.
for a wider range,
The reason for
because it's important for us all to talk
it is that most
together,
civilized
to listen, to communicate.
people are out of
Don't you
touch
think?
with reality.
I think so.
Because
What do you think,
they
Alan?
confuse the world as it is with the world as they think about it, talk about it, and describe it.
I agree.
For on the one hand, there is the real world, and on the other, a whole system of symbols about that world which we have in our minds. These are very, very useful symbols. All civilization depends on them. But like all good things, they have their disadvantages. And the principal disadvantage of symbols is that we confuse them with reality, just as we confuse money with actual wealth. And our names about ourselves, our ideas of ourselves, our images of ourselves with ourselves. Now, of course, reality, from a philosopher's point of view, is a dangerous word. A philosopher will ask me what.
I'm not sure why I have the TV remote on the porch here,
Physical world of nature,
but somehow it did land up here for some reason.
spiritual world.
There's nothing on TV, by the way.
To that, I have a very simple answer.
They're all just
When we
reruns.
talk about the material
Even the
world,
news.
That is actually a philosophical concept.
COVID-19.
So
Let's
in the
talk
same
about
way,
this a little
if I
bit.
say that
If you're
reality is
just tuning in and you haven't
that's
listened
also
to
a
anything that I've said,
philosophical concept.
which
And
is
reality itself is not the
the
concept.
majority of people
Reality is
that I know don't listen to me. However, I digress.
And we won't give it a name.
So why do I continue? Well, the truth.
Now, it's amazing what doesn't exist.
So the truth
in
behind
the real world.
COVID-19 is
For
that it was a
example,
written story
in the real world,
line
there aren't any
used to control the world. Look into it
Nor are
a little
there any
deeper.
events.
Don't accept the government's take
That
on
doesn't
it.
mean to say
Most governments
that the real
around the world,
is a perfect
if not all,
featureless blank.
are
It
are
means
trying to
that it is a
control
marvelous system of
the
witness
public. The
in which we describe
Doesn't matter.
things
say
and
it's
events
ending. The rules
in the
are
same
ending.
way
You can
as
see
we
it.
would
The
project
protests around the
images on
world
a
right now.
Rorschach plot.
We figure it out. We're pretty quick
Particular groups
when we
of
want to be,
stars in the
when we're
sky,
not
call them constellations.
so
as if they were
consumed with
separate
our
groups of
individual
stars.
lives.
Well,
You know,
they're
when we
groups of
think about the
stars in
whole,
mind's eye in our system
that's
of
what makes us
consciousness.
holy, right? When we
They
think
are
about the
not
whole, when we understand
out
that we're
there as
really, truly
constellations.
all in this
They're
together.
already
Like,
grouped
not like how
in the
CNN
sky.
puts it, you know, we're in this together. Fuck you, CNN.
So in the same way, the
You've been
difference between myself
giving us the same
and all
content
the rest of the universe is
for
nothing more
a
than
long,
an
long
idea.
time. And it's always
It is
to
not a
divide.
reality.
Same with Fox News, same with all those fucking
And
news stations.
meditation is the way in which
Right.
we come to feel
Anyways,
our basic inseparability
here we are.
from
What do we want to do
the whole
next?
universe. And what
We
that
do something
requires
completely
is
different, and we can.
that we
Why not? Why not?
shut up. That is to say,
Maybe we don't do
become
money
interiorly
anymore.
silent
Maybe that's the best way to go.
and cease from
Money makes us into
damnable
monsters.
chatter that goes on inside our skulls. Because you see,
Just recently, I was taken off the air on Facebook
just to
for
say we talk to us.
24-hour period
I remember when I was
for
a boy,
making a statement
we
that
had a
said
common
something
saying,
like
talking to yourself is the first sign.
men are monsters, or monsters become men.
If I talk all the time,
And they canceled me for 24. I couldn't make a comment or anything for 24-hour period. And for what I do, that's not acceptable. So Facebook has become a little less.
in the world of symbols, and I'm never in relationship.
I don't know how to put it right now. I'm trying to find a place for Facebook right now in my life, because I know so many people through Facebook. So it's just a matter of making sure they're aware of where we are now. You know, where are we gonna communicate? How can we have this open dialogue all the time without somebody saying, "Oh, you're hate speeching"? Really? Okay, tell me why, please, before you cancel everything I have done. You know, you've done it to me once already. You canceled everything, and I had to start over again. And you continue to do this to a lot of different people, right? But we find each other, and we become stronger, don't we? How many people have come over from my last Facebook account? There's quite a few. So we find each other again, because we know what's happening. Facebook is
the journey itself
becoming
when we play music, the playing itself is
one of those things that we can't necessarily trust or rely on.
Meditation.
So we got to find other ways.
Meditation is the discovery that the point of life is always arrived at in the immediate moment. And therefore, if you meditate for an ulterior motive, that is to say, to improve your mind, to improve your character, to be more efficient in life, you've got your eye on the future.
It's more than Black Lives Matter. It's more than that. And people, you know, that are giving you the news right now are making it about one person, George Floyd, which it's not. It's more. Don't let them make it into one person. Don't let them make it into one thing, like Black Lives Matter or Red Lives Matter or Green Lives Matter. It's lives matter, okay? So this is happening is in every city, in every town, every nation. There has to be a whipping boy. And, you know, in some towns it's black people, in some towns it's red people, in some towns it's Chinese people, in some towns it's whoever, Irish. It's always somebody. Somebody's got to be the whipping boy, right?
Principle that meditation is supposed to be.
No, not anymore. Okay, so we've got these really hateful monsters. They've become monsters. Men have become monsters. But, you know, are they redeemable? They haven't given us any reason to say they are, you know. Get on your knees, put your weapons down, put your Kevlar bodysuits, all your body armor, all your tools of violence, put it all down, all your power, authority that you think you have, and stand with the people. Don't stand behind the people or in front of the people that are killing us. You're here to protect us, not them. It's the other way around. You've got it the other way around. You're not there to protect the banks. You're here to protect us. You're not here to protect the RCM. The RCMP isn't there to protect City Hall or the mayor. They're here to protect us, right? Oh, no? Oh, yeah, that's right. That it did switch somewhere. How did that switch? So the few are being protected by
Or you could use your own voice.
the military, the few.
Another problem.
So if you're in the military or you're involved in any kind of policing around the world, reconsider what side you're on. Because really, there's only one side, and that's our side. Our side being us, all of us, not just a few individuals.
So the smell of incense is associated with peace and contemplation. And so it's advantageous to burn incense in meditation. The other prop is a string of beads.
Doesn't make any sense any other way.
These beads are used in meditation for
Isolating the many for the sake of the few?
Instead of looking at a watch,
Seriously, consider the storyline that you've been fed and you bought, and that's fine. Okay, that's just, you weren't aware, but you are now, right?
slow breathing. Halfway around the rosary is about 40 minutes.
You are now, right?
And that is the usual.
Viruses have been around for millions and millions of years.
Otherwise, you get uncomfortable and you get stiff legs and problems of that kind.
What are they? Is a virus a bad thing?
First of all, that we have to go into is how does one sit in meditation?
Do you want to be given a virus artificially by Bill Gates and his crew and your government?
Or you can sit in the lotus.
This is a real deal here. These people are making their aim is to make us stupid so that we continue working for them in their shitty jobs, their shitty businesses, oil, pharmaceuticals. They want to keep us sick so that we continue buying their product and building more for them, building their empires, right?
That if you keep your back erect, I don't mean stiff like this, nor slumped like this, but just easily.
There's more coffee.
Yeah, I'm gonna have some more.
You are
That's a good idea.
centered and easily balanced.
Now they come, but they're no longer chasing me.
Of being thoroughly rooted to the ground. And that sort of physical stability is very important for the avoidance of distraction and generally feeling settled. Here and now. J'y suis, j'y reste, as the French say. I'm here and stay.
It took me about a month to find the right. I took one, waited, and I went
The easiest way to get into the meditative state is to begin
Six is
by listening.
too much.
If you simply close your eyes and allow yourself to hear all the sounds that are going on around you. Just listen to the general hum and buzz of the world as if you were listening to music. Don't try to identify the sounds you're hearing. Don't put names on them. Simply allow them to play with your eardrums. And let them go. In other words, you could put it, let your ears hear whatever they want to hear. Don't judge the sounds. There are no, as it were, proper sounds or improper sounds. And it doesn't matter if somebody coughs or sneezes or drops something. It's all just sound. And if I am talking to you right now and you're doing this, I want you to listen to the sound of my voice just as if it were noise. Don't try to make any sense out of what I'm saying. because your brain will take care of that automatically. You don't have to try to understand it. Just listen to this. As you pursue that experiment, you will very naturally find that you can't help naming something, but you will go on thinking, that is to say, talking to yourself inside. But it's important that you don't try to repress these thoughts by forcing them out of your mind, because that will have precisely the same effect as if you were trying to smooth rough water with a flat iron. You're just going to disturb the whole thing. What you do is this. As you hear sounds coming up in your head, thoughts, you simply listen to them as part of the general noise going on, just as you would be listening to the sound of my voice, or just as you would be listening to cars going by or to birds chattering outside the window. So look at your own thoughts as just noises. And soon you will find that the so-called outside world and the so-called inside world come together. They are a happening. Your thoughts are a happening, just like the sounds going on outside. And everything is simply a happening. And all you're doing is watching. Now, in this process, another thing that is happening that is very important is that you're breathing. And as you start meditation, you allow your breath to run, just as it wills. In other words, don't do at first any breathing exercise, but just watch your breath breathing the way it wants to breathe. And notice a curious thing about it. You say in the ordinary way, I breathe, because you feel that breathing is something that you are doing voluntarily, just in the same way as you might be walking or talking. But you will also notice that when you are not thinking about breathing, your breathing goes on just the same. So the curious thing about
It's a good day.
is that
Sorry, we're having
looked
trouble
at
playing
both
this
as
video.
a voluntary and an involuntary action. You can feel on the one hand, I am doing it, and on the other hand, it is happening. And that is why breathing is a most important part of meditation, because it is going to show you, as you become aware of your breath, that the hard and fast division that we make between what we do on the one hand and what happens to us on the other is arbitrary. So that as you watch your breathing, you will become aware that both the voluntary and the involuntary aspects of your experience are all one happening. Now that may at first seem a little scary, because you may think, well, am I just the puppet of a happening, the mere passive witness of something that's going on completely beyond my control?
Don't be surprised when you come back. I'm still.
Or on the other hand, am I really doing everything that's going on? Well, if I were, I should be God. That would be very embarrassing, because I would be in charge of everything. That would be a terribly responsible position. The truth of the matter, as you will see it, is that both things are true. You can see it that everything is happening to you, and on the other hand, you're doing everything. For example, it's your eyes that are turning the sun into light. It's the nerve ends in your skin that are turning electric vibrations in the air into heat and temperature. It's your eardrums that are turning vibrations in the air into sound, and in that way, you are creating the world. But when we're not talking about it, when we're not philosophizing about it, then there is just this happening, this,
So happy that
and we won't give it a name.
very
The bad boys,
Don't be terribly selective, particular, say, I should think of this and not of that. Just watch whatever is happening. Now then, to make this somewhat easier, to have the mind free from discursive verbal thinking, sound or chanted sound.
I didn't know. I didn't know. I obviously did.
If you, for example, simply
See that movie.
listen to the gong, and let that sound be the whole of your experience. It's quite simple. It requires no effort. And then along with that, especially if you don't have a gong, we can use what are called in the Sanskrit language mantra. Mantra are chanted sounds which are used not so much for their meaning as for the simple tone. And they go along with that easy kind of slow breath. One of the basic mantras is, of course, the sound Om. That sound is used because if you spell it out, A-U-M, it runs from the back of your throat to your lips. Therefore, it contains the whole range of the voice. And for that reason, it represents the total energy of the universe. This word is called the pranava, the name for the ultimate reality, for the which, than which there is no whicher. And so, in this way, then, if you chant it,
All right, Alan. Nice. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Okay, so we're just on YouTube and Facebook canceled on me again. But I think that's just because I lost a connection. We're gonna do it different this time. And have a public talk. Why not? We got time.
That's not the point. The point is this, to be a big enemy is running.
All the sugar was at the bottom. So that first sip was not what I thought it was going to be. Wasn't that bad? Ah, perfect. So I guess you're wondering why I called y'all here today. No? No? So, here we are. Again. What's important? I think this time in history, whatever day this is, this time in history, not that it really makes how do I put it? We don't come here, Earth. We don't come here to be controlled. We don't come here because we have to make some kind of penance for something that we've done in the past, or, you know, we don't come here to work as slaves. If we don't work, we don't eat. Weird. That's the weirdest concept. If we don't work, we don't have a roof over our heads. That makes absolutely no sense to me, friend. But I sure would like to talk about it more, because there is an obvious inequality that has been around with us for a very long time. Some of us don't know any better because we don't know the world any better. We haven't seen it. Greed, greed, greed. Well, my dad did it, and he died before him, and he died before that. It worked out pretty well for us. Yeah, it was really fortunate for you to be in the right position at the right time. Entitlement. That's why people are in the streets right now. There's too much of that happening. How about those Tiger Cats? Oski Wee Wee, Oski Wawa, Holy Mackinac, Tiger Cats, eat 'em raw. It's Pigskin Pete. He's not with us anymore? What? Sure he is. It's Pigskin Pete. My final destination is probably going to be Hamilton, Ontario. Whenever that happens. But there's things that need to happen before that, so just keep plugging away. Be a witness to it. Remember it. It's an important time in history to remember your history. True history. The real history, not the government educational system history that you've been taught. Ancient history? Oh, that's ancient history. It doesn't matter. Well, you might want to rethink that too. Good talk.
I always took those for like 5 years on the Catholic that boat that was there. So it's in the sun all the time. It was that time actually. First 2 years, it was going yeah.
She doesn't give a shit. You just swim. You better be able to know how to swim because that life interesting. Otherwise, you'll try to swim it. No, you get the right. I swim in and I go to the other.
That makes sense. Well, a wetsuit does the same thing, right?
Oh, yeah.
Get the right wetsuit. That's what I'm looking for. The right wetsuit, so that I can free dive. Right, I want the right mask. Yeah, it's a very. This is one of the things I'm good for. So my my next like fun purchase would be something like that. That fits those. You can use it.
Okay. So the gummy bears then you know your story. Oh, Jack Kemp.
And the best remedy is truly it's an and or
Before hydration is one thing because alcohol sucks. It's too overload. It dries you up.
you can drink the same. That's a good class.
You get 10 tonight.
Do what I do.
Where were we?
Oh, yeah, that's right. You were getting comfortable there. That's right.
I took 5 gummy bears. So that'll be interesting.
My day off.
Is there anything we need there, too?
Yeah, butter.
Farmer's market over there, deposit. It's not bad.
But like everything else, I think we got, huh?
Yeah.
Maybe juice, but like I go through juice so fast that maybe it's not. We don't have a heck of a lot right now.
What about crystals?
Yeah, that'll do it for me.
We have like 3 or something.
Yeah, or lemonade or whatever it is, doesn't matter.
Because I can get chicken up for about 45 or 85 cents in some stores.
Iced tea, like, something like that. Yeah.
You froze it, concentrate drinks.
Okay.
Put it in a big jar and add
Yep.
water, mix it up.
That's the way to go. Well, I'm planning on being high all day. Hasn't really kicked in though, eh? Not yet, I don't think.
Speak for yourself, young fellow. I'm feeling very funky here.
You feel good? All right. It's a test. This is a test. Testing. 5 gummy bears. I don't know if you want to go over there want to sit here?
No, I just want to stand here. And
5 gummy bears. We got. I had 2 joints, probably combination. It's pipe, right? Yeah, that's a good start. I guess that would be a good start if you wanted to be high all day. Now, here's a question for some people that might be judging this, or questioning it, whether this is a good thing. Well, watch and see. You know, does it have any harmful negative effects? Well, is it better than drinking? Can you even compare the two? One's a poison.
just in case the wind comes up.
Oh yeah, thanks. Poison. One's a plant. Guess it's kind of, you can make alcohol out of anything, like a potato. But it's poison. You know, too much of anything really is not good for you. If you drink too much water, you will die. That's a fact. Coffee and gummy bears all night long. All afternoon. Why not? It's a Wednesday. I normally don't even know what day it is. I don't even know if it's a Wednesday. I'm guessing there. But it's all one big day. It's all one long day. What are you going to do with that long day? You going to be a dick all day? Because I don't want to hang around with you if you're going to be a dick. But if you just want to kind of hang out and have no expectations of anybody, I think that would be a really good day. Good day for me. Good day for everybody. A good day for me is a good day for everybody. What were we talking about? Who's out there? Maybe no one. It's quite possible. I'm on all the time, man. It's like I wouldn't want to listen to me all the time. But you do listen to you all the time. I know. That's why I gotta take breaks. I take breaks. Long breaks. Actually, I might take a long break here coming. And then I don't know, do it different. I got a plan. And when everything comes together, then you act. Until then, you relax, think it through, go for walks, enjoy the day, try not to have another heart attack. Yeah. That's old news. How'd you have a... It's a long story. You really want to hear it? It involves the RCMP. Anyways. What you do with it now, right? You want to make more enemies, or do you want to build bridges? You got 2 options. Choose. Well, doesn't sound like a good idea to have more enemies, so I guess rebuilding bridges? You're absolutely correct. Now, we're going to give you an option between door number 1, door number 2, or door number 3. Wait a minute! I thought I won that car already. Not until you guess. Wah, wah, wah. You win a donkey. This old mule's about 12 years old, and you want to know stubborn? We went for a walk today, this morning. Sorry if I'm talking loud. I don't want to talk too loud. I went for a walk today. And, just through the garden where I was beaten about two and a half weeks ago, beaten and tortured by the RCMP. Fun story. Anyways. It's really peaceful in that park, especially when the police aren't around. You feel really safe when the police aren't around. It's true. Oh, it's nice to have people in the park again. It takes a community to keep us safe. You give power to these too few of people. Give power to these people, and you expect that their job is going to be conducted in a way that you would conduct them. Don't expect that, because really, man, you give power like that to somebody, it's a powder keg, man. Don't light that match. Fuck. Oh shit, you did? Oh man. What were we talking about? Thank you, Mother, for this chair that I am sitting in right now. My mother gave me this chair, this bungee chair, and I didn't think I would like it too much, but I quite like it, and so do my friends, so I think we're going to keep it for a while. Coming to you live from Penticton, British Columbia, Canada, just outside of Kelowna, and about a 45-minute drive from the border. Hey, let's tear down those fucking walls, those fences that separate Canada from the U.S., and then we'll all march together, all of us. Yeah? Cool. I'll meet you in Washington, and I support whatever you do in regards to doing something new. And as long as that fucking wall is down and we are equal, yeah? As long as we are equal and we can live anywhere we want, wouldn't that be something? Build communities. You got this community, we got this community. It's fun. We trade and shit like that. Some communities are more artistically inclined. Some communities, they have these beautiful buildings. Some communities do other things, and some, I don't know. Fuck, whatever you want to do. You want to go live by yourself somewhere in the bush? Go for it, man. Why not? Be more connected to nature and the earth and all that kind of stuff. Because, geez, man, that's where you're gonna do all your edumacating. That's where you learn everything. Who's your best teacher? Who's your best teacher? Answer that question right now. No? Okay, I'll answer. Your best teacher is you. You are your best teacher. You want to know why? You're only your best teacher when you've died to yourself. That's the truth. And if you don't understand that, dig into it. Yourself is always your best teacher anyways, because even if yourself is giving you bad information, I don't know. Self can be very, very deceiving. They call it the ego, whatever it is, the brain. The brain's taking over. It's like, oh, I'm super important because I'm so smart.
I can make all the calculations. And, but who am I? Who am I? Well, the connection between brain and heart has not been completely severed at this moment, but it's like, fuck. What's it gonna take? Compassion is the most necessary thing on the planet today. Unconditional love. If you don't know what that is, again, maybe it's time to listen more in silence to the beating of your own heart. Don't try to put words to it. We've tried to put words and numbers to all of our problems, and words and numbers are only tools, indicators, pointers to something deeper. So the deeper intelligence, the deeper knowledge is other than and with. You and your broken English. I do my best. To all my friends, hey, good morning, good morning. Just closing some tabs down. It's a full-time job. Good morning.
again so you can come. All of the feelings you don't want to end. You know that it's true when I hold you.
Yeah, I like coffee.
No
I sure do.
secrets, I believe it. I'll hold your tears if you must cry. I'll hold your breath if that won't make you blue. I'll hold the truth if you must lie. And I'll hold out yours till you know what to do. You know that it's true when I hold you. There are no secrets. I believe it. So I will hold on. And if that's not what you used to, then I may refuse you. Hold on. Well, maybe that's not what you used to. How can I refuse you? I'll hold the train till you get on. I'll hold the mirror so you can fix your hair. I'll hold the lane till it is gone. And I'll hold my ground when people stop and stare. You know that it's true when I held you. There are no secrets, you must believe it. I'll hold the beating of my heart. I'll hold my breath if you will tell me to. I'll hold the hope that we won't part. And I'll hold my death so I can live with you. You knew it was true when I held you. There were no secrets. I believed it. So I will hold on. And if that's not what you used to, then I will refuse you. Hold on. Maybe that's not what you used to. How can I refuse you? So I will hold on. Maybe that's not what you used to. Then I may refuse you. Well, maybe that's not what you used to. How can I refuse you?
Here we come again. Here we come again.
The streamers were red. All of the stores stayed closed. Anybody couldn't wait for the fireworks display. The city had a hot dog stand, and lovers walked hand in hand. Me standing there all alone, except for the clouds, I suppose. And the people came around on Independence Day. And the children let go their balloons and flew away. Boom, 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 boom.
How's it going? Yeah, I'm doing great, man. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it is. Not too hot, not too cold. Yeah, that's right.
To the ground. People running all around. Stuffed my hands into my coat. Felt the letter you wrote. This is Independence Day. I wonder how I'll celebrate. And the people came around on Independence Day. And the children let go their balloons and flew away. Red and gold way down to black. Once it's gone, it won't come back. Down, 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 And the people came around on Independence Day. And the children let go their balloons and flew away. Genevieve, I do believe I can't go on this way. Now I know what freedom is on Independence Day. Oh, oh. Oh, oh.
Do you recall those days of Sahara? Shade was our ecstasy. Pride was strong, friends true as the day was long. Night winds blew cool and free. Our finest hours lived in the Sahara. Many centuries ago, was it just last year? Now there's no more good whiskey here, not a trace of idea.
I was never alone at the Sahara. How they gathered, hear me speak. They set my eyes afire, the golden fibers to the ground. The world gone wild left me here afraid. Bring back those days of that blessed Sahara. Oh, the sea. Sahara, we had no fears. The band played for 1,000 years. Or was it just a or was it just a
Want to play that song you love? Find it on YouTube Music. We have official songs and full albums by your favorite artists. It's the new music streaming app made by YouTube. Download YouTube Music today and get 30 days
YouTube's got to stop censoring shit. Same with Facebook. Period. Never let the government control you. Actually, let's do away with government. We don't need it anymore. No more government. It's the way to go. It's the wave of the future. It's about community. And then we'll have the tools equipped to work towards global solutions to whatever things that we want to do. It's easy after that. Shitty when you have a few people controlling the many. Protest. Silent protest works too. You know, you don't have to talk to these people. They know, you know the reason why you're there. You don't have to tell anybody. If you want to speak your words, speak your words. Non-violent. It's the only way to do it. Non-violent. If you hold up weapons against these people, then that's exactly what they want. It gives them permission to use force, and they have all the guns, right? So now, if you're non-violent, let's say the military comes in, now they're policing their own people. They start wondering, maybe we're on the wrong side of it. Protest, protest, protest. Non-violent. Non-violent. They'll never see it coming. They'll never see it coming, dude. It's the only way. But that doesn't mean that we don't stand up or sit down, for that matter. I was sitting in a park and 6 RCMP officers kicked the shit out of me, tortured me, and held me for 10, 12 hours. I don't know how long, to be honest with you. They let me out of jail at 2 a.m., not charged, beaten, internally bleeding.
the list goes on, and then induced a heart attack 3 days later and chased me into the woods to die. So that's a problem. I think it's a problem worldwide. It's not just happening in my town, but it's happening all over. And it can't happen anymore. Right? Right?
Woo! I sunk down really good there, Tommy. Was not expecting that.
Yeah. Hey, you remember that time when we used to have fun? That's coming back. Thanks for all your patience. And if there's any RCMP officers that want to come to my door and talk to me after hours, whenever you're off shift, I'll make coffee. Some change needs to happen. You know this, right? And there's only so much brothers in arms can be in each other's arms, you know? Brothers in arms in each other's arms, even when these brothers are carrying out acts of violence like this, no. They need to be isolated. The few need to be isolated. The many, no. Don't do this. Don't enforce these policies. COVID-19 shit. You put a bag over my head and choked me. I thought I was going to die. In the back seat of the cruiser with blood and, everything in a bag over my head because of COVID-19. You weren't too concerned about it, the six of you anyways, when you were beating the shit out of me for no reason. But this is how bad it's getting. You're getting people that are enforcing rules, just making it easier for them to kick the shit out of people, give them every reason. It's crazy. So it's the end of that, right? It's the end of that rule, right? We don't rule by the fist anymore unless we're holding it up in the air in solidarity as one, right? We don't need weapons of destruction anymore. That doesn't work. The military budget of the U.S. is through the fucking roof. If you focus your attention on anything other than, you would be so much further ahead when it came down to it. Because aren't we supposed to be not proliferating weapons of mass destruction? And yet all the technologies and all these really cool things, they're only being used for military. And then you get a president like President Trump who wants to have a war in space wars, wants to dominate space. Wow. The sickness is incredibly thick and deep, and it's rooted and mired in all sorts of history. And I don't know if some of these people can come out of it, to be honest. But most of us who were ignorant enough to accept the COVID-19 storyline, most of us can shake our heads and shake it off a little bit and just accept the fact that maybe we were wrong in accepting that so blindly, right? Not to say that the virus isn't there and that people are dying, but they're dying for other reasons, and it's a pretty complicated problem. But listen to this. The privatizations of hospitals and or like care homes and shit like that, they're directly responsible for the deaths of these people because they circulate the same air all the time, right? So everybody's getting everything, and already your immune system is compromised, and you're on a series of medications that the government has, put the rubber stamp on saying that this is safe, but now you're on 13, 14, 15 different types of medications, and they're not meant to get you better. They're meant to keep you sick. So you run out of money, you run out of everything. Nobody cares about you anymore. And now you're in this facility, and you don't have enough money to be there. And the government doesn't want to pay for it anymore. And so guess what? You become a liability, and no longer are you a human being. You're just a bag of fucking meat that needs to be disposed of. It's a
fact. Cheers. So privatization, the capitalism, the almighty dollar and the greed behind it, and the governments that are bought, and well, the list really does go on, doesn't it? See, if governments can be bought, police forces can be bought. Who bought them? Well, does it really matter? You know what? You know what matters right now? It matters that we stop. We stop all the violence, because it never works. You know what? I have a hard time convincing my friends of this. I have a hard time convincing pretty much everybody in my life that violence never exists. There's only a few people that truly understand that. But I think we're starting to understand now. There's a switch that's been kind of, and that's the way it happens, right? That's the way it happens. You don't have to learn it. You don't have to. In fact, if you try to learn it, you'll never learn it. You have no idea what it is. Bam, suddenly it appears. Boom. Okay, what's right and wrong? What do we have to do to implement change? Do numbers count? When someone says that you can't gather in a group of 3 or more, what are you trying to tell us? Well, this is what you're trying to tell us. You're trying to tell us that there's actually power in 3 or more, and you'd be right. So they're trying to strip you of your power. Where 3 or more are gathered. Got a sign still fucking up there too. One on either end of the basketball court at the park, saying that you can't have more than 3 people playing at the same time. How much sense does that make? How do you play a game of basketball with less than 10 people? Well, you could. It'd be half a game. You could play half court. You could play 1-on-1, but it's not the same. Basketball is meant to be played as a team sport. This is how we learn. Okay, we've created these games, these sports, and we learn. We learn how to play as a team. Okay, can't always be a tennis match, back and forth, one winner. Maybe it's something else. Maybe we learn more when we play in teams. Maybe. Like about group dynamics, how to get along with one another, that kind of shit, communication, Not being so apt to take offense at everything that comes your way because you read it somehow differently than what it was supposed to. And then, I don't know, too many knee-jerk reactions, too many people needing to be right all the time too. That's a fucking sickness. Stop trying to be right all the time. We're all fucking human. We came in here with limited intelligence. That's obvious. But all the intelligence that we need, we've disconnected ourselves from. So, start connecting. Start connecting. Make all the connections that are required. And you know what? You're not done. That's a fact. Not done till you're dead. And then the fun starts. Or maybe the fun starts before that. Can it be paradise now? Even when everybody else is living a hell? I wonder what's going to happen 100 years from now. I wonder if we're going to be in the same cycle, because we look back 100 years from this point and we almost reverted right back to it. We did. How many people were killed during this COVID-19 thing? Not for the reasons that you are being told, but for other reasons. People not getting the care that they need during this time, hospitals shutting down, the people being gathered up saying and being quarantined, and then what? As soon as they got you, they dispose of you. They're digging holes right now in the U.S. This is crazy. This is why people are protesting. That's why it becomes riots. Riots are a reason. There's a reason. And it's worth noting that most of these riots are just vandalism towards property, which is violence, sure. But let's not be. Let's really understand the difference between taking a life and vandalizing property. Big difference, right? So that's how bad it's gotten. It's a result of governments and people in charge not listening and or thinking that they can just use their weight to hold you back. Right?
That's the name of the king. It's Rush, the greatest man in America. As a young boy, Michael helped his mother down by her apron strings the whole day long. Knife in hand, her eyes trained on the recipe book. He'd salivate as she sang out this song. Cut the onions, start the dicing. Listen up, Mike, it's the right thing. Chop the parsnip for a rich dish. In the small pond, you'll be a big fish. In the small pond, you'll be a big fish.
In the small
Went
pond,
to college,
you'll be the big fish.
some special friend kept him from subversives and their kind. Swirled within a world of sports and dividend.
Nice bikes. Look at those
And the
bikes.
song they sang was etched upon his mind.
And a Ford Flex. Can you believe that?
Cut the hair off the hippie sleeping.
We got everything in
Listen up,
Pentic.
Mike, it's the right thing. Chop the fringes off the freakish. In the small pond, you'll be a big fish. In the small pond,
You'll be a big fish. Coming to you live from the Beaumont Motel, monthly rentals through till 2021. In the heart of the Okanagan, Penticton, British Columbia, Canada, right on the Okanagan River. Beautiful. Paradise.
Sometimes a fear of failure near obsessed him. But then he'd hear the other golfers say, cut the motion on your backswing. Listen up, Mike. It's the right thing.
Just a half swing,
Chop
bud.
the golf ball
Yeah.
with a big swish.
Half swing.
In the small pond, you'll be a big fish.
Cut out some
In
moves.
the small pond,
You'll hit it
you'll
straight.
Be a big fish.
You might be able to win a few tournaments locally.
Now he's breaking bread with heads of industry.
Oh my God, he's right in it.
Captain in the autumn of his years. He proceeds with messianical rapidity. When he echoes mother's words, he hears the cheers.
Oh, yeah.
Cut the welfare and public housing. Listen up, Mike, it's the right thing. Chop the health care, you'll get your wish. In the small pond, you'll be a big fish. Cut the child care and the schooling. Listen up, Mike, it's the right wing. Chop the free lunch for the poorish. In the small pond, you'll be a big fish. In the small pond, you'll be a big fish. In the small pond, you'll be a big fish.
Ah, yeah. You hear it? Take it. That's you, bud. That's right.
trees in the great northern open, when our love was going on and on, we made hope for two worlds, two streams. Now I'm facing, always bumping into all the same things. Sometimes you gotta wonder what is going on when it's finally final. You come home and your stuff's out on the lawn. I don't think that I miss you. I probably won't keep in touch, 'cause I don't love you that much.
Nice day? Yeah, sure is. How you doing? Good. You? Great. See ya. It's the never-ending story. But does it always have to end in war or violence? Nope. Not if we have something to say about it. Right?
There was a perfume on the breeze.
Moon, the trees.
Now there should have been trumpets.
Should have been trumpets.
For all the
Biddy-biddy-bop.
blood that
Biddy-biddy-bop.
got the same disease.
Biddy-biddy-bop. Satan in satin slippers. Christ on a crooked crutch.
'Cause
I don't love you that much.
No,
I don't love you that much.
no,
I don't love you that much. No, I don't love you that much. No, I love you. I just don't love you in the same way that you think I love you. It's unconditional, not unconditional love, not the kind of love that you're speaking of, because the love you're speaking of isn't love at all. It's something different, something other than love. It's based in fear, and I don't like it. So I don't love you like that. I don't love you that much. When you know what I know, what do you know? Nothing. Tiny things bothering me. Bum 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 bum. Okay, listen up, everybody. Okay. Now all of the planes have landed. My poor generation.
my poor generation on for the ride. an ocean of choices pulled out on the tide. We're handed a beach ball and told to pick a side.
Well, here's the deal. You don't have to pick sides because both sides that you need to pick from, they're both shit. So do something different.
Drowned in inflammation. My poor generation. My poor generation don't know what it means. The shock of the mountain. There to magazines. Is it timeless and holy? Just the Philippines. Lost in Union Station. My poor generation.
Raka, ratata.
Maybe we're just looking at a fun house mirror and loving our reflection. Maybe corporate raiders got too greedy in the 80s and thought of all the direction.
Who will save the river valley? If not you, who? If not me, when? If not when, why? My poor generation.
My poor generation, airborne with nothing to land on. Baffled by bullshit, drowning with nothing to stand on. Poor little fat cat, nothing anyone planned on.
We didn't plan on it, buddy, but you know what?
Unique in all creation.
We've had it for too long, dude. Hey, shit, it's not doing you any good anyway. So. How about we all have something? All of it. Anything we want, no? Don't do it like my generation.
My poor generation.
Your job's not done. 40 plus, job's not
It's
done.
YouTube Music.
80
Download the app
plus,
today and
not-
get a
job's
trial
not
of
done.
Music Premium on us. Terms apply.
Don't let the 20-somethings just do it on their own. Fuck. It's a bad thing. Do your part. What's your part? Find it out. This is the moment. If we don't follow through, then it gets worse. So there's got to be follow through, and people need to step down. That's where it's come to. That's what it's come to.
Tears that were spent on a cruel and a shabby ideal.
I didn't buy into this system. This system's shit, man. Canadian government needs an overhaul. Like no government. Yeah, because we have ways.
We played our parts.
We'll see how it all comes together. Matching, resume.
Allah, 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 and it gets faster and faster. You can keep that up for 40 minutes. And you'll be out of your mind. But you see, to go out of your mind at least once a day is tremendously important, because by going out of your mind, you come to your senses. And if you stay in your mind all the time, you are over-rational. In other words, you're like a very rigid bridge, which, because it has got no give, no craziness in it, is going to be blown down in the first hurricane.
Just as you've been letting vibrations in the air play with your ears, let your lungs breathe as they will. Don't as yet attempt any breathing exercise. Don't force anything. Simply allow breathing. Now, is this breathing a voluntary or involuntary action? Or both? Or neither? Just feel it without taking sides, without words. And again, hear my voice as if it were wind in the trees or the sound of waves. Most of us are short of breath. We never really empty our lungs. But to make a long, complete out-breath, you mustn't force it. Imagine there's a large ball of lead inside your neck, and allow it to fall slowly through your body to the floor, pushing and easing the breath out as it drops. Ease the breath out just as you settle and sink down comfortably into a bed. And when the ball reaches the floor, let it drop away as if to the center of the earth. Then let the breath come back in as a reflex without pulling it. And then imagine another ball of lead in the neck. And again, let it fall out, long and easy. And once again. Now, do you see what's happening? You are generating a great deal of energy without trying or forcing. Two things seem to be happening at once. First, the outflow of breath is simply falling, happening all by itself. Second, it's under perfect control. So from this practice, you learn to experience, to realize that what happens to you and what you do are one and the same process. There is no real separation between one thing called you and another quite different thing called the universe. When you stop talking and naming, they're quite obviously one. So again, let breath fall easily out. All the way. Let it come back on its own. And then out again. And now let's put the sound R on the next outflow. And again, so that you have nothing in mind but
outrageous ideas which Aldous Huxley put forward in his book, where he made himself a sitting duck for every kind of He attacked the sacred cow, the American family. He advocated mystical experience of using drugs. He discussed counterfeit sex practices. Just no realistic target person is done for a long time. He is a very book called Brave New World. It's a very cogent sophistication, not computer automated. Logic is superior. It's life. It's very, very easy. Social institutions, aesthetics, when a man who has devoted his life to being the master stylist has suddenly to turn around and, as it were, redeem himself by saying, now after I've pulled you all apart, this is the kind of world I would really like. That's the most difficult thing to do today.
Okay.
Because today, nobody who is intellectually respected believes that the world is going to be improved. The general climate is that
I don't think that's going to work.
very much the evolution of man has reached a limit. And that from now on, if anything, we are more likely to deteriorate because we are faced with a number of absolutely fantastic problems. Anyone who can take a single is now terrified. When you take them all together, it presents a bigger distrust. There's a population wasted natural
I was wrong.
madness.
It did work.
The increasing strain of the speed at which we live, its effect on our nerves, and furthermore the fact that the more technology develops, the less room there is for individual freedom, so that everyone can regulate, organize, and so on.
Hey, how's it going?
All these things together, they present pretty good.
Adicola.
So that nowadays, it's fashion in the intellectual world to consider any sort of utopian thinking completely naive and unrealistic. So you see, when Aldous Huxley wrote Island, he did something at the end of his life, which was the most difficult task that he ever set himself. And he wrote it in the form of a novel, because after all, he is generally known as a novelist.
So,
Step out of Rowan in this culture.
coming to you live from the city of Penticton. City of Penticton. I wonder if they care about that beating in the park 2.5 weeks ago that involves, well, me, I guess. But, and whether they're interested in all the other beatings and violent behavior that the RCMP has been up to, and most likely connected to some murders because they tried to kill me. That's proven beyond a shadow of a doubt. And they still have guns, and they still have badges, and they still have all their weapons at their disposal. And they still come around and they drive around and intimidate people. We don't need them. Without them, it would be much better. They are the ones that disturb the peace. They tried to put that on me, and I said, nope, I do not understand. You are the ones disturbing the peace, not me. And that is the truth. So, coming to you live from the city of Penticton with some of my friends on Facebook, you know. I took 5 gummy bears, so that's 50 milligrams of THC plus a few other things for my pain and just overall enjoyment. Because while you're healing, you may as well enjoy it, right? It's like, what do you want? You think you're going to get better if you're not enjoying the process? No. It takes longer. So anyways, I'm getting high today. I'm already high. You can tell. So, but it's in a good way. And it's for you to maybe watch and listen. And see if I'm any different too, right? Am I saying the different things, or am I coming at it from a different angle? Is my attitude different? Do you feel, you know, is there less aggression involved? Probably. Because we feed off of each other's emotions, eh? And so if the dominant emotion in your city or town is aggression, then you got to counter it with something. Alcohol is not good for that, though. Alcohol always makes it worse.
This may be absolutely old news.
Alcohol is a depressant, and yet it's the substance that is the most acceptable. You know, if you're doing it, if you're exposing that part of your life to the world, you know, online. Well, see some drinkers out there, and that's fine. But you know, you wonder, is it really the
especially in England.
Is it really the best thing? It's fine. You know, I'll have beers. I'll still drink a little bit, but nah, it made me sick, man. I almost died.
And this
And that's not the way I'm going. I can tell you that much.
is very desperate. Boys actually went to Eton, which was the public school.
Oh yeah.
Free. All the men
What do you have to say for yourself, Gandalf? Not much. That's also a good thing, eh? So it kind of slows your mind down, because what happens with the mind, you think, man, I got to get all these things out and I got to get them out so quick and blah, blah, blah. Shit. You know what? You don't. You really don't. All the work is done, you know, in most cases. A lot of the time, it's up to us just to be patient and wait for it. If you don't allow things its time to grow, then we prematurely jump ship. And then so we miss all these amazing opportunities. It's true. But there's a number of reasons why, but I think that's changing. You get everybody doing what they want to do in life, you'll have no one's complaining. No one would ever complain. You'll have your people joining the Coast Guard, you know, because they value the opportunity to save lives. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. You know, you get people joining the military if we need it, right? But it's like, it's a whole different principle now. It's like, let's make sure we get rid of as many weapons as possible, like, because this is not good. It's not good to ever have that much power in one person's hands. So be the forerunners of, you know, if we do need, because it's obvious that there are a few people out there, it is a few. They need to be isolated. So deal with those people. But the rest of us, leave us alone. You know, like, so what? We live our lives a little differently. Maybe we smoke weed now. You know, that's what I do now. I didn't figure that in my 40s I'd start smoking weed, but I do. And I think it's good for me in this situation, and I know why. I'm a fucking doctor. Many of us are. My mom's a doctor in a lot of ways. End of life kind of scenario, shit like that. It's true. Or, you know, diabetes. She knows about diabetes 3 times over. She's dealt with a few patients, my dad being one of them. You know, never discount the information that you've learned along the way. And like, those people that have spent one-on-one with people, one-on-one care, that's some of the hardest care, but it's necessary to have one-on-one care. And we shouldn't be putting our elderly in homes. We should be offering a place in our homes for our elderly. For everybody, for our kids, keeping them together. What's the point really in moving away to somewhere else? Like, I moved from Hamilton because it was an oppressive place. But what if you could have paradise where you live? What if you could have paradise in Hamilton? See, we got RCMP coming here, right? Why? Why are they doing their rounds? Why are they even around? Stay at the fucking precinct. We don't need you here. We don't need your presence because it agitates us. Most of us. Now, because we don't trust you. Who are you in that car over there? Right? Who are you? I don't like you there. 6 of you tortured me 2.5 weeks ago. On, what was it, May 11th? May 11th. On the 12th, I got out of your jail, where you tortured me, man. And I should be dead, and you know it. How did I walk out of that? 6 of you beating me behind the bushes, right where you are right now. Not just, it's about, what is that, 60, 70 feet? That's where you beat me. Now you're coming in between me and the park and just walking in the park anytime I want to walk in the park. No. I walk straight for your car and I walk past you because I don't fear you, even though you chased me into the woods 3 days later after giving me a heart attack. It's documented, man. It's all on fucking line. So what do? You just sit there and you intimidate. Not cool. There are killers in the RCMP and they want me dead. That's not cool. But they can't kill me, even though they chased me into the woods naked 3 days later after the beating, after having a heart attack, trying to look for a hospital on Highway 97. And I tried to stop a vehicle, a big one, run into the bushes. Remember that? It's all documented. What were you doing there that day, you guys? You don't want me to go to the hospital after a heart attack? You want me to jump 2 fences? Okay, I jumped the provincial one pretty easy. Federal one, I got over there pretty easy after having a heart attack. But I tell you, man, I died that night. You got your wish. But I'm back. You don't have to believe that last part, by the way. Hasn't been the first time I died. Right? So now I'm Crazy Tom. Gandalf.
So by the time he does go no more general forces.
My good friend Gordon made this, and I believe he gave it to me. If he didn't, well, then I just misunderstood. But this is really cool. This is what peace is all about. Do you understand this? This is what peace is all about. The microcosm of peace. Do you know how me and Gordon met? That guy that you see hanging around? We met at the soup kitchen. Do you know that we've met before? He doesn't think so. I know I have. Somewhere. How? Anyways. He grew up in basically the same areas as I did and went to the same camps when he was a kid. In the same areas. I bet you at the time when I skinny dipped from that one island across from Pinecrest, because we camped there. I went and did my own investigation what Pinecrest was all about. You know, go back into the night and swim back to the island. There's connections that we make in life. And some of the connections that we make, you would never expect it because you didn't realize you made the connection in the first place. Does that make any sense? It will. So the police, they signed me out, right? But I didn't sign anything. Nothing. And they charged me with nothing. Couldn't, right? No, I didn't do anything. And they told me, I'm putting you down as Caucasian. I thought that question or that statement was a little weird, seeing that they didn't talk to me until that point, and they held me for like 12 hours in their fucking prison, dying. Put you down as Caucasian. I said, no, you won't. Put me down as Indigenous. And then I walked out,
2 a.m. in the morning, out that first door after my picture was taken, a bloody fucking mess. My whole everything was ripped. I'm holding up my pants with one arm, and I'm carrying a bag called Ministry of Attorney General with the other, with my shit in it. My pillow I was sitting in before they fucking shit kicked me. And then I walked through another door after they buzzed me out, not telling me what was going on. And then I find myself in a sea of police officers. True story. A sea of police officers in their cars. And as I make my way barefoot with my bag in hand, a bloody fucking twisted, knotted, shitty mess, I walk through that and I walk home. It takes me about an hour or whatever. At this point, I don't fucking care. And then I make a video. It's there. Go back. It's there. I've reposted it a couple of times. It's there. It's all there. Everything's documented. Pre there. All the shit that they did to me pre. It's all fucking there. It's all there. On YouTube, Facebook. It's all there. And you can't erase this shit because most of it's live. It's all live. Right? And now we still got a fucking RCMP officer here making his presence known, and I don't fucking like it. I don't want him here. Why would I want him here? That police presence makes me uneasy. You know, as a citizen, if I believed I was still a citizen in this town. These guys don't treat you like a citizen anymore, especially when they do shit to you and they shouldn't have, and they know it, right? Now you're like, we got to get anything on this fucking guy, and that's pretty hard to do with me, I'm telling you. Fuck, I tell the truth all the time. It's my superpower. So there's not much that's hidden. Like, I can't even think of one thing that would be hidden in my life that you can expose as something that is beatable or torturable. You know? I love you guys. Good game, but checkmate. You fuckers are coming down. You need to. Too violent and you're too stupid. Stupid and violent people should not be running the country. Goes for prime ministers, presidents, whoever is there, and if we deem them that way. Our prime minister, though, for some reason, it seems like he's kind of backing down a little bit and saying that we've got a lot to learn, and they fucking do. And he mentioned entitlement and stuff like that. So that's, you know what? Kudos. Because you know what? Honestly, that's a good move. And even if it's just a move, and you don't really believe it right now, you will. You will. In the long run, your family has been privileged, bud. Privileged. And I'm from Hamilton, Ontario. And if you, I was born in Hamilton, so I grew up in the area. If you know the area, you know it's like, fuck, man, what's my life? I'm going to work in a factory for the rest of my life? Drive taxi? What? I don't know. Fuck. Okay. Whatever. So it's 2.5 weeks. And I'm still recovering from 6 police officers torturing me in the park. And they're there guarding the park. Why? You want me to come out and talk to you? Well, why don't you come and take my statement? Do you see them? Here. Let's see if you can see them now. Right over there. Okay? I gotta change positions now because I'm fucking sick of looking at their shitty machines. All their machines of war, violence. That car there, I saw that ram a couple of people in my lifetime. Not that exact car, but come on, hey? You see him? So he's right behind, it's right there. Right there, that's him right there. Can you see that? No? Oh, shit. I need another camera. I usually have more cameras working here.
So we don't even concern ourselves with them anymore. But we can still see them. These people are so ignorant. And it's true. And you might think, okay, now you're bringing it upon yourself because every time you kind of poke the bear, you kind of deserve it. To some extent, you'd be right. Yeah, for sure. No, but no one ever deserves to be beaten, eh? Doesn't matter how much you're fucking with them, if you are, right? But I knew it was coming, so I just didn't know when. I didn't know it was going to be then. I thought that kind of shit was coming to us in waves, but it's actually here all the time. I was wrong, actually. I was off. My calculations were off. But sometimes it's good to not be. Well, it's always good. You always have this fucking date in your head, or some kind of plan or a vision of how it's going to happen. And I don't know. Don't you want to be surprised? I want to be surprised most of the time. If not all the time. I like the surprise, I guess. Fuck, I didn't know I was going to die that day, but I did. I died several times that day. Several times. Is that possible? Yep, it is. Guess I'm not done. We're never done until we're in the ground or burned or whatever. I don't think you can come here and take my head either, okay? Because I'm the oldest Highlander here. It's true, I've been around a long time. I don't take heads anymore. That's a stupid practice. Why would you want to get into that business? It's a pain in the ass taking a sword to the airport. You basically have to have a sword waiting for you in every country, in every village, every town that you spend time. I don't know. I just don't do it anymore. Do I have the swords? Oh, yeah. They're all over. They're all over the place. But I don't need a sword to cut someone's head off. Right? I don't do that anymore. Not in this body. This body's peace. It's all about peace. That's the only thing that works. I'm convinced of it. I put all my money on peace. If it matters, I put it all on peace. I'll give you everything that you should invest in. I'll tell you, I'm pretty good at this shit. But if you want a real change and you want it to come you want it to come to everybody, you invest in products that benefit humanity. You invest in ideas that propel humanity into whatever direction they want to go into. But because there are endless possibilities, but it has to be. It can't hurt anybody. Why would you want to get into the business of hurting people, or hurting things, or hurting the planet, or? So the businesses like that, which are hurting the planet, which are obvious, pharmaceutical companies, oil companies, and governments, their businesses, and a lot of big corporations, you take Procter and Gamble. Oh fuck! I think that whole thing is corrupt as shit. Now, is it possible that some of these companies can turn for the better? Yeah, I think so. Some. But you got to get on it right away, dude. Because things are changing towards that, like free energy and shit like that. And we're getting off of combustion engine. I know that. Eventually. And we'll go with something that requires no energy, which is zero energy. It's the art of allowing. I don't know. I don't know I'm talking about it anymore. You know? Hey, Quinn Buctus. Tiago. Precious Quinn. Hey, you guys are there. I see you. Yoriyama. So my plan, right? My plan is to maintain a nice, what they would refer to in the circles that I travel as a high, all day long until I sleep. It's nice. I'm still healing, eh? From that. Oh, they're gone. Too bad. RCMP are gone. I feel. Now, who am I going to turn to if things go down? Well, I guess I'll turn to my neighbor, right? That makes sense. Sure it does. Oh, love you guys. Yeah. You know, you ask the question, is it possible to love people that you've never met? Right? And the answer to that is absolutely. Absolutely. You can. And it's like the same question, can you love a pen pal? Right? I had a couple pen pals. I forget their names. Well, Eric Calder was a pen pal afterwards when he moved to Bancroft, but that's someone I knew previous. But I did have pen pals I didn't know or I'd never met. But because you have correspondence with them, now they're a part of your life. Right? Just a pinch of salt is all it needs. Right? And you don't get greedy over it. You know? I think most of us, because of the state we're in, we think our natural tendency is to over imbibe in whatever substance it is. But cannabis is a natural product, right? So there's a huge difference between something that's purely natural. But it does change in molecular structure when you add flame to it, of course, but you can eat it. It's very interesting. It's one of those plants, they fill in gaps. It's the gap filler. And at one time, about 80 years ago, it was in our diet, I believe. It's being stubborn. Right? I hear a lot of sirens, and I don't know if they're there, or if I'm just imagining them, or if they're coming through my earphones here. It's like a really disturbing kind of frequency. This helps for this. There are reasons for everything.
Great achievements.
There are reasons for everything.
It was a very, very good combination.
There's a big thing of dust or smoke coming from a highway over top of those trees, and it looks like a waft of dust or something, but it keeps on coming. Where's that coming from? Something might be on fire there. I wonder. Is it something just kicking up dust? Dust in the wind. All we are is dust in the wind. Same old song. Just a drop of water in an endless sea. All we do crumbles to the ground, though we refuse to see. Dust in the wind. All we are is dust in the wind. Who will save the river valley? That's my drinking water. This is once a sacred place. Now, look at what we got here. I pretend there isn't any problem. Just do my job. And if I don't like the standard of living, go move to Russia. That's the way. So I'm doing a little experiment with cannabis right now. So if you don't experiment with it, then you don't really have a say, kind of, you know? So like instead of experimenting on animals and testing shit on, no, you test it on yourself. And if you don't feel like it's safe, you shouldn't do it. You know, you don't do that to a monkey, you shithead. You're a monkey. You're a monkey. You don't get it. Bad monkey. Stupid monkey. Stupid monkey in high position. Stupid monkey in high position. Clever monkey? Maybe. Intelligent monkey? Absolutely not. You know? Absolutely not. Good afternoon, Penticton, British Columbia. Good morning to a lot of other people. And you know what? Good night to some of you. Swaziland? This one's for Swaziland. All right, that was quite nice. It's lovely. My brain is tingling, and it's a good feeling. And this guy's going to go play basketball, and that's awesome. But we should be able to play basketball. Like, no one should ever set limits on how many people should be on a basketball. court at any given time. Like, you should never allow government to do that, right? Government no more. These fuckers at City Hall, whenever they have a protest, please someone let me know, because I can't. I'm healing from the protest that I did in the park, right? So it's can't be everywhere. And I'm planning on trying to get better so I can go cross country and tell a bit of a story and then learn something too at the same time about medicines and shit like that, natural medicines. So great opportunity for all of us to get some insight into alternative ways of healing. But all we have to do is start with compassion. Start with compassion, then everything else stems from that. It's like it comes directly from whatever that thing is called. Every time you put a name to it, but like eternity, the one, the source, the love, people say unconditional love, and but it's more. It's that more something you don't know. You don't understand it. And it's a part of you. So how cool is that? That's pretty cool. Liu is here as well. All right, awesome. Just hanging out. Not doing a heck of a lot. Check over here. Hello, okay. What more is there to say, really? Let's start from the beginning. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Really? I don't know. What's this tree of life thing? Do you really want to know? Sit down. Are you ready? Are you going to listen? Or do you already have some preconception of what it is? You've already named it. Have you named it? Oh, fuck. I can't teach you. Go unlearn. Unlearn everything that you've been taught. And then don't listen to me. And then figure it out for your fucking self. So welcome to Tea in Spaces. My name is Tom. We're in space. This is a bit of a kids program. It's meant for families of all ages, actually. People smoke pot, huh? Do you know that? It's a pretty common practice nowadays, and people are being pretty open about it, which is good, because I think we should always be open with everything we do. Always. Keeps us in check. Anyway, that's a topic for another conversation, but I'm planning on being high all day. I'm planning on maintaining this until I go to sleep. Because why not? Man, I need to clean that computer. Should figure out how to take that apart and then do my own cleaning. The keys are sticking. I spilled coffee or something on it. So my shift key is sticking on me. Sorry. Excuse me. You see, we all need balance, right? It's one of the things that pot gives you is a bit of balance, right? Especially when, I don't know how to explain it anymore, but I don't want to box it in by saying how depressed like a generation or like a people or a civilization is. But we're all experiencing depression. All of us are experiencing depression. And then all of us are trying to counter it with whatever it is that day. Whether it's a new relationship with, a new boyfriend or something like that, or if it's, whatever, man. It could be anything. I'm trying to get over something by replacing it with something else. Okay, so now it wasn't alcohol. Alcohol was working there for a while to take that edge off. But what was the root of it, man? What was the root? So find the root. That's the biggest thing. And then, everything else, you figure out everything in small quantities is fine. Everything. But you can't talk about it until you experience it. You can't. Otherwise, there's just too much like prejudgment by the things that you've learned in the past. And everything that you've learned in the past is in your mind. That's what your mind is consistent of. It hasn't made decisions for itself. It's had other organizations or people make it for them because it's like, oh wow, all my friends are like this, so it must be this way. Maybe not. Maybe there's elements of truth, It's a combination of a lot of things, right? But what is the truth? Well, again, as soon as you name it, you don't know it.
Need a freelancer? Go to Fiverr.com, find one in seconds. Or don't go to Fiverr and waste your time searching for freelancers.
He don't care if you're punctual. No, he's an early bird. And he don't care if you're dysfunctional. We recently heard that word. An infamous nicotine user. Does he care about that? The butcher, the baker, the boozer. It doesn't matter if you're skinny or fat. Look at the clouds. Look at the earthquakes. Look at the moon that on the sunbase. Look at the wind. Whoa.
it's loose and free. Look at those tiny things bothering me. It's watching for 7 straight hours. Hasn't been a damn thing on.
And I feel like I'm losing my power.
All my giddy up and go is all gone.
Every change starts straight back.
Get to meander. Look at the rain. Look at the clouds. Look at the earthquakes. Look at the moon that glides on the sun base. Look at the rain. Oh, it's loose and free. Look at those tiny things bothering me. Boop bop, bop, boop bop, boop bop. Bop boop bop boop bop boop bop. Bop boop bop 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 ba da doo doo bop bop ba da top whoa 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 whoa. Bow bow bow.
Well, the future looks like
Distant thunder.
because I'm never sure I'll get paid. And I'm pissed that I'm not getting younger. Getting free, getting love, getting laid. And on the talk show, catfight playoff. Where everybody gives them a hand. And the radio sounds like a payoff. And I just
Stay. Look at the clouds. Look at the earthquakes. Look at the moon that glide on the sun face. Look at the air. Oh, it's loose and free. Look at these tiny things bothering me. Look at these tiny things bothering me.
Need a freelancer? Go to Fiverr.com and find one in seconds. Or don't go to Fiverr and waste your time searching for freelancers instead of finally attending that anger management. Out of my way, Janice!
Get out of her way, Janice.
Find your freelancer quickly and easily at Fiverr.com.
When she gets that way and she asks you nicely, get out of her way. It's easy.
welcome to the party. The Elemental birthday sale is on, and it's a great chance to get up to 20% off on select role plans. Get it now.
Okay, Deck Doctor, 250-469-1102. Deck Doctor. Tell him Tommy sent you. In the Gulf, but we shouldn't hurt anyone's feelings. So we tried, then gave up, 'cause there was no such song. But the trying was very revealing. What makes a person so poisonous righteous that they think less of anyone? We just disagreed. She's just a pacifist
He's just a patriot. If I send you crazy, would you have to fight me? Fighters for liberty, fighters for power, fighters for longer turns in the shower. Don't tell me I can't fight, 'cause I'll punch out your lights. And history seems to agree that I would fight you. So we read and we watched all the specially selected news. And we learned so much more about the good guys. Won't you stand by the flag? Was the question unasked. Won't you join in and fight with the Allies? What could we say? We're only 25 years old. With 25 sweet summers and hot fires in the cold. This kind of life makes that violence unthinkable. We like to play hockey, have kids and grow. Fighters for Texaco, fighters for power, fighters for longer turns in the shower. Don't tell me I can't fight, 'cause I'll punch out your lights. And history seems to agree. Parker's Collision Center. You got a problem and you need it fixed. Call Employee. He's just a peacenik and she's just a warhawk. That's where the beach was. That's where the sea. What could we say? We're only 25 years old. And history seems to agree. You know? That I would fight you. Why would you want to fight in the fucking first place? That's a stupid way to resolve shit. Did we not learn this in grade school? No? Fuck. We're dealing with you. Is that how it Alright, we know how to deal with you. We know how to deal with you. Nope, it's not going to be this way anymore. Can't do it. That was in the 90s, shithead. Gotta do something different. Donald Trump just stepped down. Biden stepped down. All those fuckers stepped down. Prime Minister stepped down. It's the people's decision, not yours. Pipelines and shit like that. Right? Lest we forget. We don't want to go backwards now, do we? I had to know things. She was a tangle of questions. How many eggs make up a pound? How many ears of corn in the niblets? And how big was the bag? Censor Pee-wee's adventure. She was exceeding. She was. And we fell in love. And the sunshine shone from the sunshine above. Fell in love. Oh, love.
Try not to think while you're inside. Just keep your wide eyes wide, wide open. I made a meal of the lighting. This was exciting. We had a real urban drama. She always said it again. Just when she'd say it, that's when she'd say it. She said my pasta was delicious, bit repetitious. That kind of thing made me crazy. And we fell in love, and the sunshine shone from the sunshine above. Fell in love. Oh, love, love. Take a look around. The sun has gone down, and I've had a good time. Have you had a good time? I've loved without loss. I put down my cross. You know what I know, and I'm going go. She set my schoolhouse on fire. Down in the fire, the angels singing. No, 'tis a beautiful fire, heavenly choir. And the band played on. What? Downsizing. Okay.
Introducing YouTube Music.
Oh, yeah?
A new music streaming app made by YouTube.
Cool.
You can watch your favorite music videos or just listen to the
I actually might switch everything to Google.
YouTube Music app.
YouTube? YouTube? Oh, maybe not. No, YouTube's been censoring my shit. I don't like that. Might go to Google, though. I wonder what they got for this. Oh. Color balloons and appreciative handshake. If that counts as severance, then don't waste your breath. We gave our time to company planning our deaths. It's a new challenge. The family hasn't yet met. I've sat at this desk and tried to be honest. 22 years with these men on the line. Their guts and profits and health is a sign of the times. I won't tell my wife that things will be fine. It's the message we send. Love is pain.
It's not the end. These working men's days.
Make up your mind and make me a statistic. Make a production.
Close tab, close tab, close tab, close tab. No, I do not want to have sex with you right now. Yeah? These are the tabs I'm closing. Would you like to be online with me naked? Maybe later, but like now? I'm singing right now. It's the message we send. A relevance spent. Is it spent? Is it paid? I don't know. All I know is not the end. Well, listen up, Tommy. Learn the song. Why? They sing it just fine. Don't worry, I know this song. Picture myself all the way down to choose. Yeah, you with me? Think to yourself all of the wealth you can use. Step into my shoes. What a lovely day. What time is it? Wow, it's 3:39 p.m., June 4th, 2020. It's a Thursday. Coming to you live from Penticton, British Columbia, Canada, in the heart of the Okanagan. Just 45 minutes outside of Kelowna and 45 minutes to the border. Let's take that fucking fence down. All of them. Provincial, federal, and borders. That's my suggestion for the day. I'm not resting until that happens today. Put your guns down. All of you, put your guns down. It's better this way. And then you don't, then you decriminalize everything, and then nothing matters anymore, right? You don't have to control it. Because we do a really good job monitoring ourselves. We do. Right? When we need to communicate, we communicate, but we don't allow other people to communicate for us, right? So bylaw should never have called the RCMP, and the RCMP is not equipped to communicate with anybody. So you're left with violence, and that's it. You can't communicate. But it's not the end. It's only the beginning. It's just the end of these working man's days, you know? It's the message we send. Peace. Yeah, so a friend of mine made that for me. I don't know if he knew he was making it for me at the time, but definitely thought has been put into this, and it works quite nicely, and I'm very appreciative of it. I think it's mine. I think he gave it to me. But it doesn't really matter, man. Here's the deal. We're both smoking from the same pipe, right? Ain't that the deal? Lesson learned. Oh, thank you, Tommy. What's next? Oh, she just jumped out of nowhere.
Or don't go to Fiverr. Waste your time
I
searching
love
for
you.
freelancers instead of finally
Who are
attending
you?
that anger management.
Fiverr.
Out of my way, Janice.
I
Find your freelancer quickly and easily at
like her.
Fiverr.com.
She's wonderful. King of Spain. I haven't done this in a long time. Let's try it.
Once I was the king of Spain.
Now we eat humble pie. Oh, my unspeakable wife, Queen Lisa.
Now I eat humble pie.
I'm telling you, I was the king of Spain.
Now I eat humble pie.
And now I get the pizza. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ba-da-ba. Yeah. I got a story to tell you. Want to hear it? Royalty, Lord, it looked good on me. Burying myself in the royal boudoir, or going nuclear free, or playing crokinole with the Princess of Monaco. Telling my jokes to the OPEC leaders, getting it all on video. Yeah? Do you believe it? No? Shit. That was my home. I was the king of Spain. And now I vacuum the turf at Skydome.
I can't wait. I'm lowering interest rates. My people say,
How are you such a genius? There's a roof overhead.
It's laissez-faire. I don't even give a care. Let's like Friday part of the weekend and then give every baby chocolate eclair. That's kind of how it goes. I'll get there.
Hey Clinton, hey Yeltsin, got problems? You phone me. I'm telling you, I was the king of Spain. Now I eat humble pie.
Now these
Call me up to drive the Zamboni. Once he was the king of Spain.
Definitely high right now.
Introduce to you the
International Orchestra. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam.
Now, some of you might be wondering how I came to be living in Canada.
After being royalty in Spain, should I tell them, guys? One night, when the palace was asleep, out of my royal chambers and into the garden I creep, and I wait until a appointed time and the moon is lighting the pitch, at which time my present friend, who looks just like me, arrives and we make a switch. Prince and pauper, junior and whopper, milk made up of silver and copper, under my own volition, I took a change of position. So next time you drool in the pizza line, remember slower pizzas for luscious. The king of Spain never rushes. Right?
I was looking for offhanded ways to improve us. Now I eat humble pie. I'm telling you, I was the king of Spain. Now I eat humble pie. And now I'm jamming with Moxie Frubus.
Once he was the king of Spain.
Building your business online takes effort, and when it's ready for the world to see, that's where Google Ads helps. Say you're an online fashion brand with this season's hottest hats. When she searches for one, your ad will appear alongside her Google results, making sure that what you offer is seen by the right people right when they need it. Have a new collection? Show it
So
off to your
next
customers
time
with
you
beautiful
drool in the
ads running on
pizza
the right sites
line.
all around the web. And when your brand has a story to tell, let the trendsetters know about it. Design, fabric, inspiration. Share it all in style with a video campaign.
Hello, Jess. Hello,
Your
Neil.
ads are always in
Liu,
control of
Quinn.
your ads and your budget. Plus, you can keep track of your progress
Yorayama.
with simple
And
That's
Melissa.
faster watermarking
MD
for you.
Ekbal.
More stylish hats
Barry
for
Fletcher. Liked Bare Bones Media. Thank you. Soon to be... I don't know what we're going to do with that, but we can't have Facebook shutting media down, and that's what that is. So I have to figure something out. 24 hours for what? You fuckers, you should never have done that. I own Facebook now, shitheads. All right. Terry.
Quinn, Melanie, Francis,
But of these there is not one to rival the
Nreth,
greatest genius
Snowflakes.
of them all. He's a megalo with a healthy glow. He's the man called Rush Limbaugh.
Let's hear it for Rush Limbaugh. He loves to create peace and actually no, he's all about. It's all about dissension with him. Pit one team up against another.
Has the world seen someone with such widely syndicated views?
Yeah.
Hundreds of years from now,
Remember the Pharisees? Oh fuck.
Cause he'll pull the plug on feminine Nazis, paranoid minorities and gays. He's a burning bush with a network.
We knew this back in the 1990s, right? But he hasn't really changed. Has he?
Oliver North is quite a nice man too. Forget Alan Tipper, let's bring back the Gipper and Joe McCarthy too. I was a troubled soul, consumed by voices advocating special interest groups and vice. Till Rush rushed to my sweet rescue. Now I'll never ever have to think twice. Never ever have to think twice. So we'll sign a check for Limbaughism, restore the moral fundamental core. We'll cut the debt and start a tet offensive on the poor. It's a blitzkrieg in the making. Everybody, it's distinctly upper class. Well, not everybody. Yes, sir, I'll get the door, roll the carpet on the floor. A man, for a man, such a man, for a man, with his hand up his ditto. Ask us the name of the king, it's Rush!
The greatest man in America.
Sad girl, taking every cue from every ad girl. Hopelessness is easy when it's a bad girl. And being good is only when you're a bad girl. Oh, sad girl. Or maybe you got every reason in this mad world. Sad girl, showing there is nothing you want to be, rejecting anyone who loves you truly, and holding that expression like it's a duty. Oh, sad girl, what is it that makes you such a beauty? Once in a while, to hold your head high, will leave you a sellout. Resigned to ask why, devoted to die. When everything that you've been told by any person that you hope with any happiness in life will give you every reason to lie. Sad girl, taking every cue from every ad girl. Depression is romantic when it's So bad girl, being good is only fair. You're a bad girl. Whoa, sad girl. Maybe you got every reason in this bad girl. Sad girl. Maybe you got every reason in this a man who sad girl.
Comes down to the firemen sometimes. Sometimes it comes down to the firemen. What do the firemen think about things? Huh? They've seen it all. I wonder what the firemen think. And the ambulance attendants. I wonder what they think. It's a mad world, man. It's pretty sad. Sad, girl. But you know what? That was yesterday. Today's new. Some people got to step down, though, right? For sure. For sure. A lot of people in various corporations, banks, shit like that. Oh, yeah.
Don't be shy. Get up and do your stuff. Do it, baby, yeah.
When she talks. Marcy Fruvis.
When she talks, I listen. It's something significant because you don't often. Words pass above. I remember every note. When she talks, when she talks, when she smiles, it's lovely. She handles the boys when the drinking gets ugly. I'll never understand how she's always in command when she talks. When she talks, I listen. A man should not be blamed for wanting to make her mine. But you can't define the girl. She's her, and I will never try. When it's time, I know she won't stay with me. How can just one man ever make her happy? I will never see lasting memory when she talks.
When she talks, I listen. What a nice day. Hey? Just hanging out. Melanie, hey. I see you there. Got something for you. Yeah. I got you an old camcorder. It did. Cost me $20, but man, that's all you need. I'm gonna invest in all these old camcorders. You can pick them up really cheap. Give you different effects every time. It's pretty cool.
You don't know her at all.
I don't know.
It's a dirty job, but they're very smart.
Or maybe I'll just do nothing for the rest of my life.
Jesus high on wine with turpentine.
Equally as exciting.
Daddy's voice like a
Because God knows I'm not going backwards. And I'm not going to watch it go backwards.
Where yellow roses
No fucking way.
bloom. A sacred mountain near Peterborough where clouds paint a picture.
You know there are sacred places all around the earth?
That they swallowed mom.
Do your research, RCMP. Do your research.
It's a dirty job, but they're very suave.
RCMP.
Jesus high on wine with turpentine.
Royal Canadian Military Police tortured me May 11th, 2020.
You run up and down the same hill.
It was quite a day. Beautiful day. The sun was out.
Your will.
And I was sitting in the park and they kicked the shit out of me because I wouldn't talk to them, which is my right. But I was peacefully protesting the fact that they were there, and they tortured me, held me for 10, 12 hours, and later tried to kill me again. Fair story? Absolutely not. But where do we go from here? Well, badges need to be turned in. Weapons need to be turned in. These people need to be stripped of all their power because they may be unredeemable, some of them. Others may be able to learn, relearn, unlearn what they think they know and then learn. You can only come to a place of understanding when you unlearn all the shit that you think you know. That's a fact. Jack. Well, he means business. Yeah, he means business.
It's a dirty job, but they're very suave. Jesus high on wine with turpentine. What are they doing in there? Have they got guns?
They got guns? Yeah, they got guns, man. Yeah, they got all sorts of weapons at their disposal. They don't fucking have to fill out paperwork for it. Fuck you. Excessive force. What do you do with those cases? You just throw them under the fucking rug? No more. We're done. You shitheads, we're done. These guys are violent people, and they need to be stopped. So, it's a fact. So we choke them off. We don't do business with them anymore. Government, you know, RCMP, police, city police, municipalities, governorships, premiers, prime ministers, presidents. Maybe we don't need to do that anymore, huh? I think that's true. The only way we go forward in an optimal way is without that, because it's flawed to begin with, and it's corrupt as shit. All of them.
Enjoy your stay, seafood day, surgeries that fight.
We know the ones that aren't corrupt. All of us know it.
Don't say no to the incredible medicine show.
Right?
Don't say no to the
Incredible medicine show.
double chin, we tucked in the wrinkles we can hide. Purple tea, chromium D, drink me on the side. Little fear when you look in the mirror gets bigger every day. It takes work, but it can be done to look 23 and 51. Don't say no to the incredible medicine show. Say no. Don't say no. Don't say no to the incredible medicine show. Say no. Don't say no. Na 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 na. Smoking mirrors, dogs and ponies, President of the United States and his cronies, clean and colorful, bright and ghoulish, round the view for the rain and the this is proof, a picture of youth, whose lips should last a while. Carrot juice, milk reduce, that creaking when you smile. Don't say no to the incredible medicine show. Say no. Don't say no.
Don't say no to the incredible medicine show.
Say no. Don't say no.
Don't say no to the incredible medicine show.
Say no. Don't say no.
Don't say no to the incredible medicine show.
Don't say no to the incredible medicine show.
It's YouTube Music. Download the app today and get a trial of Music Premium on us. Terms apply.
Media,
And the band
mainstream media. Whew. Got some answering to do.
as the helicopters were
Drunk on the lawn
drunk on the line
in a nuclear dawn.
nuclear dawn.
My senses finally blurred.
Finally blurred.
He was a rock.
The end, solid reminder. Couldn't deny a friend. We lived in the noise and the sweet amber poison, leaking up the skirt of the end. And we drink two gnarly dudes and some records, much like plates of black food. We filled up our faces, saw some far places, stood on the roof in the new, and the band played on as the helicopters whirred drunk on the lawn in a nuclear dawn. My senses finally blurred between poles. He said, we're like cows in the grass, rushing off flies, shades lounging around, standing up, falling down, till we're no longer opened our eyes, and we drink. Ever notice how drinking's like war? Cup of troops or the gums, to the end of our health, the campaign gets myself, armed with bourbons and scotches and rum, and the band played on as the helicopters were drunk on the lawn in a nuclear dawn. My senses finally blurred. Think of bombs.
We're poised on the edge of disaster, whether it's right or it's wrong.
We opened the window, played some Nintendo, sang a few bars of some pretty old song.
Irene, good night. Irene, good night. Good night, Irene. Good night, Irene. I'll see you in my dreams. Oh, to dream those impotent bones of extinction, flying graceful and free. None but the best, 'cause a man cannot rest till he's finally beaten his me. And the band played on as the helicopters were
Drunk on the lawn in a nuclear dawn. My senses finally blurred.
till the end. He passed out on the sun deck that morning, quietly saying goodbye. But I was so hammered, I sputtered and stammered, and told him he couldn't just die. He was a rock, went straight for his own Armageddon, face froze in a grin, ambulance flying in. I never drank again. Can't really call that a loss or a win.
And the band played on as the helicopters were drunk on the lawn in a nuclear dawn. My senses finally Clem had a daydream from heaven. Picked up the headline, his country was
Made up of singers and no more right wingers. He wakes up to homeless are stupid, welfare is stupid, private investments, efficiency, cool fiscal planning. Sounds like more Pat Buchanan.
back in his day job this afternoon. Unlikely he'll move down to Cuba soon. Reluctant to find he's stuck in the 90s again.
Again? Yeah.
Memories of the old days, 20 years goes a long ways. Challenge the system, relating is easy on a demo. Now they'll send it by memo. 'Cause there's no need for the peace sign, post-Republican peacetime. Join the parade, wave the flag, tell the world it's your lackey. Abby Hoffman was wacky. Riding the bike to his foreign car, burning his mind in his VCR. Reluctant to find he's stuck in the 90s again. Reluctant to find he's stuck in the 90s again. And he's lost. Don't you know what it's like to be lost and older? Tears on his shoulder. Real men are bolder. Soon I'll be 30.
I don't want to be 30. I got some big plans. Goodwill's got some big hands. With each new computer screen, the world tells me I am more green. I am a new Game Boy for the fun and passion. Just for the passion. Back in his day job this afternoon. Unlikely he'll move down to Cuba soon. Reluctant to find he's stuck in the 90s again. Reluctant to find he's stuck in the 90s again. White nights, rich guys, holding a big prize. Reluctant to find he's stuck in the 90s again. No.
Want to play that song you love? Find it on YouTube Music. We have official songs and full albums by your favorite artists. It's the new music streaming app made by YouTube. Download YouTube Music today and get 30 days on us when you subscribe.
Fucking
Terms apply.
Facebook, man.
We can take a trip up to the corner.
Facebook.
Corner's not too far.
The fucking worst.
I
They're the worst.
have a college pal who
Believe me.
says we can
Pay
pay
one price for two. Just ask for Roger at Video Bargainville. We can take the trip up to the corner. It's not too far, especially in the car.
It's a friendly store with nice
Nice
decor.
decor and lots of posters on the door.
Always got the camera in the newsstand, a free bag of popcorn in your hand. You're ready for the world. Not a band, but a fine selection of video land. Don't be too confused by the little reviews on the back of the box.
box, just pick up the boxes, all the boxes you can use. Maybe obvious videos in the land, maybe something foreign, maybe something banned, maybe something formerly banned. Perhaps there's something you can't watch with friends, or something that inevitably lends itself to shapely curves and bends of exploit within their friends. Perhaps it's New York, with Liza Minnelli and Mickey Rourke. No, that's not right. It was
Robert De
De
Niro.
Niro, everyone's favorite video hero. I have a college pal who says we can pay one price for two. Just ask for Roger at Video Bargain Bill.
Cheese? Yes.
So contrary to the desert sign, those patrons always please wine. The clerks don't mind, they're very kind. The only stickler has resigned in a courteous smoking section in the back behind the bulging exercise video rack. If you're tired, you can hit the sack with the new Ben-Hur trendy disco double pack. I have a college pal who says we can pay one price for two. Just ask for Roger at Video Bargain Bill. That's another story. Once we had a friend who was so extravagant, pissed off the video man. Soon there will be program your own TV, so they ask you to heed this final plea. Before it's all dead, you should rent more and enjoy video bargains galore. I have a college pal who says we can pay one price for two. Just ask for Roger at Video Bargain. I have a college pal who says we can pay one price for two. Just ask for Roger at Video Bargain. I have a college pal who says we can pay one price for two. Just ask for Roger at Video Bargain Phil. Now all of the planes have landed. The soldiers are in their beds. Smoke rises from their clothing, and sweet dreams fill their heads. Truth fades beneath a strange tease, when joy and sadness meet. A country rain on a city street. This life is bittersweet. The boy with the bloated belly hears today's trucks arrive. He puts down his baby sister and makes his way outside. Truth fades, leaves a strange taste, when joy and sadness meet. A A country rail on a city street. This life is bittersweet. Everyone's a novelist. Everyone can sing, but no one talks when the TV's on. The lightning flashed and the thunder rolled. Dark clouds filled the sky. A country rain on a city street. This life is bittersweet.
Would you like to write, act, make movies, come jump in? Create Together, now streaming, only on YouTube.
Down the line, shipwreck down the line, a B6 smirk in blue. Without the sparks or distributor caps, I'll slap them on as it slides through. 8 to 4 on the assembly floor, watching V6 Mercs fly through. I can drive, and she can drive, but this car's made for you. I like to buy her one. What you never gonna get? I like to buy her two, but you never find the right bijou. I like to buy her 3, but you're working in a factory. And I like to buy her more than this blue collar can afford. Down the line, shipper down the line, it's got a college of Unsurag. Last Christmas bash, he spent all his cash, flying Mr. Bewley with eggnog. He got the rain, and from what he says, you'll have that toughness paid off soon. I got the key, but my girlfriend, she's not getting off till Sunday noon. I like to buy her one. Where you gonna get the money, son? I like to buy her 2, but you never found the right bijou. I'd like to buy her 3, but you're working in a factory. Said I'd like to buy her more than this blue collar can afford. I'd like to buy her 1. I'd like to buy her 2. I'd like to buy her 3. I'd like to buy her more. In Darlington, like my darling one, she fills my thoughts each day. Half a mile from the cooling towers, I should hope that she's okay. I'd like to buy her 1. Where you gonna get the money, son? And I'd like to buy her 2. But you never find the right bijou. Oh, I like to buy her 3. But you're working in a factory. Yes, I like to buy her more than this blue collar can afford. What? Down, 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 down,
down, down, down, down, down, down, down, down, down, down, down, down, down, down, down, Darlington, down, down, Darling One, down, down, Darlington, down, down, Darling One.
Never had a girl to call his own. From the foolish quill comes a story tale of love and ill. And Romeo from the balcony too high ended up with second bill. And she loved him triplicate, left his heart a blank to fill, and lost his faith in immaculate when
Cupid became a villain. Yikes! 3-second rule. All right.
Institutional racism bears no resemblance to reality, not in police around Washington, as the city's mayor says she wants the out-of-state troops out of the District of Columbia. We're going to take you there live.
Military should never run.
Each
Or
year, Americans
police
waste
its own
$21
people.
billion by overpaying on car insurance. That's
No,
why I
no.
went to thezebra.com.
Been having it in
Because while
Canada
every
for
company
way too
claims
long.
to save you money on car insurance, The Zebra shows you who actually can. Compare car
Time to put an end
insurance
to
for
that
free.
practice.
Zebra.com today.
Busted? Original Gorilla Glue, of course. Works indoor, works outdoor. It's weatherproof, it's waterproof, it's versatile, and incredibly strong for the toughest jobs on planet Earth.
We're a different breed, aren't we? While others rest, we choose to work. Where others are content, we stay hungry. They may not see us coming, but we know exactly where we're going. You won't rest until you succeed. Neither will we.
Making your life a bit more effortless is the Lincoln Way. So as you head back out on the road,
Visible minorities here. The CBC's Alison Northcott is a story of a recent incident in Laval, Quebec, involving a black man and police.
Don't make it about just black people or gray
This video,
people or
shot last week, has been circulating online,
pink people.
showing Laval police pulling a man out of a car by his hair onto the ground. It's hard for Samuel to relive those moments. He spoke with CBC News. We agreed not to use his
This
last name
happened to
because he
me
fears
2.5
harassment.
weeks ago.
I'm from
The park right across the street. 6 of them.
Very hard for me, and I'm very stressed. I can't sleep at night too, and I'm even scared to go outside.
He believes he and his friends were pulled over because they're black. He says police checked their ID and told them to get out of the car, then eventually pulled him out.
Are they gonna kill me, or do I have to defend myself for them not to kill me or something? You know, like that's really what was on my mind.
Laval police say the car was stopped for erratic driving, that the officers told Samuel multiple times over several minutes to get out because they suspected there were drugs inside, but he refused. They say it wasn't racial profiling.
These fuckers always stand up for each other. There's no one to stand up for the victim.
Social
In
distancing,
that
and
case,
Samuel could
that
face
man right
charges,
there,
including
middle.
assaulting a peace officer.
The way he was treated by that police officer with such disdain.
Former police officer Will Prosper sees it as another example of young black men targeted.
You feel like you're excluded, and you just finish by developing a frustration of a system that doesn't do anything for you.
Nothing.
Nobody cares for you, and that's the feeling that we're having.
There's other people
here
though too,
having
buddy.
a driver's license. I've been intercepted over 100 times for random checkups. That's my life.
Renzel Dashington hosted a discussion about the video online and says for him it's brought up emotion and fear. He wants action from political leaders.
For every video that exists, there's 100 more you've never seen.
Samuel's
Yep.
lawyer says he plans to file a civil suit against the officers involved. Alison Northcott,
It's the only
CBC
way.
News, Montreal.
You have to. But who's
In
doing that?
Toronto,
How do you
the
do
police
that?
chief says now is the time to
Courts are all
confront
down.
anti-Black racism and restore trust within communities.
COVID-19
Here's Chief Mark
shitheads.
Saunders.
This
Do
recent
your
past
job.
around the world. and
That's
here
the
in
time
Toronto
when you need to do
has
your
clearly
job
shown
the
that
best.
the time is now
Show
over
up.
for incremental change. We as members of the Toronto Police Service are also grieving at the recent events, but we are hoping that as a community, we can all continue to work together.
Or not.
We will listen. We will
We do something
continue
different
through words
without you.
and actions to help restore any public trust that is fractured, especially when it comes to anti-Black racism.
How does a police service confront anti-Black racism here in Canada, and what needs to change? Tonight, we have a panel of police chiefs from across Canada joining me to discuss this. In Mississauga, Ontario, Peel Regional Police Chief Nishan Duriappa. In Halifax, Halifax Regional Police Chief Dan Kinsella. And in Ottawa, Ottawa Police Chief Peter Slowly. All three acknowledge anti-Black racism exists in Canada and acknowledge it as a problem. Chief Slowly, I'll begin with you. Why do you think there is so much anger toward the police from our Black communities?
The anger right now is spilling out in regards to incidents that have taken place in the United States, and now felt here in Ottawa, around this country, and around the world. And I recognize that from my own lived experience and from hearing from so many of my members who themselves have experienced levels of racism and bias and challenges based on not what they say or do, but what's something inherent in them. And we've heard those expressions in our community. In my 30 years in policing and 53 years in this life, this is not the first time we've seen this type of grief. No matter how hard we do, and certainly here in Ottawa, our commitment is to work as hard as we can to improve things. But no matter what we do, this is part of the human condition, and we will be challenged with this going forward as much as we have in the past. Goal for me is to reduce these incidents and to improve our ability to recover from them as quickly as possible when they do occur.
Okay, I want to ask you the same question, Chief Kinsella. Why do you think there's so much anger towards police officers?
Well, the recent events, particularly with George Floyd, have shaken all of us to the core, shaken our communities, and the very traumatic way that it was displayed. It is something that everyone is feeling right across North America. This is going to be a long journey, and we're going to have to stay the course. We need to take the time to hear the voices of those that are most impacted and continue to have the conversations that will be the first steps towards the action that we all need to take.
Okay, and Chief Duriappa, how about you and your force?
Every municipality
is behind all
every
this
city,
anger that
every
we're seeing in
town,
the
every
streets in Canada
fucking
as well.
organization
And
has to
how are your police
reevaluate.
officers feeling? What are they saying about what's going on?
Penticton,
Thanks for the question, Carol.
City of
I think
Penticton,
when
my
we
case.
have to be honest with the history that has preceded us. With
You have a
all
long
sorts of
list of
institutions,
criminal
and systemic
activity
racism,
at
anti-Black
the hand
racism,
of the
anti-Indigenous,
RCMP, who
and
you
anti-immigrant
endorse.
racism. Our region and Peel region has one of the
Who's
highest,
responsible?
racialized populations in Canada, and we know the
Speak up.
experience
COVID-19,
crosses,
you should be
I,
doing
as
your
a-
fucking
as a
job if it's
person of
actual
color,
crisis, you
know
shitheads.
that. It's systemic in a variety of institutions. So I think
Take
the
all
first
your
thing
fucking signs down. It's
the public
propaganda.
reacts
You
to
fucking know it.
is,
Take it down.
the
No, you
most
don't?
obvious
Okay, let
one
me
that they
explain it to
see
you.
is
Sit
public and
down.
police interactions. And
I'll show
as
you
a police sector,
in
have to
10
be honest
minutes
with the long
how that
history
is
that's
propaganda.
traveled and
COVID-19.
recognize that,
They
you
put
know,
a
as
bag
Saunders
over my
said
head.
earlier,
They
that
tortured
this
me.
is the platform, the catalyst for real change.
How much
And I
power
think a
does the
lot of
RCMP
frustrations
have?
are- I think the public has seen this narrative over and over again, and
Fucking tired of it.
Sector-wide change. And I think that's why you're seeing chiefs, not just us, but here across many provinces, say the opportunity is to really make some systemic change within the organization.
In
And
your
we can't do that
organization,
by
yes,
ourselves,
is right.
but,
So
really,
systemic
like
across the
Saunders
whole
said
fucking
it,
board.
It's the time to bring people together and actually make some
Find the compassionate people.
obvious
If they're not
change within our
compassionate,
organizations.
fuck them.
What is that change?
Tell them to find another fucking job.
Carol, can I just
Tell them to get a job at Walmart.
Well, I think
Go
Learn
ahead.
some
Yeah,
compassion.
I'll come back to you with that question, but Chief Slowly would like to jump in on that.
the time for change. I want to recognize the tremendous tragedy and the compassion we have for the Floyd family and all communities, all peoples who've been directly impacted by this. The time for change. I've heard that. I heard that in the '90s after the Yonge Street riots and the decision that came down after the Rodney King trial.
Yeah, we heard it already.
Heard that
It's
after
time
so
to
many other
change.
young-
Yes,
young
it's time to
people
change.
were-
Step down.
were
Yeah.
lost for reasons that could have been prevented.
You know those
by
people?
So many different things.
10%,
Yes, this is
20% of you?
another time to change.
Within your organization, you step up. You mop it up. It's not our fucking
A
mess.
group of great police leaders and community leaders, but there have been so many times for change. What I think was what resonated with me from Mark's
What
comments.
kind of system are we
was this
going to
is not
go
the
with?
time
The
for
same kind of
incremental
fucking
change. This is the
dualistic
time for
system that keeps
standard,
us arguing all the
as they say,
time?
Systemic, system-wide change.
Or do we do something
Policing
different?
across the
You want to
justice
know
system,
how?
across
Ask
the human services institutions that are not fully serving.
Ask someone who
human
knows.
needs, particularly those racialized and marginalized.
Because you might need some people like me.
Across this country.
Okay, well, let's talk about the specific.
Oh, really?
And Dan can
No, thanks. That's fine. I don't care.
As well, you need this
Find
first
someone else.
steps. Nish, you were about to go there.
Things are changing.
Chief Duriappa,
Things
what do
are
you think
changing.
Is the step that needs to be taken?
Sure. I'll apologize to Dan. Sounds good. I'll apologize to Dan and Peter later offline for stepping on them and taking a little airtime here. But, Peter's right. I think, first of all, our members are equally as disgusted by this. It's,
fuck.
it sets
I
them
hope
back
so.
in the course of their duties.
I hope
And,
so.
we're not perfect.
No one's really talked
There
to
are
me like
systemic
that, though, in
changes
my
that need to
town. I
happen,
think they're all
but
crooked right now.
I think
No
what
one showed
has
me any
historically
fucking
happened is we've
compassion.
always just focused on the response through training. And what we're really talking about is a human rights centered focus and a change. And it really isn't,
They're
for
still
most of
out
us,
there,
we would
dudes.
agree that it's
They're
the right
still
thing to
out there
do.
and they
So
still have
first
guns and they're
comes with
killing
the
people. I know they
acknowledgement to the
are.
public
They
that
have
we
to be. They try to
know
kill
anti-Black
me.
racism is real or anti-immigrant, indigenous. Then there's a meaningful
Indigenous,
engagement.
yes.
People use that term too much.
Interesting.
There's a usual policy guidance that really needs to change structurally within our
Fuckers.
service.
I'll
And
put
then
you
there's
down as
meaningful
Caucasian,
forward-going activity.
shitheads. Why would
when
you
people
say
are really
that?
push for
The only
data
thing you say to
collection
me when you
and demographic
bring me to a
because without
prison
that information,
against
how do
my
we
will.
monitor and ensure that our
It's
interactions
the only
are
thing you say.
disproportionate with
I'm gonna
certain
put you down as
communities.
Caucasian. No,
And
you
then,
fucking won't.
I tell my people all the time that if we're not
Put me
good
down
on
as
the inside,
indigenous.
we're not good on
I live on the
outside.
fucking
And for me,
planet,
that means,
senor.
Org culture change, right?
Senor
right from the
frog?
start, when we enter our sector to make sure that our interaction points, whether it be implicit bias or empathy-based training, are all really seeded into what we do. And then it has to be sustainable. So,
I don't think
those
some
tenets
people
are the
can
ones that
learn
really
sympathy,
what need
man.
to be formed
Some of these
upon.
guys gotta go. A
in
lot
my
of them.
perspective, some significant
6 of them
change,
at least
within
here,
police services.
if not
And that's
10 to
what-
20.
That's what we're talking about a lot right now when we see this.
I
the
walked
case
through a
of
sea of them,
George
man.
and others here in Canada and
I
the
should be
United
dead.
States, and making sure the actions are not
They wanted me
disproportionate,
dead.
which is what the public is seeing. So let me ask
Why
you
doesn't
straight
anybody
up:
fucking?
are police officers suspicious of black men?
We're listening, man. We're
Chief
listening. We believe it. We believe it. I know you do. I know. I know
Well,
you do.
Certainly, the nature of law
But the people
enforcement,
that can actually
creates
do
interactions
something, like
with,
media
a number of people in the
or
community. For me
like
and
the
for
city
my
hall
members, it all starts
or
with communication.
like the
We
law
delivered an
system.
apology back
like
in
the-
November
who-
as an acknowledgement.
Who's the
Those
attorney?
acknowledgements are
Ministry of
important to
Attorney
build on
General.
and move forward
What?
on.
Who's that?
And I think
In my
that,
town.
as long as
Who
we're
can I talk to?
communicating and
Who-
continue to communicate and
Who polices the police in our
respect
town? The
everyone
military
that,
police.
we deal with. And one of
Nobody.
the things that we always talk about here is
And I want my
all
footage in that jail
interactions
cell
being
because I'm
legitimate
representing
and
myself. I can't
bias-free,
fucking
being
avoid it.
able to explain why
Is that
you're
how you
doing
do
what you're
business
doing
now?
and ensuring
How
that,
about you take a slam
bias
dunk,
does not,
a slam
creep in
dunk
on
case
anything
because
we
I
do,
have
while we
every
acknowledge
evidence to
anti-black
back up my
racism
story.
and continually
There's only one
try
story.
to
It's
take,
mine.
actions
They got it on file.
that build
You know,
trust and
what was I
recognize
charged with? Nothing.
that there
How
will
did
be
I end up?
setbacks.
Bloody
And
fucking
the case
mess.
of
For
George
doing
Floyd
what?
certainly is a
Nothing.
setback, but we'll continue to move forward and keep the communication going.
Chief Slowly, what do you think? Do you think that police are inherently suspicious of black men?
The police are inherently focused on law enforcement. I think that's a huge part of the problem. I don't say individual police officers in our front line. They do the very best they can, and I'm very proud of the men and women that work for me. But if we set ourselves up as a law enforcement agency, as a force, if we see our role more on the protect side than on the serve side, satisfied then yes, when our officers go out in the public and interact, they will look for what law is being broken, what suspicious activity is taking place that requires an enforcement response. They will be in responsive mode as opposed to proactive mode. And I've long advocated for a rebalancing of our focus. We should be service focused first.
How about we don't
Protection
need you
orders.
anymore?
We should be
How
looking
about we
to prevent,
resolve all
not
our
solve
issues
problems.
within the community?
And
We
if
don't
take
have
ourselves in that
RCMP.
framework,
This is
we're more
the
likely in
worst,
our
man.
first interactions than anybody
Chief
to look
Peter
at-
Slowly,
to look
Ottawa
to-
Police
to look to
Service.
see how we can
Okay,
heal
so this is
and
a
hold
private
up
police
as opposed
service
to
for
hold
Ottawa.
down and enforce. And
Now,
I don't mean to use
the
that
RCMP
literally, but
is
figuratively,
federal.
but literally in the
They
case
all got
of
to
Mr.
get
Floyd,
out of towns
he
and
was held
cities.
down
It's a
for way too
military.
long.
Fuck,
He
if you
didn't
want
live.
to, don't get me
Chief
going.
Duriapa, I have to ask you this question. Do you believe that police officers are inherently suspicious of black men?
You don't think racial profiling is happening?
My always my answer to this question is that first of all, we have to acknowledge that the forms of implicit bias are real. If you're even within racialized communities, it exists. But the first thing I need to say is that our police service and every officer in this country takes an oath, and they take the oath to serve a community that is before them. And the hard
They're
work
not.
they do when they set out is
They're not.
aimed at doing that. But as they
They're not.
interact, and to Peter's point, if there's a law enforcement paradigm, the focus is certainly on
This is my daughter.
engagement of risk, and when the risk is in
She wants to have a
it
father at
manifests
the end
itself
of
with
this, right?
interactions and
Those
disproportionate
people with
communities.
weapons that
But
try
that
to
being
kill
said,
me, the police, the
we do know
RCMP.
that there have been individuals that have acted
Pretty cool if she still
based
had a
on
father.
racism.
You know what?
I
have nothing to fear. It's all documented.
You
You
see
can't
it in
even touch me.
Minneapolis.
But that was
That
shitty
being
that you
said,
did to this girl.
Peter is right.
Father
The
died a few
emphasis
times
on
as a
where
result
policing
of you
goes
and your
has to be on upstream activities. The original
Got a
intent
son
of
too, eh?
officers,
Son?
many decades ago was solely
Both.
law enforcement. Now
Equally
we're looking
loved,
at, 80% of what officers
equally
do is
amazing.
on mental health addictions, older adult isolation, youth exiting care. There's a variety of social issues that we're not.
I'm a fucking human
on.
being.
So the lens of us looking for
I'm a human being.
opportunities to orient and connect people
Photo
to
shoot.
services rather than meeting them in a point of crisis is the paramount thing that we should be doing. We can't, and it's kind of rooted in that funding question that has been recently brought up, is the emphasis where else?
Yes, well, it's interesting. I interviewed co-founder of Black Lives Matter in Toronto, Sandy Hudson, a couple of nights ago, and she had these suggestions for how police might change. Take a listen.
What if we were to create a new frontline emergency service where people could call a number and the people who would show up wouldn't show up with lethal weapons and very little training to deal with people who are having some sort of health crisis? You would have health experts show up or social workers show up who are well trained in de-escalating a mental health crisis. So much evidence to show that we could have a better type of service for something like a mental health crisis.
Well, yeah,
and I don't know
it's
why
true.
we haven't considered creating something new
If
where the
that's,
police have failed so often.
Let's not put
Chief
people in
Kinsella,
boxes.
what do you
though.
think? I'll start
Let's
with
be
you.
Very, very aware that
Well, we have existing processes in place to determine how our public services are delivered and what resources are put to the delivery of those services. Certainly, public input and other expertise input is very important. We're certainly open to any alternative that may assist delivery of services more specifically and more impactfully to help individuals in certain situations. And we would welcome any input and dialogue to best shape what those public services look like. And I think working together, we can find solutions.
I'm going to add one more clip into the mix here because I'm running out of time and I want this to be on the table as well. This is prominent Toronto activist Desmond Cole calling for, also Sandy Hudson was doing the same thing in that interview, calling for the police to be disarmed and defunded. Take a
Yes, disarmed and defunded. Yes.
Disarm and defund police.
Absolutely.
And give the money that we're spending on them, billions of dollars.
Yes.
To the actual communities that we always say there isn't enough money for services.
Right.
There isn't enough money for childcare.
Plenty of money.
Programs. You know why?
Smart
This is
man.
all with the police.
Listen.
And until we challenge their authority, we're not going to change anything.
Exactly. Challenge their authority. Please, everybody. Unchallenged authority,
There are mental health
if
workers,
unchecked,
youth house workers, youth
they
outreach
become
workers who are
monsters.
employed by police services across this country. I can
It's
speak
true.
of my previous employer, Toronto
They gotta
Police,
step down.
and that, and many other agencies. There are many models of integrated service
down.
delivery where the co-production of solutions in the pre-criminal space are taking place. Full credit to Dale McPhee, the former chief of Prince Albert in Saskatchewan, now the chief of police in Edmonton. Almost every single major police service across this country has some form
You know what?
of integrated service delivery model.
You make criminals out of people. Did you know that? RCMP, you make criminals out of people.
So
The laws you have to enforce, you make criminals out of people. Step down. We don't need you. Put the money towards communities. Bob's your fucking uncle.
Doing that, can we free up public funds for a more efficient, proactive upstream public service delivery model?
Welcome.
Absolutely, and that's where I agree with the previous speakers.
T in
that you showed in
space.
those
This is
clips.
my
There's money in the
space. My
system.
name's
It's
Tom.
being badly spent against the wrong priorities. It's not being shared across the integrated services of health, education, social services, and police, never mind the not-for-profit sector. I believe there's enough money in the system. I believe there's a lack of integration in the system and a lack of will and skill between all three levels of government to make that happen.
I think you
And
could
there's a
just
new generation
step
of
down,
leaders in
though. The
policing,
people with guns,
like
step
Nish and
down.
Dan,
No more
who are
weapons. Strip them of
open-minded and
all their
willing to
weapons
try
if
new
they want.
things, to
Then we
simply
talk.
start the
Then we
conversation
talk.
from the
Now we're
arbitrary
equals,
statement,
right?
defund and
Then we
disband.
talk.
I get the grief where
This
it's
is how
coming
you
from,
treat
and I get the
people.
sense of frustration from the decades as to why we're having this
This
conversation.
is where you
But
stand.
we defunded and disbanded the psychiatric
You work for the
hospitals
public.
and the mental health
So there's
institutions
certain
in the
things
50s
that
and
you need to
60s.
know.
And those people went into the streets without proper investments and thinking about the implementation of that downstream. And as Nish said, the majority of our
Right.
calls, our frontline officers, are dealing with our mental health and addictions, with no place to refer these people and little resources, never mind in policing.
God
anywhere
forbid
else.
you have a
Be
mental
very
health
careful
disorder of
about
some
any
kind.
suggestions around defunding, disbanding, without thinking
Then
about
they
the
put you in a
implementation of
fucking psych ward. And then you're fucked. Now you're dead.
Duriapa.
And Carol, if I can just top off Peter's comments, apart and aside from the legislated inability to take firearms or disarm officers from a public safety standpoint, that's a separate discussion. But if you listen to the spirit of what these individuals have said, is that they've all pointed to the same direction: is that systems need to be coordinated and changed. So, very recently, the provincial government adopted, the mandate for each municipality to have community safety well-being planning in place, which, in principle is that, health, education, justice, the police, everybody coordinates and closes gaps where we can orient to mitigate risk in the communities. If you take that to a grassroots level, is the same activity needs to happen. In a sense, they're absolutely right. We don't need to be the ones at mental health calls. However, we, along with our first responders, are the 24/7 people to call. That being said, getting the funds from us, we recognize that we represent a significant amount of municipal budgets. The pandemic's a real big pressure on municipalities. However, there are public safety issues on top of that outside
I feel
of
like
these
I'm winding
interactions
down
that
now.
require policing, and
I'm
to
just
have
getting
us less
started.
resourced will just go to make us less effective.
All right. That's our time for tonight. Peel Regional Police Chief Nishan Duriapa, Halifax
Take the guns
Regional Police
off,
Chief
please.
Dan
All the body
Kinsella,
armor, all the
Ottawa
guns,
Police
all the
Chief
spray,
Peter
every
Sullivan.
weapon
Thank you all
off.
for joining me.
That's a
tonight.
good start. Strip them of
Thanks, Carol.
everything. Now,
We'll be right back.
those 6, they fucking killed me. Believe it. People can die and come back. It's true.
Life feels different now because it is different. We've been with you, reporting on your strength and your
I've never lied.
resilience. Thank you for sharing, for being safe. And when this ends, and it will end, we'll still be here.
My superpower.
Right now at Tim's, you can enjoy 2 classic breakfast sandwiches for
You know,
just
when you
$5.
never lie, everybody
So you
can
get the
trust you
delicious
for the
breakfast
truth.
and the value you've been craving. Get 2 for $5 classic breakfast sandwiches today, only at Tim Hortons.
Taking care of yourself is an important part of active aging, and you've already formed some excellent habits.
I think that's true.
Like looking after your teeth with regular checkups, or booking an eye examination every year. So why aren't you getting your hearing checked regularly?
There's one undeniable fact.
Half of Canadians over the age of 50 are living with hearing loss. At Connect Hearing, we've helped over a
People
quarter
with
of a million
guns
people. and we can help you
are not
too.
equal to you.
Call this
They
number now
think
to
they're
arrange a
better than you.
complimentary hearing evaluation at Canada's most referred hearing health care provider.
People
We
who
have
restrict
convenient locations in your
people
community with the
to
most
not having
advanced,
guns think they're
discreet
better
hearing
than you.
technology.
They think that they need
Our
to make
licensed
those
staff can
decisions
answer
for
any
you.
questions and find a solution that fits your budget and lifestyle.
Well, what kind of guns you
Hearing
talking
loss
about there,
won't solve
Tommy?
the problem. So visit your local Connect Hearing clinic and discover why taking
Does
care of your
anybody
hearing
need a
is an
nuclear
important part
warhead?
of your overall health.
Does anybody need a nuclear warhead? Or a ballistic missile? Or a long-range rocket? Or maybe even a short-range for that matter? Who's your enemy right now? Oh, you need a pistol with a silencer on it? I can get you one of those. Okay, so what's that for? Are you hunting with that? Oh, you're hunting human, huh? What do you do? Does it matter? Fuck, do we do that now? Holy crap. Not a trial, eh? Shit.
Bring it with Triscuit.
Yeah, you might be right, actually. The law is pretty much shit, isn't it? Right? Military, put down their weapons, please. Put down the weapons. Join. You're the people that you represent. Holy shit. How many times do I have to fucking... Police. Take everything that you have off. Take your badge off. Take it and walk. With those people. Don't protect the banks. Don't protect those fuckers. Don't protect the government. Who are you?
When summer gives you more backyard time, DQ gives you
Dig
the
deep.
summer blizzard menu. New flavors like new.
Oh, it really pays well and the benefits. Yeah. Oh, you'll be lucky if you even have an economy left after you're done. If you go about business the way you've been going about business.
Anyway, how are you?
You'll be left with nothing. You think people are raping and pillaging the streets right now, throwing bricks into buildings and destroying property and setting police cars on fire, precincts or shit like that? They're doing it. You want more of that?
And in Canada,
Put your weapons
investigations
down.
and allegations about police conduct.
Equals, right?
We'll see you tonight.
I wonder if this works.
Ontario's
I believe it does.
Racism
It's a big trickle effect, especially if you get a few of other people doing the same thing. And we're all listening to the same thing, right?
Premier
Like,
Doug Ford went on to say that the province
things need
must
to
face
change.
its
We know
own
that.
history of racism.
I want to be very clear
Racism's a
today.
thing, but
There is systemic,
it's not just about
racism
black
here in
lives.
Ontario.
It's all lives,
History,
right?
And again, this
And
is
most
what
of
I was
us have
saying
been
the other day,
abused.
maybe got spun out of
The
context,
few
but our
have
history is
been
different
abusing the many
than
for a
the United
long
States.
time.
But we have our
So
own
it's a
history
bigger,
of
it's a
racism
way
here
bigger than
in
just
Ontario,
Black
and
Lives
it's been going
Matter
on for decades.
or Indigenous rights. It's way bigger than this.
60, 70 years. And
Whether
I know
you
people right now
self-identify
are
with being an
feeling
Indigenous
pain out there.
person
I
or
see
not, it's a
you know, I just
secondhand
have to go
thought.
in my own community up in Rexdale, and we must acknowledge the pain that we see.
And this guy,
we must acknowledge
Ford,
where it's coming from.
Yeah, you better
And
acknowledge
I can tell
it.
you, these issues are deeply rooted.
Deeply
They
rooted
stem
because of
from,
people and
a
things that
history
you
of
do.
racism and abuse.
Do not trust this
And,
guy.
we have to
Premiers,
correct it, but
they're
I
all
truly
corrupt as
believe
shit. They've been abusing
with
their
our
power
young
for
people.
generations. Some of them.
Ontario Premier Doug Ford. Coming up,
You can't
answers to
trust
your
Doug
questions
Ford.
about the coronavirus with infectious diseases specialist Dr. Suman
Giving you
Chakrabarti.
pandemic
What would you
news
like
every
to know?
fucking
Tweet
day.
me at Carol McNeil. We'll be right back.
Keeping the people at bay, instituting laws, curfews, and shit like that. Thinking about it, eh? How much power do we really have over these fucking people?
And the science
None.
behind the news in this quickly changing world.
You have
This
no
is
power.
The Weekly.
Step down. It's simple.
On the outside, there's intriguing design that has been meticulously
It's fucking simple, man.
striking sleek lines sculpted to catch the eye. There's craftsmanship in every stitch, artistry in every angle, thoughtfulness in every detail. But the most remarkable feature of a Lexus SUV is the safety of its passengers. After all, it's what's inside that counts. The Lexus SUV lineup. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
At Pizza Hut, we get asked, do you deliver? Yeah, we deliver. We deliver a feast for only $33.99 with the Triple Treat Box. Only from Pizza Hut. Now that's delivering.
It's a challenging market. You're well aware of that. Edward Jones is too, which is why we're here. Ready to listen and ready to help you find opportunity. Something we've been doing for many years in good markets and bad.
So let's talk.
Edward Jones, it's time for investing to feel individual. Even though we're apart, we're connected. It's awesome you.
It's just something I never really thought I could do from a distance, but you just need to trust the process.
And there will be moments when you question why you're doing it at all.
Okay guys, she's almost here, let's get
Because
ready.
you don't want to miss this thing.
I'll be there soon, sweetie. I wouldn't miss it for the world.
But the truth is, you won't. As there are some long-distance relationships that give you everything. So you can live your life and learn at the very same time. At Walmart, a lot of work goes into lowering prices on everything in our stores. Like this $1 pack of chalk. Because these days, it's more than just chalk. It's a chance to get outside. A message of hope. 30 minutes of mom time. And a super cool robot. That's why Walmart is committed to low prices, helping you stretch every dollar on all of life's essentials. And that's worth every penny. Walmart. Save money, live better.
There she was, just walking down the street singing. She looked good, you look fine, you look good, you look fine, and I nearly lost my mind. Whoa, I knew we was falling in love. Yes, I did, and so I told her all the
message to the city of Penticton.
Insurance Corporation.
Message to the city of Penticton. My name is Tommy Glenn Cowles. I live at the Beaumont Motel in room 240. I've been here for 18 years. I was beat up in the park and tortured by the RCMP, 6 of them, with 2 bylaw officers standing guard. So there's a fucking problem in this town, and no one's talked to me, and no charges have been laid on my end because they didn't do anything, right? So that's pretty hard to lay charges on somebody who didn't do anything. And peacefully protesting the fact that the RCMP were there in the first place, disturbing my peace. So they tortured me and later gave me a heart attack and tried to kill me again. Did, succeeded. You don't have to believe this because I'm still here, obviously, but I died. You want to hear the story? Please take my full fucking statement. Thank you. Not a partial statement. That's not a statement. It's not doing your fucking homework. It's not doing your due diligence. Where's the investigator of these things in my fucking town? Who do I talk to about this? Please, please. Tell me who it is. Anybody in my town. Who do I go to in my town to talk about whatever it is that I need to talk about? 6 RCMP officers.
With explosive growth as a distinct possibility.
Beat the shit out of me, tortured me, killed me. Oh, but you're still here, so you must be lying. Okay, don't believe that last part. It's all a fucking record. Go with what you know. Excessive violence? Yeah, fuck, you're right. Holy shit.
Were held to honor George Floyd.
Attempted murder. Nothing short of this for me. Nothing short.
His death has galvanized a worldwide movement for equality. At today's ceremony in Minneapolis, the eulogy was delivered by one of America's best-known civil rights activists. Susan Ormiston has the details.
It's time for us.
You know what being an activist means? It means acting, doing something, acting.
It was as much a civil rights revival here at a university in Minneapolis.
Who's this guy?
Reverend Al Sharpton, the
Al
civil
Sharpton?
rights activist, thundered a message to the crowd here to honor George Floyd.
I don't know what to do with that guy, to be honest with
over a
you.
week ago.
I don't know what to do with Al
Sharpton
Sharpton.
invoked the idea of a white police officer's knee on
He's
a
making
black
it
man's
about
neck
black.
has
right?
echoed
So it's a
down
business.
in history, and so
Black
this
Lives
is a
Matter,
rare
all this,
moment
all
in
these
American
things, they're all
history
associated with one
to
another,
reform
and
the
they
criminal
raise money
justice
for it and all that
system
kind
and
of
make
shit. So it's
better
business. I
country
don't
for
fucking care
all
about
its
businesses.
citizens.
All I care
Family's
about
lawyer,
is the
Ben
fact
Crump,
that the majority
said
of the
that what
population
happened that day
in
was
in
tantamount
civilization
to
now,
torture.
right now,
And
currently,
the three
the time we're living in
officers
is
who are
being shit
implicated
on
in his death appeared
by a
at
few
the same
people
time in the
that need to
Minneapolis
go
court.
at the top of
The judge
every
said they were
organization, from corporations
$750,000 for
to
each of
police
them.
to military to
They face
government to
charges of
fucking
aiding and
religion to
abetting
fuck
murder.
whatever it
Fourth
is.
officer is
Because they
charged
rise
with
to the top,
second-degree
they're not
murder.
doing their fucking job.
There was lots of
Yeah, I'm
singing
talking
and
to you
praising the
pastors out
Lord
there,
and really
not doing your fucking job.
celebration of Floyd's
You remember
life.
who I am?
Also a recognition, says Sharpton, that this death has
Fuckers.
changed things. He said he has hope. for
I'm
the
more
future.
disappointed in
Read the
you than
response.
anybody. Oh, okay, so now that really matters. No, I'm just disappointed. I thought it was
And he
different.
wrote people
Fuck,
not to
man.
let
We
this
talked about all
opportunity
this shit.
pass.
Now some of you are pastors,
Which was here.
reverends.
Will go to Houston over the weekend, where a formal funeral is planned for Tuesday. Susan Ormiston, CBC News.
Kid gloves with your fucking congregations. And then you fucking think, oh, let's get a Trump in there, and he'll stir up the situation, and he's going to give us Israel and all that shit, right?
1944.
That's a good
the beginning
trade.
of the end of the
No,
Second World War.
not really.
In honor of D-Day,
That's a
we
really shitty
recognize
trade.
the contribution of Canadian troops, and we thank our veterans for their service. And
No
remember the
forethought.
ones who didn't come home.
Thinking maybe 1-2 steps ahead.
Right now
Maybe.
at Tim's, you can enjoy two
You have to
classic
be at
breakfast
least
sandwiches
20,
for just
40,
$5.
100 steps ahead of
You can get a
everybody.
delicious breakfast and the
Don't
value
you
you
fucking
crave.
know that?
Get
You
2 for
get- you
$5
think you're gonna
classic
get away with
breakfast
that?
sandwiches today,
Really?
Only at Tim Hortons.
Well, you did get elected, and people are ignorant, and I don't know if they're as ignorant now.
SOS Children's Villages.
So,
Literally saving children's lives. And I've seen
step
it for
down.
myself. HIV and
Your
AIDS
whole
really
fucking
isn't
family,
in the
Trump
news
family,
much
step
anymore, but
down.
Let me tell you something.
Everybody that's been hired by Trump, step down. Because he's fired everybody else. Step down, you fuckers. And everybody that got a fucking court appointed, like, Supreme Court position
It's early morning and another day
recently,
begins for 12
Kavanaugh,
Joel,
step the fuck down because you lied to get it, you shithead.
Elizabeth, and their older
You know,
brother
when you don't tell the truth, when you don't tell a story and you know there's a story,
Their father died of
that's
HIV
also a
and
lie.
AIDS,
That's a
and
fucking lie, dude. That's the lie. That's the lie of omission.
There's not much you
Am I
can do
right?
for them now.
Omission. Still a fucking lie. All these people need to go down. The Dick Cheneys of the world. You know? The George Bushes of the world. That whole Bush family. The fucking Clinton family. All the fucking cover-ups and shit. What do you have to sell to become the president of the United States of America?
There's nobody here that is going to take care of them.
What do you have to sell?
Shouldn't be happening. And I know that there's
Your
things
fucking
that
soul?
about this. You can help. You can help
Right?
make a difference for just over $1 a day. You
Now I
can
got
help
people walking
sponsor
under me and they're going to the fucking park. And it's brilliant. Fantastic. Finally. People are just going to the park.
an education,
Doing their
good
thing.
food, and the
COVID-19.
of a family.
Propaganda.
Could you imagine your kids?
Propaganda.
This is pretty simple. You can help.
By your government.
Please.
Written for your government. The government that was purchased.
Say yes to letting the outdoors in. But when allergies attack, take Allegra.
It's not supposed to work that way because your vote should count, right?
Say yes to a breath of fresh air and get fast,
Nope.
non-drowsy allergy.
You know how you vote now? You act.
Canadians have been facing significant challenges. And
That's how
Canada's
you vote.
banks have been there to help with immediate relief.
You act.
With payment to
How do you want to do it?
helping millions of Canadians put their money
You
where
want to
they need it
participate?
most.
You're just going to
48
sit
billion in
back.
credit to help
Complacency is
businesses
not a
get their doors
fucking
open.
position,
And
is
millions
it?
in charitable donations to support diverse communities across Canada.
What do you do?
We know it's been difficult, but Canada's banks are working hard to ease
Canada's
the country's
banks are
payment.
doing nothing for you.
Committed to Canadians.
They are not committed to you at all. And the RCMP is more concerned about a bank than it is concerned about a citizen
Thank you for sharing. For being
that may have been a part of that bank at one time.
We'll still be here. With
And they fucked them around. including the government. So,
Ontario and Quebec account for more than 90% of COVID-19 cases in the country over the last 2 weeks. That's according to new data released by Canada's top public health officials. Meanwhile, the emergence of new cases is slowing down in some parts of the country. Officials are urging caution as provinces move on to the next stages of reopening.
as if we need more
Catherine Cullen has the
data,
details
and that's going
of
to
today's
fix
announcement.
everything. Shitheads.
Canada has made significant progress.
This lady's gots to go.
Signs of
She
optimism
gots
from
to go.
health officials, and they
Step
credit
down,
Canadians following
lady.
Public health advice.
Everything's coming together now.
This guy
I can
gots
see
to
it.
go.
Ontario
Ford
Premier sounded
gots to
positive
go.
today.
We have a new testing strategy.
Step down,
new
shithead.
tracing,
I don't know about you
tracking
fuckers.
and,
Shit
things
fuckers,
are
for
going
sure.
well.
But there are pressure points, notably transmission hotspots
Federal
in and around
COVID-19
Toronto
modeling
and
data.
Montreal. And while most COVID
We don't
cases
need
are
the
young
federal government
age-aged
anymore
adults, it's
because
mostly
it is
older
only
Canadians who are
propaganda.
losing their lives.
They don't do
People over
shit
the age
for
of
us
60 make up
at all. They don't do
90% of
anything.
deaths. Long-term care
And we've
homes
been
account
paying them for
80%.
fucking lifetimes.
And there have been other outbreaks in tight quarters.
What have they done for you?
like meat
Think about it. 80% of you.
That is
90?
an absolute
Fucked you? Screwed you around? This lady
got
gots to go.
Controlling the epidemic.
This
We
lady
don't
gots
know
to
to
go.
what extent racialized communities
Step
will be
down.
hit harder because there's still no national race-based data. And health officials warn the public has
Health
to
officials
remain
like this, I don't want health
These
officials
models
if they're
all
this
tell us
stupid.
that if we relax
If they're
too
this
much
fucking
or
stupid,
too soon,
we
the
don't need
epidemic
health
will most
officials.
likely
Step down.
return
You
with
step down
explosive
because you
growth as
are a
distinct
stupid person.
possibility.
And so health officials
Stupid
are reminding
person.
Canadians keep washing your hands and distancing
I swear.
because
I
lives
swear.
are at stake. Catherine Cullen, CBC News, Ottawa.
We receive thousands of questions
Stupid
from our viewers
or
about
in on
the
it.
coronavirus. That's why every
There's
night we
no
get
in
infectious
between.
diseases experts from across Canada to help answer
Stupid
questions. And
or
my guest
evil.
tonight is Dr.
You know?
Chakrabarty. He is an infectious
Claim
diseases
stupid.
specialist at Trillium Health Partners, and he joins us from Mississauga. Dr. Chakrabarty, welcome back to the program tonight.
Evening, Karen. Thanks for having me again.
Of course. This question comes from Stephanie. How often should I change my gloves? And how do I safely remove and dispose of
No,
gloves?
we don't do these questions anymore. COVID
This is one actually I've
questions.
been asked a
Because
lot
COVID-
lately, and I'm going to actually throw a curveball here. I actually think that people should not be wearing gloves in public at all.
Oh, thank
I
you.
know one thing is that
Are you gonna throw a curveball at it now, are you? We all know what to do with fucking viruses. What do we need doctors? Everybody in my family knows what to do with fucking viruses. Everybody. Everybody around me knows what to do with viruses. You know where the real problem is, huh? It's the greed, man. It's been that way the whole time. 2.5 years I've been preaching this on Facebook and YouTube and Instagram and whatever other fucking platform I can get my fucking hands on. Ta-da! Fix the greed. Replace it with compassion. You got a winning fucking chance, man. And then everything becomes a paradise after that. Everybody's happy. Everybody gets along. You know, if they don't, right? Well, they can just go be by themselves, alone, which is equally fine. Because God knows, I don't know. I need a break from this, especially this fucking apathetic town. Thank you. Thanks for showing up. Sorry. This is a story, man, it's my only story. It's my story, my life story. And it's come to a place, you know, the apex, I guess you would call it, the conclusion of my story. Because I don't know if I don't want to fight anymore. I was never fighting. That's the thing, but do I really want to put myself in a situation where I know I'm going to get killed one of these days? Again? At any moment, I could be killed, right? How long do you do that for? I'm retired, man. No, I'm retired. Fuck it. Right? I'm retired. I'm a retired radical activist, you know, sitting in the park not answering their one question. What's going on here? I think I'll just be silent here. You've already judged the situation. And then they beat you, they torture you, and then they kill you. They attempt to kill you. They've killed before, you know. Not me. Other people, many times. It's a problem. It's the biggest story in my town, and nobody's covering it except for me. That's a fact. Me and Melanie, my producer, we're the only ones. I think, in my town. Might not be. Is that true? Well, now they're starting to cover it, right? They can't get away from it. Fuck. Should have happened 2.5 weeks ago. When you found out. Police are getting away with murder. And there's a pack of them in Penticton. It's a fact, Jack. All right, it might be too loud. Yeah, do you even hear me over there? Okay. Doesn't mean sometimes I think I'm too loud and I want to do it. Yeah. Yeah. Perfect. Community. What's that about? Community. I like it. I like the starting to feel maybe like community. It's good. Thanks. Thanks.
It's rude to throw shade with your mouth full, Kim. Good food. Try Canada's #1 meal kit on makegoodfood.ca.
Noose in her hand. From the west, red Vajra, lion head, holding an iron chain in her hand. And from the north, dark green Vajra, serpent headed, holding a bell in her hand. These 4 yoginis of the gates will emerge from within your brain and appear before you. These 28 yoginis arise spontaneously from the play of the self-existing form of the wrathful Herukas, so recognize them. O child of noble family, the Dharmakaya appears as the peaceful deities out of part of the emptiness. Recognize it. The Sambhogakaya appears as the wrathful deities are a part of the luminosity, so recognize it. If at this time, when the 58 blood-drinking deities emerge from within your own brain and appear before you, you know that whatever appears has arisen out of your own radiant insight. You will immediately become a Buddha, inseparable from the blood-drinking deities. O child of noble family, if you do not recognize in this way, you will be afraid of them and escape, and so go on to more suffering. If you do not recognize in this way, you will see all the blood-drinking deities as lords of death, and you will fear them. You will feel terrified and bewildered and faint. Your own projections will turn into demons, and you will wander in samsara. But if you are neither attracted nor afraid, you will not wander in samsara. O child of noble family, the largest body of these peaceful and wrathful deities are like the whole sky. The medium ones are like Mount Meru. The smallest ones are like 18 of our bodies, one on top of the other. So do not be afraid of them. All phenomena appear as lights and images. By recognizing all these appearances as the natural radiance of your own radiance will merge inseparably with the lights and images, and you will become a Buddha. O child, whatever you see, however terrifying it is, recognize it as your own projection. Recognize it as the luminosity, the natural radiance of your mind. If you recognize in this way, you will become a Buddha at that very moment, there is no doubt. What is called perfect instantaneous enlightenment will arise on the spot. Remember, O child of noble family, if you do not recognize now and are still afraid, all the peaceful deities will appear in the form of Mahakala, and all the wrathful deities will appear in the form of the Dharma King, the Lord of Death, and you will wander in samsara with all your projections turned into demons. O child of noble family, if you do not recognize your own projections, even though you have practiced Dharma for an eon and are learned in all the sutras and tantras, you will not become a Buddha. But if you recognize your projections, with one secret, one word, you will become a Buddha. If you do not recognize your projections, they will appear in the form of the Dharma King, the Lord of Death, in the Bardo of Dharmata, as soon as you are dead. The largest bodies of the Lords of Death fill the whole sky, and the medium ones are like Mount Meru. They will come filling the whole universe. With teeth biting the lower lip, glassy-eyed, their hair tied on top of their heads, with huge bellies and thin necks, holding the records of karma in their hands, shouting, "Strike and kill!" licking up brains, tearing heads from bodies, pulling out internal organs. In this way they will come, filling the whole universe. O child of noble family, when projections appear like this, do not be afraid. You have a mental body of unconscious tendencies, so even if you are killed and cut into pieces, you cannot die. You are really the natural form of emptiness, so there is no need to fear. The Lords of Death, too, arise out of your own radiant mind. They have no solid substance. Emptiness cannot be harmed by emptiness. Be certain that the external peaceful and wrathful deities, the blood-drinking Rukas, the animal-headed deities, the rainbow light, the terrifying forms of the Lords of Death, and so on, have no substantiality. They only arise out of the spontaneous play of your own mind. If you understand this, all fear is naturally liberated, and merging inseparably, you will become a Buddha. If you recognize in this way, they are your yidams. Think with intense longing, they have come to invite me in the dangerous pathway of the Bardo. I take refuge in them. Remember the three jewels. Remember your own yidam. Call his name and supplicate him with these words. I am wandering in the Bardo, so be my rescuer. Seize me with compassion, O precious yidam. Call your guru's name and supplicate him. I am wandering in the Bardo, so be my rescuer. With your compassion, do not abandon me. Supplicate the blood-drinking deities with longing and say this inspiration prayer. When through strong unconscious tendencies I wander in samsara, in the luminosity of abandoning all fear, may the blessed ones, peaceful and wrathful, go before me. The the wrathful goddesses, queens of space, behind me. Help me to cross the Bardo's dangerous pathway and bring me to the perfect Buddha state. When parted from beloved friends, wandering along, my own projections, empty forms appear. May the Buddhas send out the power of their compassion so that the Bardo's terrors do not come. When the 5 luminous lights of wisdom shine, fearlessly may I recognize myself. When the forms of the peaceful and wrathful ones appear, fearless and confident, may I recognize the Bardo. When I suffer through the power of evil karma, may my yidam clear away all suffering. When the sound of Dharmata roars like 1,000 thunders, may it all become the sound of the 6 syllables. When I follow my karma without a refuge, may the Lord of great compassion be my refuge. When I suffer the karma of unconscious tendencies, may the samadhi of bliss and luminosity arise. May the 5 elements not rise up as enemies. May I see the realms of the 5 Buddhas. Say this inspiration prayer with deep devotion. All fears will disappear, and you will certainly become a Buddha in the Sambhogakaya. So it is very important. Do not be distracted. These words, however great the sins and however bad the remaining karma may be, it is impossible not to be liberated. But if whatever is done for them, they do not recognize, then they have to wander in the 3rd Bardo, the Bardo of becoming. So its showing will be taught in detail below. Most people, whether they were much or little adept in meditation, are very confused by fear during the Bardo of the moment before death, and so they have no means except this liberation through hearing. To those who have meditated a lot, the Bardo of Dharmata comes suddenly when their mind and body separate. Those who have recognized their own mind and become experienced while they were alive are very strong when the luminosity appears during the Bardo of the moment before death. Therefore, practice during life is most important. And those who, while they were alive, have meditated on the visualization and complete practices of the tantric deities are very strong when peaceful and wrathful visions appear during the Bardo of Dharmata. Therefore, it is extremely important to train the mind thoroughly in this liberation through hearing in the Bardo, especially during one's life. It should be grasped, it should be perfected, it should be read aloud, it should be memorized properly, it should be practiced 3 times a day without fail. The meaning of its words should be made completely clear in the mind. Its words and meaning should not be forgotten, even if 100 murderers were to appear and chase one. Since this is called the Great Liberation through hearing, even people who have committed the 5 deadly sins will certainly be liberated if they only hear it. Therefore, it should be read aloud among great crowds and spread afar. Even if it has been heard like this only once and the meaning not understood, in the Bardo state the mind becomes 9 times more clear, so then it will be remembered with not even a single word forgotten. Therefore, it should be told to all during their life. It should be read at the bedside of the sick. It should be read beside the bodies of all the dead. It should be spread far and wide. To meet with it is great good fortune. It is hard to meet with except for those who have cleared away their darkness and gathered merit. If one hears it, one is liberated simply by not disbelieving. Therefore, it should be greatly cherished. It draws out the essence of all Dharma. The end of the showing of the Bardo of Dharmata, called the Great Liberation through Hearing. The Bardo teaching which liberates just by being heard and seen. Sarva Mangalam. Respectful homage to the deities, gurus, yidams, and dakinis. May they cause liberation in the Bardo. In the Great Liberation through Hearing, the Bardo of Dharmata has been taught above. Now comes the remainder of the Bardo of Becoming. Although the Bardo of Dharmata has been shown many times before this, apart from those who were adept in meditation on Dharma and have good karmic results, because of fear and bad karma, recognition is difficult for those who were not adept or who were very wicked. So from about the 10th day onwards, they should be reminded again in these words. O child of noble family, listen well and understand. Hell beings, gods, and the Bardo body are born spontaneously. When the peaceful and restful deities appeared in the Bardo of Dharmata, you did not recognize them, so you fainted with fear after 5.5 days. But when you recovered, your consciousness grew clear, and the body like your former one rose up. It is said in the Tantra, with the former and future material body of the Bardo of becoming, complete with all the senses, wandering without obstruction, possessing the power of miracles resulting from karma, seen by the pure eyes of gods with the same nature. Here, former means that you have a body like your former one of flesh and blood because of your memories of it, but it is also radiant and has some marks like the body of the Golden Age. This is the experience of a mental body, so it is called the mental body of the Bardo experience. At this time, if you are going to be born as a god, you will experience the realm of the gods. And whatever you are going to be born as, jealous god, human, animal, hungry ghost, or hell being, you will have that experience. Therefore, former means thinking for up to 4.5 days that you have a material body of memories of your former one. And future means that after that you will have experiences of wherever you are going to be born later. So they say former and future. Whatever projections arise at this time, do not follow them or be attracted to them or yearn for them. If you are attracted to them or yearn for them, you will wander in the 6 realms and suffer misery. Although the projections of the Bardo of Dharmata appeared until yesterday, you did not recognize them, so you had to wander here. Now, if you are able to, meditate undistractedly, rest in a pure, naked mind, luminosity and emptiness, which your Guru has shown you, relaxed in a state of non-grasping and non-action. You will attain liberation and not enter a womb. If you cannot recognize, visualize your Yidam or your Guru above your head and feel intense devotion very strongly. This is very important. Again and again, do not be distracted. So one should say. If he recognizes this, he will be liberated and not wander in the 6 realms. But under the influence of bad karma, it is difficult to recognize, so one should say these words. O child of noble family, listen with undistracted mind. Complete with all the senses means that even if you were blind, deaf, lame, and so on when you were alive, now in Bardo state, your eyes see forms, your ears hear sounds, and all your senses are clear and faultless. So it is said, complete with all the senses. This is a sign that you have died and are wandering in the Bardo state, so recognize, remember the instruction. O child of noble family, without obstruction means that as you are a mental body and your mind is separated from its support, you have no material body. So now you can pass back and forth even through Mount Meru, the king of mountains, or anywhere except your mother's womb, Vajraseet. This is a sign that you are wandering in the Bardo of becoming. So remember your Guru's teaching and supplicate the Lord of great compassion. O child of noble family, possessing the power of miracles resulting from karma means that you now have miraculous powers resulting from the force of karma in accordance with your actions, not those which come from meditation or virtues. You can circle the 4 continents and Mount Meru in an instant and arrive anywhere you want instantaneously as soon as you think of it, or in the time it takes a man to stretch out and draw back his hand. But these various powers are unsuitable. Do not think about them. Now you have the ability to display them without hindrance. You can perform everything you think of. There is no action you cannot do. So recognize and supplicate your Guru. O child of noble family, seen by the pure eyes of gods with the same nature means that those who are going to be born with the same nature will see one another in the Bardo state. So those who are going to be born as gods see each other. In the same way, whichever of the 6 realms they are going to be born in, those of the same nature will see each other. Do not yearn for them, but meditate on the Lord of great compassion. Seen by the pure eyes of gods also means seen by the pure divine eye of meditation in real samadhi, and not only that which comes from the merit of the gods. But they do not always see. If they concentrate on seeing, they will see, but if not, or if their meditation is disturbed, they do not see. O child of noble family, with a body like this, you will see your home and family as though you were meeting them in a dream. And although you speak to them, you will get no reply. And you will see your relatives and family weeping. So you will think, I am dead, what shall I do? And you will feel intense pain, like the pain of a fish rolling in hot sand. But now suffering is no use. If you have a guru, supplicate him, or supplicate the Yidam, the Lord of great compassion. Even though you are attached to your relatives, it is of no use, so do not be attached. Supplicate the Lord of great compassion, and there will be no suffering or fear. O child of noble family, blown by the moving winds of karma, your mind, without support, helplessly rides the horse of the wind like a feather, swaying and swinging. You will say to the mourners, I am here, do not weep. But they will not perceive you, so you will think, I have died. And now you will feel great pain. Do not suffer like that. All the time there will be a gray haze like the gray light of an autumn dawn, neither day nor night. This kind of bardo state will last for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7 weeks, up to 49 days. It is said that the suffering in the bardo of becoming generally lasts for 21 days. This is not quite certain because of the influence of karma. O child of noble family, at this time the great tornado of karma, terrifying, unbearable, whirling fiercely, will drive you from behind. Do not be afraid of it. It is your own confused projection. Dense darkness, terrifying and unbearable, will go before you, with terrible cries of strike and kill. Do not be afraid of them. In the case of others who have done great evil, many flesh-eating demons will appear as a result of their karma, bearing various weapons, yelling war cries, shouting kill, strike, and so on. You will feel that you are being chased by various terrifying wild animals and pursued by a great army in snow, rain, storms, and darkness. There will be sounds of mountains crumbling, lakes flooding, of fire spreading, and of fierce winds springing up. In fear you will escape wherever you can, but you will be cut off by 3 precipices in front of you, white, red, and black, deep and dreadful, and you will be on the point of falling down them. O child of noble family, they are not really precipices, they are aggression, passion, and ignorance. Recognize this now to be the bardo of becoming, and call the name of the Lord of great compassion. O Lord of great compassion, my guru, the 3 jewels, do not let me fall into hell. Supplicate fervently like this, do not forget. In the case of others who have gathered merit and were virtuous and practiced Dharma sincerely, all kinds of perfect enjoyment will invite them, and they will experience all kinds of perfect bliss and happiness. In the case of those who are indifferent and ignorant, who did neither good nor evil, they will not experience pleasure or pain, but only ignorance and indifference will appear. Whatever arises like this, O child of noble family, whatever pleasures and objects of desire, do not be attracted to them or yearn for them. Offer them to the Guru and the 3 jewels. Give up attachment and longing in your heart. And if the experience of indifference arises without either pleasure or pain, rest your mind in the great symbol state of undistracted non-meditation. This is very important. O child of noble family, at this time bridges, shrines, and monasteries, huts, stupas, and so on will shelter you for a moment, but you will not stay there for long. Since your mind is separated from your body, you cannot settle down. You feel angry and cold, and consciousness becomes airy, speeding, swaying, and impermanent. Then you will think, alas, I am dead. What shall I do now? And thinking this, your heart will suddenly grow empty and cold, and you will feel intense and boundless pain. Since you must move on without settling in any one place, do not occupy yourself with all kinds of thoughts, and rest your mind in its basic state. The time comes when you have no food except that which has been dedicated for you to eat, and there is no certainty of friends. These are signs of the mental body wandering in the bardo of becoming. At this moment, pleasure and pain are determined by your karma. You will see your homeland, friends, and relatives, and your own corpse, and you will think, now I am dead, so what should I do? The mental body will be in extreme pain, so you will think, now why not find a body? You will experience going everywhere to look for a body. Even if you enter your own corpse up to 9 times, winter will have frozen it, or summer made it rot, or else your relatives will have burned it or buried it in a grave, or given it to the birds and wild animals. For a long time has passed in the Bardo of Dharmata, so you will find nowhere to enter. You will be in great despair, and have a feeling of being squeezed in between all the rocks and stones. Suffering like this is the Bardo of becoming. Even if you look for a body, there is nothing but suffering. So cut off your yearning for a body and rest in the state of non-action, undistracted. By being shown in this way, liberation from the Bardo is attained. But if, in spite of being shown like this, it is impossible to recognize because of the power of bad karma, one should call the dead person by name and say these words. O child of noble family, listen. It is your own karma that you are suffering like this, so you cannot blame anyone else. It is your own karma, so now supplicate the 3 jewels fervently. They will protect you. If you do not supplicate like this and do not know the great symbol meditation, and you do not meditate on your yidam, then the good conscience within you will collect all your good actions and count out white pebbles, and the bad conscience within you will collect all your evil actions and count out black pebbles. At this time you will be very frightened and terrified, and you will tremble and lie, saying, I have not sinned. Then the Lord of Death will say, I will look in the mirror of karma. And when he looks in the mirror, all your sins and virtues will suddenly appear in it clearly and distinctly. So although you have lied, it is of no use. Then the Lord of Death will drag you by a rope tied round your neck and cut off your head, tear out your heart, pull out your entrails, lick your brains, drink your blood, eat your flesh, and gnaw your bones. But you cannot die, so even though your body is cut into pieces, you will recover. Being cut again and again causes extreme pain, so do not be afraid when white pebbles are being counted. Do not lie, and do not fear the Lord of Death. Since you are a mental body, you cannot die even if you are killed and cut up. The Lords of Death are the natural form of emptiness, your own confused projections, and you are emptiness, a mental body of unconscious tendencies. Emptiness cannot harm emptiness. The uncharacterized cannot harm the uncharacterized. External lords of death, gods, evil spirits, a bull-headed demon, and so on, have no reality apart from your own confused projections, so recognize this. At this moment, recognize everything as the Bardo. Meditate on the samadhi of the great symbol. If you do not know how to meditate, look closely at the nature of what makes you afraid, and you will see emptiness which has no nature whatever. This is called the Dharmakaya. But this emptiness is not negation. Its nature is frightening. Mind with great awareness and clarity. This is the mind of Sambhogakaya. The emptiness and the luminosity are not 2 separate things, but the nature of emptiness is luminosity, and the nature of luminosity is emptiness. Now the indivisible emptiness luminosity, the naked mind, is stripped bare and dwells in its uncreated state. This is the Svabhavakaya. Its own natural energy arises everywhere without obstruction. This is the compassionate Nirmanakaya. O child of noble family, see in this way without distraction. As soon as you recognize, you will attain complete enlightenment in the 4 kayas. Do not be distracted. This is the dividing line where Buddhas and sentient beings are separated. It is said of this moment, in an instant, they are separated. In an instant, complete enlightenment. Until yesterday, you were distracted, so although so much of the Bardo state has appeared, you have not recognized, and you have so much fear. If you are distracted now, the rope of compassion will be cut off, and you will go to a place where there is no liberation. So be careful. By being shown like this, even though he did not recognize before, he will recognize here and attain liberation. If he is a layman who does not know how to meditate like this, one should say these words. O child of noble family, if you do not know how to meditate like this, remember the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha, and the Lord of great compassion, and supplicate them. Meditate on all the terrifying projections as the Lord of great compassion, or as your yidam. Remember your guru and the secret transmission name you had in the human world, and tell it to the Dharma King, Lord of Death. Even if you fall down the precipice, you will not be hurt, so give up fear and terror. By being shown in these words, even though he was not liberated before, he will be liberated here. But because of the possibility that he may not recognize and so not be liberated, it is very important to make another effort. So one should call the dead person by name again and say these words. These present experiences will throw you into states of joy and sadness alternately at each moment, like a catapult. So now do not create any feeling of passion and aggression. If you are going to be born in a higher realm, at the time when experiences of the higher realms occur, your relatives in the place you have left are sacrificing many animals dedicated for the sake of the dead. So impure thoughts will arise in you, and you will feel violent anger, which will cause you to be born as a hell being. So whatever is done in the place you have left, do not get angry, but meditate on kindness. If you are attached to the possessions you have left behind, or if you feel attached to them through knowing that someone else is owning and enjoying your things, you will get angry with the people you have left behind. And that will certainly cause you to be born as a hell being or a hungry ghost, even if you are going to reach a higher state. In any case, even if you are attached to the things you have left behind, you cannot get them. It is no use to you. So give up attachment and yearning for your possessions. Abandon them. Make a firm decision. Whoever is enjoying your things, do not be possessive, but let them go. With one pointed concentration, think that you are offering them to your guru and the three jewels, and remain in a state of desirelessness. When the Kankani ritual for the dead is recited for you, and the purification from the lower realms, and so on, are performed for your sake, the subtle supernatural perception resulting from your karma, you will see them being done impurely, sleepily, inattentively, and so on, with careless behavior without observance of the Samaya vows, and you will be aware of lack of faith and feelings of disbelief, sinful actions through fear, and impurities and rituals. And so you will think, alas, they are deceiving me, surely they are deceiving me. Thinking this, you will have great sorrow and despair, and on top of not feeling pure devotion, you will disbelieve and lose faith, and that will certainly cause you to go to the lower realms. It is no use but very harmful. So however impurely the rituals are performed by the spiritual friends you have left behind, think with pure faith and devotion, well, my projections must be impure. How can there be impurity in Buddha's words? These are caused by my own impure projections, like seeing the faults of my own face reflected in a mirror. As for these people, their body is the Sangha, their speech is the Holy Dharma, and their mind is the nature of the Buddha. Therefore, I take refuge in them. Then whatever is done in the place you have left will help you. So it is very important to have pure thoughts in this way. Do not forget. If you are going to be born in one of the three lower realms, at the time when experiences of them occur, your relatives in the place you have left are performing virtuous rituals free from sin, and gurus and teachers are practicing holy dharma with absolute purity of body, speech, and mind. So you will feel great joy in seeing them, and that will immediately cause you to be born in a higher realm, even if you are going to fall down into the three lower realms. It will be very helpful. Therefore, it is very important not to have impure thoughts, but to feel pure devotion without prejudice. So be careful. O child of noble family, to sum up, now your mind in the bardo state has no support, so it is light and mobile. And whatever thought arises in it, good or bad, it is very powerful. So do not think of any evil actions, but remember the practice of virtue. If you have no practice, feel devotion and pure thoughts. Supplicate your Yidam and the Lord of Great Compassion, and say this inspiration prayer with intense concentration. When parted from beloved friends, wandering alone, my own projections' empty forms appear. May the Buddhas send out the power of their compassion, so that the Bardo's terrors do not come. When I suffer through the power of evil karma, may my Yidam clear away all suffering. When the sound of the Dharmata roars like 1,000 thunders, may it all become the sound of the 6 syllables. When I follow my karma without a refuge, May the Lord of great compassion be my refuge. When I suffer the karma of unconscious tendencies, may the samadhi of bliss and luminosity arise. Say this prayer fervently. It will certainly lead you on the path. Be absolutely convinced that this is not false. This is very important. When this is said, he will remember and recognize and so attain liberation. But even though one does this many times, recognition is difficult because of the influence of much evil karma. So it is very helpful to repeat it again many times. Calling the dead person again by name, one should say these words. O child of noble family, if you have not understood what has gone before, from now on the body you had in your past life will grow fainter, and your future body will become clearer. So you will feel sad and think, I am suffering like this, so now I shall look for whatever kind of body appears. Then you will move about, backwards and forwards, towards anything that appears. The 6 lights of the 6 realms of existence will shine, and the one in which you are going to be born because of your karma will shine most brightly. O child of noble family, listen. If you ask what the 6 lights are, the soft white light of the gods will shine, and similarly, the red light of the jealous gods, the blue light of human beings, the green light of the animals, the yellow light of the hungry ghosts, and the smoke-colored light of the hell beings. These are the 6 lights. At that moment, your body will also take on the color of the place where you're going to be born. O child of noble family, at this time the essential point of the instruction is very important. Whatever light shines, meditate on that as the Lord of great compassion. Meditate on the thought that when the light appears, it is the Lord of great compassion. This is the most profound essential point. It is extremely important. It prevents birth. Meditate for a long time on whichever deity is your yidam, as a vision without any real nature of its own, like an illusion. This is called the pure illusory body. Then let the yidam disappear from the edges inwards and rest for a while in the inconceivable state of emptiness luminosity, which consists in nothing whatever. Meditate again on the yidam, then again on the luminosity.
Who were they?
Like this alternately, and after that let your mind too disappear from the edges inwards. Wherever there is space, there is mind, and wherever there is mind, there is the Dharmakaya. Rest in the state of simplicity and selflessness of the Dharmakaya. In this state, birth is prevented, and he will.
Who were they?
Buddha. But those whose practice was poor and who were not
private security of some kind, in black vehicles, patrolling the neighborhood.
To the entrance of a womb.
This is not. This is not how we do it. Things, do we?
One should call the dead person by
Who are
name
these
and
people?
say these
What kind of
words.
authority do they
O
have?
child of noble family, if you have not recognized what has gone
They're driving
before,
around with shit.
now you will feel that you are moving
They got
upwards
bats?
or
What?
across or downwards by the force of karma. So at this
Who
moment,
are those
meditate
people in
on the
black
Lord of great
vehicles?
compassion. Remember. Then you
Is
will
that
have an
RCMP?
experience like that which was described before. Of
Or is that
whirlwinds,
private security? I don't know.
snowstorms, and hailstorms,
Who is it?
darkness closing around.
Why are they roaming our fucking communities?
Escape from them. Those without
RCMP
merit will
fucking
feel that
needs
they are
to step
escaping from
down.
a place of suffering. But
Yeah,
those with merit
I think
will feel
so.
that they are arriving at a place of joy. At this time, O child of noble family,
Right?
all the signs of the country and place where you are going to be born will appear. So now listen without distraction. There are many very profound essential points of instruction. Although you have not understood these secrets of recognition before, even one whose practice was very poor will get the point here, so listen. At this time, it is very important to take great care with the method of closing the entrance of the womb. There are 2 methods: stopping the person who is entering, and closing the womb entrance which is being entered. This is the instruction for stopping the person who is entering. O child of noble family, clearly visualize whichever deity is your yidam as a vision with no real nature of its own, like an illusion or the moon in water. If you have no specific yidam, it is the Lord of great compassion himself. Visualize him vividly. Then let the yidam disappear from the edges inwards and meditate on the luminosity emptiness without any object of thought. This is the profound secret. It is said that by means of it, the womb is not entered. So meditate in this way.
Law enforcement in my
Does not
town is
stop you when
corrupt
you are
as
just
shit.
about to enter a
Corrupt,
womb.
corrupt,
There are
corrupt.
profound instructions for closing the womb entrance, which is about to be entered. So listen.
Very, very corrupt.
Repeat after me these words from the main verses of the Bardo. Now, when the Bardo of becoming dawns upon me, I will concentrate
What do you want
my
to do
mind
about that?
one-pointedly and strive to prolong the results of good karma. Close the womb entrance and think of resistance. This is the time when perseverance and pure thought are needed. Abandon jealousy and meditate on the Guru with his consort. Say these words clearly aloud and arouse your memory. It is very important to meditate on the meaning and to put it into practice. This is the meaning. Now, when the Bardo of becoming dawns upon me, means that now you are wandering in the Bardo of becoming. As signs of this, if you look into the water, you will not see your reflection, and your body has no shadow. Now there is no material body of flesh and blood, but these are signs of the mental body wandering in the Bardo of becoming. So now you must concentrate your mind one-pointedly without distraction. Just now, that one-pointed concentration is the most important thing. It is like controlling a horse with a bridle.
Who's in
Whatever you
control of this
concentrate on, you go
town?
about. So do not think of evil actions, but remember the Dharma, the teachings, transmissions, and the authorizations for texts such as this liberation through hearing, which you received in the human world, and strive to prolong the results of good karma. It is very important. Do not forget. Do not be distracted. Now is the time which is the dividing line between going up and going down. Now is the time when by slipping into laziness even for a moment, you will suffer forever. Now is the time when by concentrating one-pointedly, you will be happy forever. Concentrate your mind one-pointedly. Strive to prolong the results of good karma. Now the time has come to close the womb entrance. It is said, close the womb entrance and think of resistance. This is the time when perseverance and pure thought are needed. Now that time has come. First, the womb entrance should be closed. There are 5 methods of closing it, so understand them well. O child of noble family, at this time projections of men and women making love will appear. When you see them, do not enter in between them, but remember, when you meditate on man and woman as the Guru and his consort. Mentally prostrate yourself and make offerings with deep devotion, and ask for teachings. As soon as you concentrate intensely on this thought, the womb entrance will certainly be closed. But if this does not close it, and you are just about to enter a womb, meditate on the Guru and his consort as your own Yidam, who is Lord of great compassion, with his consort, and mentally make an offering to them. With intense devotion, ask them to bestow spiritual attainments. This will close the womb entrance. But if this does not close it, and you are just about to enter a womb, here is the third instruction on turning away passion and aggression. There are 4 kinds of birth. Birth from an egg, birth from a womb, spontaneous birth, and birth from moisture. Of these, birth from an egg and birth from a womb are similar. As above, there will be projections of males and females in sexual union. And if you enter a womb at this moment through the power of passion and aggression, you will be born as a horse, bird, dog, human being, and so on, whatever it may be. If you are going to be born as a male, you will experience yourself as male and feel violent aggression towards the father, and jealousy and desire for the mother. If you are going to be born as a female, you will experience yourself as female and feel intense envy and jealousy of the mother, and intense desire and passion for the father. This will cause you to enter the path leading to the womb, and you will experience self-existing bliss in the midst of the meeting of the sperm and ovum. From that blissful state, you will lose consciousness, and the embryo will grow round and oblong and so on, until the body matures and comes out from the mother's womb. You will open your eyes, and you have turned into a puppy. From first being a man, you have now become a dog. So you will suffer in a dog kennel, or similarly in a pigsty, or an anthill, or a wormhole, or else you may be born as a young bull or goat, a lamb, and so on. There is no returning here. You will endure all kinds of suffering from a state of great stupidity and ignorance. Circling like this around the 6 realms of existence, hell beings, hungry ghosts, and so on, you will be tormented by boundless suffering. There is nothing more powerful or terrifying than this. Alas, alas, those who do not have a guru's sacred teachings will fall down the great precipice of samsara in this manner, and endure endless and terrible suffering. So therefore listen to my words and understand this instruction of mine. Now the instruction for closing the womb entrance by turning away passion and aggression is given. Listen and understand. It is said, close the womb entrance and think of resistance. This is the time when perseverance and pure thought are needed. Abandon jealousy and meditate on the Guru with his consort. As above, you will have feelings of jealousy. If you are going to be born as a male, you will love the mother and hate the father. And if you are going to be born as a female, you will love the father and hate the mother. So at this time there is a profound instruction. O child of noble family, when passion and aggression arise like this, meditate in this way. Alas, I am a being with such evil karma that I have been wandering like this in samsara until now, to cling to passion and aggression. If I go on feeling passion and aggression like this, I shall wander in samsara endlessly and sink into the depths of the ocean of suffering for a long time. So now I will feel no passion or aggression at all. Alas, now I will never again feel passion and aggression. By concentrating your mind intensely and more pointedly on this thought, that itself will close the womb entrance. So the tantras say, O child of noble family, do not be distracted. Concentrate your mind one pointedly. But if, even after doing this, the womb entrance is not closed, and you are about to enter a womb, then it should be closed by the instruction of the unreal and illusory nature of everything. Meditate in this way. Alas, the father and mother, the great storm, the whirlwind, the thunder, the terrifying projections, and all these apparent phenomena are illusory in their real nature. However they appear, they are not real. All substances are false and untrue. They are like a mirage. They are not permanent. They are not changeless. What is the use of desire? What is the use of fear? It is regarding a non-existent as existent. All these are projections of my mind, and since the mind itself is illusory and non-existent from the beginning, from where externally do they arise like this? I did not understand in this way before, and so I believed the non-existent to exist, the truth to be true, the illusion to be real. Therefore, I have wandered in samsara for so long. And if I do not realize that they are illusions, I shall still wander in samsara for a long time and certainly fall into the muddy swamp of suffering. Now they are all like dreams, like illusions, like echoes, like cities have become dharpas, like mirages, like images, like optical illusions, like the moon in water. They are not real, even for a moment. Certainly they are not true, and false. By concentrating one-pointedly on this conviction, belief in their reality is destroyed, and when one is inwardly convinced in such a way, belief in a self is counteracted. If you understand unreality like this from the bottom of your heart, the womb entrance will be closed. But if, even after doing this, the belief in reality is not destroyed, the womb entrance is not closed, and you are about to enter a womb, there is a profound instruction. O child of noble family, if even after doing this the womb entrance is not closed, now it should be closed by the 5th method, meditation on the luminosity. It should be done this way. All substances are my own mind, and this mind is emptiness, unarisen and unobstructed. Thinking this, keep your mind natural and undiluted, self-contained in its own nature like water poured into water, just as it is, loose, open, and relaxed. By letting it rest naturally and loosely, you can be sure that the womb entrance to all 4 kinds of birth will certainly be closed. Many true and profound instructions for closing the womb entrance have been given above. It is impossible for anyone of high, average, or low capacities, whichever he may be, not to be liberated by them. Why is this? Firstly, because consciousness in the bardo state possesses supernatural perception of worldly things, so he can't hear what I say. Secondly, even if he was deaf and blind, now he has all the senses complete, so he can hear what is said. Thirdly, being continually overcome by fear, he is thinking undistractedly what to do, so he listens to what I say. And fourthly, as the consciousness has no support, it comes directly to wherever the concentration is directed, so it is easy to guide. The mind is 9 times more clear, so even if he is stupid, by force of karma, the mind becomes so clear at this time that it can meditate on whatever is taught. Essential points such as these are the reason. For the same reason, it is also helpful to perform the rituals for the dead. Therefore, it is very important to persevere in reading this great liberation through hearing for up to 9 days. Even if he is not liberated in one showing, he will attain liberation in another. That is the reason why not one, but many showings are necessary. Even then, there are many kinds of people who are not used to doing good actions, but who are extremely skilled in doing evil actions right from the start, and through the influence of many powerful veils of error, are not liberated, in spite of being shown and given these objects of meditation so many times above. So now, if the womb entrance has not been closed before, the profound instructions for choosing the womb entrance will be taught below. One should call on the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas for help and repeat the refuge. Then call the dead person by name 3 times and say these words. O child of noble family who is dead, listen. Although you have been shown with the instructions above so many times, you have not understood. So now, if the womb entrance has not been closed, the time has come to take a body. There are not one, but many true and profound instructions for you to choose a womb entrance. So understand and do not be distracted. Listen well with intense concentration and understand. O child of noble family, now the signs and characteristics of the continent where you are going to be born will appear, so recognize them. Examine where you are going to be born and choose the continent. If you are going to be born in the eastern continent, noble body, you will see a lake adorned with geese and ganders. Think of resistance and do not go there. Although it is full of happiness, it is a place where Dharma does not flourish, so do not enter it. If you are going to be born in the southern continent, the Rose Apple Island, you will see luxurious, beautiful dwellings. You should enter it if you can. If you are going to be born in the western continent, enjoyment of wish-fulfilling cows, you will see a lake adorned with horses and mares. Do not go there, but come back here. Although it has great pleasures, it is a place where Dharma does not flourish, so do not enter it. If you are going to be born in the northern continent, unpleasant sound, you will see a lake adorned with cattle or with trees. Recognize them as signs of taking birth and do not enter them. Although it has long life and merits, Dharma does not flourish there, so do not enter.
And to ensure that I'm
If you are
setting
going to be born
Canadians'
as a
interests
god,
as well,
you will
but
see
defending those interests.
many storied temples made of various jewels. If you are fit to enter them, you should enter. If you are going to be born as a jealous god, you will see beautiful groves, or what seem to be revolving wheels of fire. Do not enter them at all. Think of resistance. If you
Another
are
wall,
going to
eh?
be born as an animal, you will see
Another wall.
many rock caves and holes in the ground and strong huts. Do not enter them. If you are going to be born as a hungry ghost, you will see tree stumps and black shapes sticking up, shallow caves filled with blackness. If you go there, you will be born as a hungry ghost and experience all kinds of suffering from hunger and thirst. Do not go there at all. Think of resistance and persevere strongly. If you are going to be born as a Hopi, you will hear songs sung by those of evil karma, or you will have to enter helplessness. Or you will feel that you have gone into a dark land, black and dirt houses, black pits, and black roads. If you go there, you will enter hell and experience unbearable suffering, heat and cold, which you will never get out. So do not go into its midst. Do not enter at all, but be careful. It is said, close the womb entrance, think of the distance. This is needed now. O child of noble family, even though you wish not to go, you have no power to go, or helplessly compelled to go. From behind, the avengers of karma pursue you. In front, avengers and murderers drag you along. Darkness, hurricanes, violent storms, noises, snow and rain, fierce hailstorms and snowstorms that blow you around. You will escape them. Then in escaping, you will look for a refuge, and you will find safety in the luxurious house described before. Where rock shelters or holes in the ground, between trees, or in round cabins and flowers and so on. Hidden, so you will be afraid to come out, and you will perish. I cannot go out. This must change. You will become very attached to them.
Our Constitution mandates
you are afraid of meeting those terrors of the borders as you go outside. You feel extreme fear of them, and so you hide inside and take a body, however bad it may be, and will experience all kinds of suffering. That is a sign that demons and evil forces are obstructing you now, and at this time there is profound destruction. Understand?
It's time to heal.
At this time of terror, when you are helplessly pursued by the Avengers, you should immediately visualize with your whole mind Blessed Supreme Faruka, or Hayagriva, or Dipani, or Yuriyada, if you have one, with a huge body and limbs, standing in a terrifying attitude of wrath, which crushes all evil forces into dust. Separated from the Avengers by his blessing and compassion, you will have the power to choose the entrance of the womb. These are the true profound secrets and instructions of the O child of noble family, the gods of meditation and so on are born through the power of samadhi. A large class of evil spirits, such as hungry ghosts and so on, change their attitude while in the water state. Then they are able to appear in various illusory forms of hungry ghosts and demons, and are transformed into that mental body itself. The hungry ghosts who dwell in the depths of the sea and the hungry ghosts who fly through space, and all the 80,000 classes of negative forces and so on, have taken on that mental body by changing their attitude. At this time, the best thing is to contemplate the great symbol of emptiness.
Redirecting funding
from police
to other services. In Nixon now, with recent cases bringing those questions
at least do not be attached to these. Meditate on
man
the
staggers in the middle of the road Monday night, only to be knocked down by a police vehicle. Your safety officer behind the wheel now
O child
removed
of
from the
noble
community
family,
and under
if
two
you have to enter the womb in
investigations.
this way through forces of
In
trauma,
Brunswick, a well-being
instruction
call
for
last
choosing
night
the
ended with an
entrance
Indigenous woman shot to death after police say
do
she
not
attacked the
go
officer
into
with a
whatever
knife.
womb entrance appears.
Community in
If
BC
the Avengers come
grapples
and you
with
cannot
its
avoid
loss.
entering, meditate on Hayagriva.
And in Toronto last week, a
Since
black
you now
woman in
possess
mental
subtle
distress
supernatural
falls to
perception,
her death
you will know
after
all the
police
places
were
and
called
turns
to her
and make a
apartment.
choice. You have two instructions:
That death leading to
transference
calls
into
to
a good
redirect
realm,
police
or
funding
choosing an impure
social
samsara
services
womb
for black
entrance.
and indigenous
You act in
communities,
this way.
something known as defunding police.
Transference to a pure realm of space.
That's a good idea. We're
still
doing
how
It's
sad it
something
is
the
that I
mayor
still
of LA
remain
says
in the muddy
he's
swamp
willing to
of
do.
samsara
Cut
even
around
now.
$100 million to
For such a
address
long time of
needs of the
countless
black
ages
community.
without
No,
beginning.
not at all.
While so many others have
Not at
been
all.
borders have not been liberated. From this moment on, I feel sickened to samsara. I dread it. I'm worn out with it.
Today, the
Now
Prime
it is
Minister
time
was
to get ready
asking
to
for
escape.
consider a
So
similar
let's
measure
bring
for
about
the
a
OCMP.
spontaneous birth
We
in
need to look at what's appropriate in Canada, how we can best help Canadians, and how we can best address the systemic racism.
With this thought,
But the Canadian Police Association says
blissful
forces
realm
across
of
Canada already rely on specially trained civilian
or else
units
if you
for
direct
things like
intense
mental health calls
concentration,
more
one
than
point
ever
without
before.
distraction toward whichever realm you wish, to a realm of complete joy, or densely filled, or the realm of willows, or the palm tree mountain, or the palace of lotus light in Brooklyn.
Canada's police forces
You will
aiming to
immediately be
cut
born
their
in that
budget.
realm.
When asked
Or if you
point
wish to go
blank
into the
today,
presence of
Toronto's
Lord
police chief
Maitreya,
said to make such
enjoy
a
the
cut
realm,
at this
this moment in time
Concentrate on this
would be
thought.
naive.
At this moment in Bardo's state, the time has come for me to go into the presence of the Dharma King of my trail in the joyful realm. So I will go. Spontaneously enforce the lotus in the presence of my trail. Otherwise, if you cannot do this and wish to enter the womb, you'll find you have
This
to
video shot last week has been
instruction
circulating
choosing an
online,
unpure samsara
showing Laval police pulling a man out of a car by his hair
look
onto
at
the
the
ground.
consciousness you are going to choose with supernatural perception and
It's
into a
hard for
place where
Samuel
Dharma
to
flourishing.
relive those moments. He spoke with
If you're going to be
CBC News. He
spontaneously
agreed not
born
to
in
use
a
his last
filthy
name
donkey,
because he fears
you will
harassment.
perceive that fetid mask of sweet smelling, and you will feel attracted to it when you be born there. So whatever it is, do not trust it, and put an end to the signs of desire and hatred. Choose.
He believes he and his friends were pulled over
Again,
because they're
very
black.
important
He
to
says
concentrate
police
like
checked
this.
their ID and told them to get
I
out
will
of
be
the car,
born
then
as a
eventually
universal
pulled him.
emperor for the good of all sentient beings, or as a Brahmana in the great solitude, or as the son of a Siddha, or the family of a pure lineage of Dharma,
Laval police
or
say
a
the car was
family where
stopped
the
for
father and
erratic
mother have
driving,
faith,
that the officers
and
told
taking the
Samuel
body with
multiple
merit
times
and
over
benefit
several
all
minutes to
sentient
get out
beings.
because they suspected there were drugs inside, but he refused. They said
Concentrating on
it
this
wasn't
thought,
racial
the
profiling.
room should be entered. At this time, we should bless the name of the palace of the gods.
The men were ticketed for
Supplicate the
non-social
Buddha for the
distancing,
substance
and
of the ten
Samuel could
directions,
face charges,
and
including
Yidam,
assaulting a police
especially the
officer.
Lord of great compassion, enter the womb of the long.
Former police officer
It
Will
is
Prosper
possible
sees
to
it
make a
as
mistake
another
in choosing
example
the
of
entrance
young
of
black
womb
men targeted.
by seeing a good woman as bad or a bad one as good, under the influence of karma. So now again, the essential point of instruction is very important. This. Even if the womb entrance
He says
appears
until
good,
the
do not
system
trust it.
changes, young black
Even if
people
it
need
appears
to know how
bad,
to
do not
survive
think
those
dislike it.
interactions.
The true, profound, essential secret is to enter into the supreme state of equilibrium in which there is no great value,
Samuel's lawyer
acceptance,
says he plans to file a
rejection,
civil suit
passion,
against the
or aggression.
officers involved. Allison Northcott,
But
CBC
except for
News,
the few
Montreal.
who are experiencing this, it is hard to get
One
rid
good
of seeing
solution
bad
would be
unconscious
mandatory
tendencies.
body cameras for
So
police
to prevent
officers.
him
Well,
taking
Toronto's
refuge
top
among sinners
seems
in
to
the
think
fullest
so.
capacity,
Today he
lowest
endorsed
of
them,
love,
but the evidence
peace.
is something.
You
Thomas
cannot cut
Sankey.
off passion and aggression in this way. One should call the dead person again by name
For police
and
body
say these
camera
words.
video to tell a
O
story.
child of noble
Like when
family,
this officer
if
caught
you do not
children
know how to
falling out
choose
of
the
a
woman
building.
and cannot get rid of passion and aggression, whatever of the
When these
above
officers
experiences
were
may
reported,
arise,
Mexican
call on
man
the
was
name of the
apparently having a
angel
seizure.
and take refuge in him. Supplicate the Lord of great compassion. Go
So
on with your
in
head
Canada,
held
while
high.
the cameras are
Leave
rare,
up attachments
calls for
and
them
urinate
are
for the
becoming
relatives
frequent,
and friends,
especially
sons,
since the
and
recent
brothers
death of
who have left
Regis
behind.
Korchinski Paquette in
Cannot
Toronto.
help you.
It's led more than
Enter now the
85,000
blue light
people
of
to
human
sign this
beings,
online petition
with white light
demanding
for
Toronto
gods.
police use body
Enter the
cameras.
jeweled palaces
It
and
will
pleasure gardens.
install more accountability.
This should be repeated 7 times.
So this officer.
One should supplicate the Buddhist and for his
Canada's biggest municipal police
Barter
force showed
prayer
off the
protects
devices
from fear.
as they announced a pilot
Name
project
versus
a full
barter.
5 years ago.
And
Now, under
deliverance from
renewed
dangerous
pressure,
pathways
chief
of
says
barter.
officers will start
7
being
times.
equipped by
Then
September.
one should read
The
the
force hasn't
liberation of
chosen
the
them
bearing
yet.
which spontaneously liberates the
Those body
stardust.
cameras will help give
The daily
take
practice of
account of that
spontaneously
situation
liberates
in
the
those
unconscious
functions.
tendencies.
Most Canadian agencies have resisted, but in Calgary, all
Thus,
frontline
by
officers
acting
are
lightly,
equipped with body
yoking is
cameras.
the highest
Montreal's
interest
mayor
that the
wants to
objective
too,
consciousness
even
of
after
boredom
police
at
there
the moment
cited a
before death.
$24
You do
million
not have to
annual
wander in the
price
boredom
tag.
state.
For this researcher, a warning.
Knee-jerk band-aid solution right
Below
now. It's not,
them, if
it's
you
not going to change
experience
anything.
the
We're going to have
recognized
these issues
luminosity
going
of the Dhamma
because there's
Top,
problems
after
between
the
police and
bardo
the
of the
community.
moment
It's
before
not the
death,
body camera that can
and
fix it.
bypass
The
them
cameras
for
may
peace.
be coming, but there's much more that
Those
requires
below them
focus.
are liberated and
Thomas
twisted
Dagg,
by karmic
CBC News,
results
Toronto.
at one time or another when
6 weeks
peaceful
after a
and
mass
wrathful
murderer
projections
killed
appear
22
in the
people
bardo
in
of
Nova
Dhamma Top
Scotia, the RCMP
during the
released
following
new
week.
details about how the shootings unfolded.
As there are many
and
stages,
about
they
confrontation
will
that
recognize
played
whichever is
RCMP
appropriate to
constable
maintain liberation.
Kayla House.
But those whose good karmic results
Get
are
it?
great
Takes
will have
time.
many veils
The
of error
RCMP says
and
it
very
wants to
bad
set the
karma.
record straight on
Must wander
information
on
that has
down
been
to the bardo of
circulating
the
about the
community.
mass shooting. Last
But as
month,
there are many
Anandi said
showings,
witnesses
with respect to the latter, they will recognize one or another as the liberator. But if those with good karmic results are very weak and not recognize their events and are overpowered by fear, There is a series of instructions in turn for closing the womb entrance and for choosing a womb entrance.
Officers also
So they
provided
will
more
recognize
information
one
about this
or another.
crash between the gunman
And trusting
and
the
Constable
object of
Heidi
meditation, attain
They
the
said
highest
she
state
did
of
not
boundless
ram his
virtue.
fake RCMP cruiser, but rather
Even the lowest of the
collided with
low,
his vehicle
like
while
beasts,
he was driving
are
the
turned
wrong
back
way
from the lower
down a
realms
one-way
by
road.
the virtue
They
of taking
exchanged
refuge.
fire. She was
They
very
will attain
body
the precious human body
Still,
with all the
he
freedoms
killed her
and
and
good
took her with
opportunities.
He
In
also
their next
four
life,
other
with a
weapons,
holy
all
guru,
obtained
spiritual
illegally,
friend,
3 in the
so
United
they will get
States,
instruction
1
and be
in Canada.
liberated.
What I'll tell you
If this teaching is
is that,
received during the barter of
we
the
do know
tongue, the instruction prolongs one's
provided
economic results, like putting a pipe into a
to
water
the
tank.
The force says
It
it
is
is working
impossible
with
even
international
for
law
all great
enforcement
sinners not
partners
to
to
be
determine
liberated
whether
from
any
the
charges will be laid in relation
Why
to
is
how
this?
or if
Because during the barter of both passionate invitation of all peaceful and wrathful Buddhists
they
and
call
deities
it
and invitation of the tempters and negative forces come together. So just by hearing the teaching at this time, the attitude is influenced,
The
and they
Nazis say
attain
they may
liberation.
never uncover all of the
Influence is
details
easy
about
because
why
the
the
mental body
Nazis
is
went
no
on
basis
Iran,
of flesh and
setting
blood.
fires and
However
killing
far they
as
have wandered in the corridor
But
state,
they say they are
they
committed
seek
to
to hear
providing as
subtle
many
demonic
answers as
supernatural
possible
perceptions
to families
as they
and
come.
all communities.
This is extremely helpful, for then they understand, and their mind is instantaneously. It is like the device of a catapult. After a while, the street fire cannot be built by 100 men. But when it is put in water, it can take in barely from 100 men. It is like controlling a horse with a bridle. Therefore, one should approach all who have died, the corpse's presence, and should read this reminder again and again of the light thrust out of the nostrils. Meanwhile, the corpse should remain undisturbed. The observances of this
Lest we forget.
sacrifice for dedication to the dead. In the presence of the corpse, strength, very good.
Canada's been waiting for the risks of working with Huawei for more than a year and a half.
One should read this
Still,
continually
no
and learn the
decision.
word meanings.
Today,
from
something
heart.
new to think about the
Then, when
U.S.
death is certain,
Greenlight, the
and time
Chinese
death
tech
is
giant, to
projected,
help build Canada's
one
5G
condition
network,
allows one should
and risk
begin to allow
consequences.
oneself in
We'll have to
contemplation.
make an assessment.
If one is not able to do that,
Sharing intelligence
should
with
begin to
countries
put Dharma
who
Bond,
have
sister
Huawei
to
inside
read.
their most
Well,
sensitive
this reminder will
technology,
certainly
their
liberate
most sensitive
you,
national
no
security
doubt.
areas.
Washington argues
This teaching
Huawei
does not
is a
need any
national
practice.
security
It is
threat,
a profound
as
instruction which
forced to
liberates
act as a
just by
spy
being
agency for the
seen,
Chinese
heard,
government,
and read.
claim the company
Profound
denies.
instruction
There's no evidence
is great
that
sin.
the senior leadership of Huawei has particularly close
If one
relationships
does not forget its
with the
words
China
and
government.
terms,
But
even when
Canada's
being chased by
intelligence
7
partners,
dogs,
members of the Five
the
Eyes Alliance,
instruction
have
liberates
either
the
banned
barter of the
or are
wrong or
working to
dead.
remove Huawei from
One
developing the
should
next
put
generation
past,
technology.
present, and future with research.
The UK had
They would not
originally
find a
said
better
it would play
teaching
a
than
limited
this.
role, but is now reversing course
The barter
after the
instruction
US
which liberates
added an
human beings
additional layer of
profound
pressure.
innermost essence.
Washington announced
The great
dramatic
liberation
sanctions
of human.
targeting the company, which
This
will make
treasure
it harder
was
for
discovered by
Huawei
the
to secure
sitter
the supplies
Karma
it
Limpa,
needs.
We
a
continue to work
doubtful
with
dollar.
our security services and
May
intelligence
it benefit
agencies,
Dharma
the right
and all
path forward
sentient
for
beings.
Canada.
With the sanctions and
Sarva
pressure, Canada may have little choice but to follow its allies.
Canada is an intelligence-consuming country, and intelligence from the United States, we would be very much in that.
Here in the U.S., Republicans and Democrats both support a ban on Huawei and 5G networks, so that pressure will continue. Katie Simpson, CBC News, Washington.
New Brunswick has recorded its first death due to COVID-19. Until now, the province has avoided the worst of the disease. Up next, how the province is fighting a new outbreak.
Plus, Meghan Markle speaks out on the George Floyd protests.
You are going to lead with love. You are going to lead with compassion.
Her message to grads in her hometown, Los Angeles.
And the reason to march for this brother and sister.
Same parents, same opportunities, yet so many things are so different.
We're back in 2.
Closed captioning is brought to you by Canada Deposit Insurance Corporation. Look for our logo however you pay. CDIC. See how we protect your money. Dancing is the king step. Well, that's still there. Real tattoo artist. That's my daughter.
It's not crazy your whole life just because Dad died, okay?
Dad was a lot. And he was necessary.
You're reasonably disappointed in me. You're one of the few people who treat me like a person.
Dear what, homie?
The King of Staten Island on June 12th. Go to the kingofstatenisland.ca.
That she was just walking down the street saying, she looked good, she looked fine, she looked good, she looked fine, and I nearly lost my mind. Oh, I know we was falling in love. Yes, I did it, so I told her all the things I've been dreaming of.
A little bit about the history of the idea.
Techno Metal Post is the solution for any kind of residential foundation. Our hewable piles are engineered and guaranteed. Covered and installed in concrete and finished in any place you want.
It's done. The news is done. Done.
What does it happen?
Next.
What is
We learned something.
They do find that
Eat for speed.
And in our curiosity to find out how it's so they're replaced with this is space. They can be focused on that we just find
I sent it to your mom. You dad.
when we get down to that bit of the object, there is no glitter.
Because everything is better when you listen.
That's and so what happens means that all this time of the world, that's the only time. So then the whenever this happens, to the notion that the world
Streaming itself from the beginning
same
anytime.
sort of way as the
If you haven't seen the final season of The Magicians,
I've always seen that for us.
it's good.
Fundamental fun. Then what remains for yourself is the law that why
Final season will start anytime. Yeah, this program contains violence and coarse language. Your discretion is advised.
She did all that he can to the house. Especially after it was a notion because cubes all sit together on the front. Liquid, when you put up the that revolves. File made of like experiments. Yeah, I can't remember. They had some fundamentally what is influenced Western thought and still is. The idea that happened is some sort of fundamental consciousness. And so these things come into relationship. So if we are to understand something, we have to find out what are the laws governing relationships here. Now, you must understand first of all the principle about what laws of nature. We inherit the idea of laws of nature from our parents. certain way, clearly, on the theology of one. Jewish theology and Christian theology, which have entered very profoundly into the common sense of reality, have an image of the world which is quite basically political, and we'll go further than that and say it's based on the idea that the world is a construct evoked out of nothingness by the commandment of celestial kingdom. Now, there may be Jews in this room who are practicing the are practicing I don't want to offend them by because I don't suppose that anybody has come to this room who is either a practicing or Christian has what I would call a naive ego.
Well, this one was built by Ford.
The funny thing is about our idea of sex is that our the images the we use to describe have an extremely powerful and on our TV and on the way we live. After all, I was learning and that had a very powerful and in judging them, I love from the emotional point of view, it's distinctly very intellectual. God stands behind the king of England. And the king of England is the
SVT supercharger and racing.
somehow involved in various perfectly clear somehow involved with our understanding. Because the morning prayer to which it's expected
Mr. Shelby starts to
Almighty,
260
high and mighty, King of kings, Lord of lords, dancing on thy throne,
Finite people think you're smart.
Our most gracious sovereign Lord, King George, etc. And so this was a very concrete procedure. Rested on the road, into the altar, the children had the earthly symbols of the throne of heaven, made mutilations, and presented the this
I am
Now, these are things that brought out of that life. You take the rise. That's exactly the national attitude of God. But imagine someone coming into the culture where God is not
turn around and plug my ears when we're on the same page. What's the top speed? 230.
talking about 0 to 12. And places where they follow
It's a strong inside of the group.
show no truth. Many having to take all discourse why he has to have all the perfection. Why he has to be arrested right to watch lessons. It's not very US law. There's very strict etiquette. And if you start laughing, the judge will bang you out. All sorts of dialogue. Yeah, everyone has to be doing like on a parade ground. All the Marines lines up. I do. Flag, and I'm a very grim expression of it. So, in the courts of cases, we have to consider our things are afraid of one. They're also afraid of being attacked. So everybody has to kneel down. And if you kneel down or prostrate yourself, you're at a disadvantage. The king stands or sits in his throne with bodyguards ranged on either side. Like that, we've already got this. So, certain great Catholic cathedrals are called with you that they describe as a basilica. Basilica, the Greek basilis or basilus is king. So basilica is the court. Very trustworthy of God and speech in the Bible. King of Kings, or Father. The version A. Cyrus. The Greek word. Kyrios. That is one L. Come. So the gospel found in the Old as the phrase. 2.7. Title about so the rights that become associated with some extent are reflections of the great or the Catholic context of the ancient period. Cyrus' version, there are these and these are like Hammurabi, the universe is received as being ruled on a political background. Like that, so that Hammurabi in particular, Moses after was great lawgivers. They were the wise ones who laid down rules. They were the patriarchs who said, now this is the way everyone's got to behave. Somebody's got to be on this side. Since you can't all agree among yourselves as to what the rules can be, I'm going to tell you what. Since I have this guy around here, I got these brothers of mine who really come to it. We're going to say, this is the law, see? So, this is how we have got historically the idea that there is a law of nature. That somebody told nature somebody told, for example, one poet by Father Stephen.
It's already illegal in the United States. Well, Eurostep cars technically they don't even exist. Some kind of fraud that don't exhibit their own. He might be a top speed 207 miles an hour. You know, I thought you didn't go fast.
Yeah, but in the beginning, then we like.
Not a big mouth. Come on, man.
Yeah, so come on, and you're fundamental. So the quest of the law of nature is the quest for the true understanding of the word of God. For by the word of the Lord you have made, and all the hosts of the devil after you. In the beginning was the word was with God, the word was. What is that mean? If we could find out the word of this line to be in the idea, we could perform incredible miracles. That's why, for example, the name of God in the Bible is not to be uttered except once by the high priest. Talking of the apostles. Otherwise, that name, Yahweh in Hebrew, you don't really know how to pronounce. There's that focus stuff. Anyway, the polite way of saying that is that you know the word, you know the name of God. So all ancient ideas of magic were based on knowing the name of God. He said that there are 100 researchers and 99 are revealed. And the camel knows the 100th name. And so also, the person in what we now call biblical science are learning to reveal their name. Because if I know your true name, I can utter it and I now, you say, well, that seems very nice, right? But it is exactly the knowledge of
We made it even more convenient. Just order through app or web, pay ahead, and select our new front door drop-off delivery. Switch LA.
that is the time to understand.
Looking to simplify your skincare routine without
Underneath all the phenomena.
Try Olay Total Max for a 7-in-1 solution. Its unique formula is packed with vitamin B3, E, and C. In fact, a single pump contains more vitamin B3 than 50 cups of kale. Olay Total Max gently renews skin cells and is proven to improve 7 key areas of visibly healthy-looking skin. Save time and money on your skin routine with Olay Total Effects. Brand power helping you buy better.
Well, they have the idea that rock, our studio, BAC, our stage, is our base. By this, they fundamentally make vibration. Now, sound, see,
With care, like you do at home. Use Anjali Sauce for authenticity.
that
Sauce
is
until its first flavor.
right down there. Fundamentally, get what sound is all about.
Hi, I forgot to tell you I sent you a box, and they said it would take like 7 to 10 days. And I have a tracking number, and I wasn't sure if you wanted it. But I didn't think about customs. I've never said anything to Canada before.
Should be fine.
They said something about customs and that you'd have to pay on your end. I'm like, what the fuck for? Anyway, I didn't know how that works. If you don't have any money, I can try to Western Union your money so that you can. I don't know how that works. I paid for shipping. I think they should include it. That's stupid. Anyway, if you run into any trouble, let me know.
All right.
What else? There's a box. Forgot to get I didn't write down the old email, so I might need that when you get it, so I can keep working on it. Have a good day.
All right, you too.
Yeah, so there's a tracking number that I can track it once it gets to Canada, but I can't track it after it crosses the border. So I didn't know if you wanted the tracking number. Because I don't know where it's at once it passes the border. Da-dun-da-dun, da-dun-da-dun, da-dun-da-dun.
We'll figure it out.
I wish there was a way for us to spend more time.
We're talking about it in the present tense because all of this is still in shock. And I feel for you on that level.
Well, what should they do?
George Floyd to change. I can't.
I'm very sorry about the loss. And I hope that as counsel is relaying that his death comes to be so much more than just the circumstances of this.
But I can't be.
That it gets us to a better place of recognition, if only because of how bad this was. And I'm sorry I won't live through this. Maurice Lester Hall, thank you so much for giving us the truth and your perspective. We don't even have another way. I think we like it every time you said the trials and actually clarifying the issues. I wish you would think forward. Thank you, Chris. God bless you, Maurice. Thank you very much.
You won't not forget this.
All right, so
Even if it's just plain old age.
you can't be respectful away.
You also go off.
And
therefore, you can't say with that,
what you say, I'm going to go out and say, especially before trial, counsel,
I laid me down for the will.
but the man was in the car. The entire
Life being divided.
One of the reasons why it was in it on that. You have to ultimately recognize this. George Floyd was a big guy. He was a shank. Okay? He can't fit in a car. It makes sense. It wasn't. He was a mid-size. Why against that? Why back on the ground? Why in the cruiser? Why back on the ground? This is what has to be answered.
harmless prosecution. That is what fair is under the law demands. Correct. So we've got something that because for something so extreme to happen for so long that it's I don't know any background is trained. And if you recognize that it's never a bad problem.
They always do.
It is an inherently deadly.
They always do. No one listens. No one listens. Finally, someone gets caught dying. Fuck.
It is a horrible. It's just it makes sense. This ancient magic on the word taking part in the lives on what we
You're stupid. There's no pandemic.
There is a relationship. Details are all the data are not things that exist in the legal sense. Listening, she's here. Flower and family too. They gave it a shout of attention because it's the same issue. Phenomena. I know they're not things, so that's the case order on the but the universe is doing its stuff was so because we reaction have a
I'm not you want. I'm not sure that's true.
Various ways of understanding by principally regularity. Inconveniently enough, the sun does not go, does not have the earth surrounded in a neat 360 days. What was irritating coming? How to make a rational. There is no sugar in it. Because the rotations of the earth on its own axis do not need this rotation. So what we do is we over this rather hard elliptical path. The ideal figure for certainly is 360. Now that is also where we're putting a rope and saying this piece of wood and it comes now there are no inches. Inches are a method, a technique that human beings have invented. And so we can cut out these clots so anything. Well, originally it simply comparing the tracks with us by putting our $25 from us with nothing. And so many strands, for instance, on the hand was the fundamental idea. And this comparison of man's body and its regular shape, you see 10 fingers on either side. I mean, 5 fingers on either side makes 10. 5 fingers on either side makes 10. By stretching ourselves out, as it were, against nature, we measure. And the idea of this of measurement is the same idea as the idea of life. The law of nature is exactly the same kind of thing as a knife, or a hammer, or a saw. It is a way of thinking which enables us to fulfill our environment. By observing learning regularities. Then by making accounts, which is the process really of spending. Will it be regular next month? And the odds are that it may be. It's done it once this way, it's likely to do it again. So in this way, we predict the eclipses of the sun. We predict the phases of the moon. You measure, you count it, how often is it likely to pass the specific time. So it keeps on doing it seems to obey me, because now I can tell you any time it's going to come up. And if the other people around haven't figured it out, they think I'm magic, because I'm going to say to them, the moon is going to change to something planet. This is the thing. I'm making it happen. Details of court today. How I was told that confirmed the situation is as ugly as it is imagined. And he was pursued. That's the basic idea of the law of nature. Law of nature. And as he lay dying, is accused of killing. Importantly, so he that takes this directly to what it was most feared to be about. Like the lines of the investigator. But we project the odds on in order to measure the position tonight on the family attorney, Lee Merrill. Thank you both for stars on the scattered and very for being so patient. I know you two, and understand the need for perspective in that case for someone that's offended. Because there are so many people who want to see these things in a light that just doesn't stand up to the number. And for you, Mr. Moore, I'm so sorry for your loss. In accordance with the principles of the so we'll have to talk to you about this, but it matters to understand what you learned in court today about what Ahmad had to deal with. Then to help you a little further, and the words that came out of some of the things that reflected what was in his heart. It's like a day. What that means to you. You see, all of this one over there that looks like a ship. And this one there that looks like a car. This one there that by some extreme language can be made to look like a bird. And all these lines that have joined the constellations together are our ways of projecting atoms of space. So that we can see that if you look at the same pattern of stars, something completely different in space, there is nowhere where the stars really are. You can't see so in this sense, man in nature with his extraordinary symmetrical brain and its amazing complications figures it out. And it's man who introduces the law. Hey, thanks for dropping it off. Thank you for me, please. So, in a way, first American car in the Daily Helm? Definitely.
You don't even have an invite.
Mars don't want to discover it race.
Nobody knows where the race is until you get the invite, so exactly where would you be driving off to?
Well, on the low, it's in California, you just don't know where. And you also don't want to drive any.
California's quite a big state, and you might remember that I'm a numbers girl. There's a driver's meeting the night before the race, and that means that you have 45 hours or less to get from New York to somewhere in California.
And your problem is?
We're going to get going. It's 45 hours of counting.
Whoa, hey, wait. You're not going anywhere.
And Ingram is not going to leave this car in the hands of an ex-con. Because that's the state of
Fluid contact with the other.
hours. 69 minutes left. That's good.
So this view of the world as something that happens by the mechanical processes of law and just to try to that is really big what you want to call that just follow me to God to do my love and skin down it's very just crazy.
Big shot gangster, put together crew. People told you not to improvise.
What's the plan? They took his job.
I ever steered you wrong. The story premieres this summer on Showcase.
It's the oversight program at the Red on warehouses of local inventory now. Some contributing to accidents just like that. $600 for instructions. Only $6.99. But this year, Butter Fabric Gel Box, just $7.99. Or this free test set featuring 1,800 pocket buttons and memory foam and latex. It's only $10.99. You save $500. Plus, get extras from $1.99. Saving you more. Canadians have been facing significant challenges, and Canada's banks have been there to help with immediate relief. With payment deferrals, helping millions of Canadians put their money where they need it most, $48 billion in credit to help businesses keep their doors open, and millions in charitable donations to support diverse communities across Canada. We know it's been difficult, but Canada's banks are working hard to ease the pressure you're feeling. Committed to Canadians, now and always.
Baby skin is absorbent. Her skin can actually soak up wet and super diaper doesn't. That's why I use Pampers.
Pampers tracks and blocks wetness away, keeping baby skin drier and healthier. The health of your baby's skin starts with the Pampers Hair Care.
Throughout history, humankind has come together to prevail in our darkest moments. This is a moment for pretty much the opposite. We're kind of letting go, saving humankind, by really not getting near it. Every generation has its moment where individual sacrifice makes way for the good of those who will come after. This moment was ours.
I drop the ball in the house.
Your skin tells your story. Care for it with Nivea Q10 Power. It contains a Q10 coenzyme identical to the one made by your skin to hydrate for visibly firmer skin in 2 weeks. Care for what makes you 100% you with Nivea Q10 Power.
Say, I let the ball go. It remains the law of gravity.
Just click on Ancestry Hint to get specific details that can add to your family story. Start your journey for free at Ancestry.ca.
At Reliance, we're professionals. We're an essential service, but we're also people. We understand that air conditioning, hot water, but you also need it safe. With Reliance, that is what we do.
Welcome to PokerStars.net, the world's largest multi-media.com. Play what you like, pay what you like. Discover the any terms of ever and lay out in the description alongside your life at PokerStars.net.
It depends also.
Maybe it'll be from jumping in the leaves, or playing with the cat, or jumping in the leaves while playing with the cat. You never know when your child will get an unexpected allergy symptom. For fast and effective relief of unexpected allergy symptoms, remember the drill, Benadryl. For over 25 years, Elmwood has helped seniors stay home.
So what happens must be considered not merely as a historical,
To us, it's personal.
but it must be seen in context. Context is terribly important. Because it isn't just when a thing happens that's important. It's where it happens. In what setting. So that you could say that my blood in my veins is in a certain setting. In a test tube, it's in a completely different setting. And in a test tube, my blood is not behaving the way it behaves in my veins. They're precise same thing. So, as an individual person, in one setting will behave in one way, in another setting, behaves differently. I remember when I was a child, I was one boy when I was at home with my parents. When I went to visit my uncle and aunt, I was someone different. When I was with my peers, I was someone quite different. Because I changed according to the setting. The children are very well. It's only as we go on, they see how you come to life. The outcome is sad. And so you want to have a consistent character. You want to be able to say it in all circumstances. You want to be ability to become flexible.
This program contains violence and coarse language. Your discretion is advised.
So what things are, therefore, depend on the context in which they're on their network relationship with everything else that's going on. And one of the reasons for this, which is going to lead us to something more profound and much simpler, is of course that the whole notion of a thing or of an event and of causal relationships between different things and different events is a purely abstract idea that does not really fit the facts of nature at all. In nature, in this physical world that you feel when you hold your head or hold somebody's hand, or the breathe in that world, on whatever. Sure. There are all sorts of wiggles, all sorts of lines, all sorts of colors, all sorts of surfaces, all sorts of forms. But they're not separate. Because you see, you can't separate an inside, what you are inside your skin, from the outside your skin. But you see that once, if there was anything outside your skin, there'd be no inside. It takes the outside and the inside working together to create a situation. Now, in the simplest way, the situation that I call my body will be operating as there around here to bring you. This physical phenomenon goes with the situation that we have. Now, true, it wiggles about inside the air in a complicated way, and other people watching say, something going on with it. Because the air you can't see. So you don't pay much attention to it. What you pay attention to is what changes rather rapidly. You say, well, that's and that. You say, hey, you say something. You see the change. What's that? He knows what you mean by a that. But that means something on the end of the physical. It's different, peculiar. See? That's a that. So from that comes the idea of a that, or a thing, or a that. But all these that's that are happening aren't disconnected. They go with each other just as I go with this surrounding area. And just as this whole situation is a complicated going with. Now here then we get to the fundamental idea, this idea of doing. From this we should be able to discover the whole notion of that. This is the idea I said at the beginning. It's extremely simple, but very difficult for people to hold to you in Western language. Now during we could call it relationship. These sentences, let me put it very straight. Consider yourself sitting here being just exactly the sort of person maybe a little sick of this situation. sitting here. That situation goes with, as back goes with, the entire situation. Now, you, as you are, exactly where you really don't know what that is. That goes with the way now it isn't that the way the rest of the bone is determining. Or if it is that, that's good. If it determines you, then we must also allow the other side of if you say, no, but I didn't actually help, it means to say, this is not a conclusion argument. The argument because you did not want this. Now listen, this is you say, now I got a system. See, I got a system. I got a real school, you know, thing that's very important. You should come and study with that. May not be mine, maybe something. Say, and you should come around and study. And I thought about it. Because every time get myself. And I realized that if I found this advice, I would spend my entire day doing exercise in preparation for my move. I don't know when I'll ever get around to that. You know, I have my half an hour yoga practice, 1 hour of Zazen, so much physical exercise. Much mental practice, and if I think this all through, I recall then another rule of thought will say, no, that's the thing you need to do. Just do one thing. Just, but then I say, now how am I going to choose which one I'm going to do? Well, he says, obviously, this one will be best. And before you know where you are, you're served up by some ridiculous fanatic.
With 8 police officers kneeling on his head, a man should not have died. Don Lemon, you should shame on your fucking. You should get 2 shots in your job. Step down. All you step
White police officers, knee on his head. That's the idea, really die. Because I know what you're doing. My own life is begging.
No, we can't stop protesting. Can't stop it. Can't be stopped. Shouldn't be stopped. So every federal government knows its place, that it has no place anymore.
This is the whole idea.
Not sure about that provincial government either.
Taking to the streets to protest the death of George Floyd. And the law
Or the police, the RCMP in Canada,
against people of color.
the OPP,
Apparently couldn't even be bothered to tweet about it.
Vancouver police.
Even as these scenes play out.
I don't know, man.
Can't be bothered to tweet about it. Instead, doubling.
Is it happening everywhere? Yes.
Tough guy.
That's our Shimon Peres. We're going to get to him in just moments as this chaos is playing out. Looks like right there in Midtown, right across from the Plaza Hotel. Tonight, the president is tweeting, "Don't burn churches in America." Even though it was his own photo op in front of St. John's Church after peaceful protesters were gassed at outraged faith leaders and showing his ignorance of history. You know who did burn and torch and bomb a lot of churches in America? White supremacist racists trying to terrorize black people. Read about it. Pick up a book. It's a known thing. But this president has some history.
You're all a bunch of shits, man. Media, government, all y'all's guts go. All y'all's.
Looking at it from the other point of view, I find it very difficult to see how.
I'm sorry, it has to go this way. But you brought it on yourself. You just hit an unarmed woman with a bat and pushed her 3 or 4 times with a fucking shield. You should be fucking ashamed of yourselves. Put your weapons down. Put the fucking weapons down. Get off your horses. The military is not going to save you now. That's a good move, military. However, who's got their hand on the button? Let's abolish the button, shall we? This president has to be overturned now. And it can't be replaced by a liberal. And it can't be replaced by another Republican. It has to be replaced by something else. Fucking stupid systems. And stupid people rise to the top. Stupid, violent, ignorant people. Why did we let this? Because we became lazy. Simple. Protest is necessary. It's how you vote. You don't vote every 4 years and think, "Oh, I'm voting, I'm doing a good thing here. It's not new." No, that vote doesn't count. You know why? Because you're voting for 2 pieces of shit between 2 pieces. One just smells a little better than the other. And you think that's a choice. No. Protest. Action. Do something. Say something. Pass the word on.
The universe around you is your outside, just as much as the organs inside you.
But that's just one bipolar, schizophrenic, depressed, multiple personality disorder guy has to say. It's just one guy.
rather than what makes it happen. Things aren't made to happen. Only if you insist that a certain event is quite separate. Then you can think of it being made to happen.
Why is CNN behind the line? Why isn't CNN with the people? Huh? Thousands of protesters marching in New York.
Then you see it happening and you don't see
Shimon Prokopech, crime and justice reporter. Crime and justice reporter. He's behind the line. He's not with the people. He's with the police, the ones that are committing the crimes. He's a crime and justice reporter. And he's standing with the very entity that is committing all the crimes.
The universe is just not seen in that way. It's not seen as anything.
Right?
It's not made to happen. It is what does happen.
The laws made criminals out of people. That's a fact. They made criminals out of businessmen. They made criminals out of us all. Fact. Step down. Defund RCMP completely. No money for people to have a place to live. These things are free from now on. You don't like it? Lump it.
On the other hand, in thinking of the particular relationship, the thing is explained not simply
Everyone deserves to have a house.
by its,
All the
that is to say, its
entities that go along with the house, like
relation, so that every event
access to the
comes
web,
in a network. Now, you will very well understand.
being able to communicate with their devices, equal platform for everyone. And everyone has the same technology. Not just government having all the really good computers and shit. They use it for military. Why? Shitty purposes. Stick with the fucking people. Both sides of the line, eh? Okay. DC no longer under curfew. Of course. No one's gonna listen to that anyways. You're gonna enforce a shitty rule that you can't enforce that, can you? You're gonna charge someone for a fucking curfew violation? You're an idiot. Step down just because you're stupid. Yeah. You're a stupid person in a high position. Step down.
Or like the three rings in the Valentine's Day symbol of the Holy.
That's just my opinion.
Take one of them away, and the interlocking is broken down for all of them. So, in the same way, the individual, although seeming to be
Oh, you shouldn't say that, Tom. You really shouldn't say that kind of stuff to people. But what if it's true? And no one tells them. You're not doing them a favor. You think you're doing them a favor?
a situation that arises only because
No way you're fucking doing them a favor. Step down, step down.
Take a very simple.
It's easy.
There is only one star in the whole universe. No notion.
Hand in your weapons, your badges, your doctorates. Yeah, you fucking shitty doctors, you too. Some of you. Whew, you're bad.
To take 2 stars, they can get nearer to each other or further away from each other. But no one knows which is which. Get 3 stars. Then you have, say, 2 close together. And one of them seems to go away. Now, what is moving away? Are the 2 stars saying, hey, we don't like you, we don't get out of the way? Or are they saying to the other star, why don't you like us? Why do you keep right away? Well, it's down to majority. Then they say, well, let's have an umpire. And we have 4 stars. Stand above us. 2 stars can only move in a straight line. 3 stars can
we've come this far. We may as well do something different. You know, if what we've been doing up until this point isn't working, then, you know. There are a lot of people keeping a lot of secrets from us, eh? Keeping us back from certain things. It's not fair. Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
Every individual is so related to everything else that's going on.
Or am I just crazy? You're gonna put me in a loony bin? The loony bin, the hospital, the psych ward. Never been there yet, but I know there's some people that they can make a case for it. RCMP. It's a tough case. It's a tough case. And considering you're not doctors and you're violent thugs. Open and shut case. 60, eh? Took 60 to beat the what out of me? Beat the indigenous out of me? Was that what you were doing? Were you beating the indigenous out of me on sacred land, you fuckers? Come on. What was it? What lesson were you teaching me? What? I'm Caucasian? You don't fucking know me. Tell me again what you know of me. You know nothing of me. But I know you.
You are a natural formation.
1, 2-dimensional thinkers. Love the violence.
But you are moving with it in just the same harmonious way.
You don't feel anything unless you feel pain. You don't feel anything unless you're administering pain. Maximum pain. You fuckers, you got together to do it too. That's the crazy thing. They come in packs. It's not just twos anymore. It's packs. But I digress. Who wants to hear about that anymore? Well, Melanie understands. So I'm not talking to Melanie when I'm... Obviously. Anybody who's heard my story, I'm not talking to you. Obviously, right now. RCMP? Oh, yeah. Law enforcement? City of Penticton? That's who I'm talking to. Fucking get your shit together. Step down. We don't need RCMP in our cities anymore. Defund them right now. Take their guns away. Lock some of them up for now because they're dangerous. These fuckers, they're very, very dangerous. I seen them. I saw all of them that night. Saw a few 3 nights afterwards too, didn't I? When you chased me into the woods to die after my heart attack that you gave me. You fuckers. Kick someone in the chest with your knee that many times? You think, who are you? Did you try to kill me that time? You did. Fuck you. Step down. Step down. Penticton RCMP, 6 of them in the park 2.5 weeks ago, right across the street from where I live on sacred land, right over there, right behind the Rose Garden. 6 RCMP officers kicked the shit out of me for sitting in the park, cross-legged, with my hands in front of me, fingers interlinked. No aggression was made towards them. They just decided to beat me, torture me, throw me in a cell, no medical attention, choking on my blood. Internal injuries, yes. Beaten, twisted, contorted, maximum pressure, pain, stepping on cuss, puts bag over head. Whew! How much more? That's only the tip of the fucking iceberg, right? Because it continued for 10 hours. How long do you think someone can survive what I've been through? I'll tell you, not many. I'll tell you, very few. I will tell you, no one in my town. Maybe a couple. Maybe a couple. Maybe a couple. Step down.
The situation of man in this
Step down. Protesters and police face to face in Brooklyn. Step down. No guns, right? Oh, good. No guns? No guns. I thought you were bringing guns. Why do you got masks on right now? Take your fucking mask off. That's right. Chief of Police has his mask off. He's going through. We're going through. Thank you very much. Thank you. Fuckers. Okay. Know your place. The citizens are who you are supposed to protect. Not the fuckers who got us in this situation in the first place. Bad business, bad government, bad banks, bad pharmaceutical companies, bad oil companies, shitty businesses.
And the one depends upon the other.
Greed.
You have difficulty in conceiving this as a lesson.
So short-sighted.
Because we have all been brainwashed by several centuries of put-down theories of man. That you are A, the wretched or subject.
We are more.
Disobedient to that of an eternal king. And B,
nothing short of a king. Nothing short of God. All. What do? You fight amongst yourselves. You treat each other like shit. You see someone who's down, you take advantage. You think you're better. You're always right. Well, end it. Today. Now. Just because the complications are endless and the hole is deep doesn't mean you can't get out of the hole right away. Did you know that? You are not your name. You are not a number. You are not your skin.
But beyond that, he's done a great deal of street.
Who are you?
About the.
I'm just the crazy man in room 240. Who are you?
And the situation of man in the universe.
Knock, knock, knock. I'm having a heart attack. Can you help me? Go back to your room. You're crazy. Wow. Wow. Hey?
But what he means by synergy is this.
Someone's having a heart attack. You tell him to go back to his room. He's crazy.
Every complex organism.
I can't breathe. Fucking shut your mouth. You're crazy. Guy's fucking dead now.
And with every complex organism.
He was crazy.
As an intelligence.
You okay? Did you have to beat the crazy out of him? Is that what happened? What kind of monster are you? You're the cure for crazy? You get out the electric shock therapy technique?
Is something that
Who the fuck are you?
on its own, whether you like it or not.
Psychopath. And they find each other. And then they find each other in positions of power. And then they think, hey, we can get away with anything if we all act together because then we all got each other's backs, right? Right, that's it. Right, yeah.
Will of itself say outlaw such lunacy.
People are watching, dude. If no one got video coverage of it, it was like in the fucking middle of the fucking day.
But will make us feel,
You know?
rather as our individual selves feel inside our bodies. He gives an illustration.
Royal Canadian Mounted Police, you know, the military guys, tortured me. Nothing short of torture for at least 10 hours. And then 3 days later, chased me up into the woods to die after a heart attack. And I jumped 2 fences, one provincial, one federal. I'll show you. I know exactly where I went. Why were these fuckers chasing me into the woods? To die. What did I do? What did I do? You gonna chase the crazy out of me?
Through radio and television, the noosphere is slowly realized. So,
Photo shoot.
is really talking about the same thing. The noosphere is the network of communication set up by technology. And so, for example, let's just take air transportation. As a result of jet planes, all centers that are in communication with each other by jet aircraft are becoming increasingly the same place. When you wake up in Tokyo, having come from Los Angeles or San Francisco, you are slightly in doubt as to where you are. Because Tokyo is an immense market. It's a mixture of Paris with Los Angeles, of San Francisco with Shanghai, of London, vaguely thrown in, and that's such a wonderful place. But if you live in San Francisco, you realize it's becoming more like Tokyo. Because we have a tremendous inrush of Japanese culture. We have superb Japanese restaurants. Go to sushi bars, that is to say bars for rice balls and raw fish. Beautiful, just like the bar in Tokyo. And increasingly, we have supermarkets that sell Oriental, African, and Japanese goods. And called supermarkets for the unusual. More and more people are laying down tatami mats and cooking over hibachi and using chopsticks and every kind of thing like that. So the point is that how near a place is to you is simply a factor of transportation. There are places in the United States. I was just in one, far out Indian area of South Dakota. It takes longer to reach than to get to Tokyo. Because it's further away. It's always good. For all practical purposes. So Fuller's idea is that by the year 1968, so soon, we have a one-town world. And it's coming fast. And as you will get being some problem with that, I've been to San Francisco, and it takes some time to catch up. And you'll try to burn off. But we'll get used to it. And eventually, therefore, we must add to this. Planes are very expensive. All governments have immense investments in them. And to work, they must be kept flying. Otherwise, they get out of order. So they must be kept moving. That means there's also a huge tourist business, constantly interested in shuttling people all around the earth. And as a result of that, it's going to be increasing the best interests. And politicians will find it harder and harder to stop it in the interest of having more. So what we are expecting news to from so far as
And you have to ask yourself at all times, what's going to be accomplished by this? He did speak on the broader issue of racism and racism more generally. I think it would have been remiss even allowing voters to likewise was on that. He would have been remiss if he didn't. But this specific criticism of Trump, knowing what the hell your career to use one word he is, I think you have to ask yourself what's going to be accomplished here. It's not as if other people aren't denouncing Trump. If you're dealing with a situation where you were dealing with a democracy, for example, where we don't on the outside of it, we don't know the will, that would be one thing. This is something where people are certainly denouncing Trump. You know?
so they can come to the very
I think he was wondering whether this would be a sort of very necessary including circles believes that the Prime Minister has penchant for the dramatic and that this was a planned response. The Prime Minister's official answer is that the Prime Minister was thinking about his answer and then gave it. And today he was asked about that a little bit, and he said that basically he takes his responsibility to Canadians seriously. And I think we can't forget what happened in the G7 in 2018, where the Prime Minister just had a regular press conference where in the background being the tariffs on Zealand and Lunia, he said it's still consulting with Canada and has worked with other countries, and then all else. So I think that there is a certain influence over financials when it comes to government, so nobody knows the president. It did though offer an
for an individual arbitrator,
opportunity.
it's very difficult to find out.
Silence is empty. The Prime Minister of Canada has to call out the hatred and basically being just county. And if the Prime Minister can't do that, then how can everyday people be expected to stand up?
I mean, obviously, we're not in government, so it's easier to point out these things, but if there's something
Totally. You know, like I understand that the Prime Minister would go the next day and say that part of the responsibility to Canadians, but he also has a responsibility
So
to
what you're saying is that the intelligence of the
someone call it out and name and
is more
for him to
intelligent
sort of shy away from that.
than any individual country.
With the image that he's trying to build for himself.
But
That
of
was
course,
sort
as
of
a living organism, you are not
this
more
shot, because I think he spent a lot of time
in
trying
the
to be
scanning
the other guy who will take all those answers. And that moment when he's completely went quiet.
he was sort of slapped around a bit today at Andrew Coyne by Alfred who said, you know, I'm not going to wait for my answer, but I'm wondering
He did speak, as I understand it, to the broader issue of the same racism, basically racism more generally. And he also took care, turned back to this, or to say that we cannot lecture too high on horse in Canada, maybe even slightly higher horse in the United States, but we have our own problems here. Some people took it to task with that. I thought it was entirely appropriate. I think this is the idea that we were making was that this is a far bigger problem than people want to admit. So I'd like to be able to dump on this.
I think Green Party leader, actually it's no longer the Green Party leader, Green Party parliamentary leader Elizabeth May probably said that she recognized this week that she has a role to play, but she's thinking about herself and doing condemning what we were seeing in the United States by the president. But the Prime Minister has a role to play as well, and that's when everybody knows each other's responsibility, and she was going to shy away from criticism, not just in treating her because because
She recognizes that their healing was unpredictable. But frankly, I think what is more concerning this week is that the Prime Minister would not.
Does what miners have had since Lansing. It supports bladder muscle strength to help reduce leakage and urgency.
Now, according to bright lights in the media, the country is in the midst of its 35th constitutional crisis, or is it the 40th? I lost track.
We are dealing with a lawless president. Orderly family is impulsive. He doesn't respect the Constitution. The serpent wrapped around the legs of the table on which the Constitution was signed threatens to swallow it whole. Our democracy stands on the knife's edge.
Now, you think those words of democracy would at least have a few questions as to what looks like a coordinated effort by former and even present military leaders to publicly undercut the President of the United States. Well, yesterday, former Defense Secretary Jim Mattis, he laughed at Trump saying at one point, we can unite without him, only by adopting a new path. Will we again be a country admired? That current Defense Secretary forgets for oversight history with his Commander-in-Chief over using the military to help quell riots. Joining me now is John Eastman, Claremont Institute Senior Fellow, Constitutional Scholar. John, now we have the former Chairman of the Joint Chiefs under Obama, Mark Dempsey coming out. It's all like a total coordinated coming out saying Trump is dangerous to even consider the Insurrection Act and using troops if they can't control the cities. What's this all about? And is this what my colleague Tucker Carlson said earlier tonight, tantamount to a slow-rolling military, perhaps coup?
Yeah, so one of the things that's absolutely clear, our Constitution makes the President the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. That means we have civilian leadership over the military in order to prevent a military coup. And that's just unquestioned throughout our history. What General Mattis, former General Mattis, seems to be doing here, because he didn't just exercise his place as a retired general with all the clout that comes, but he encouraged active duty troops to disobey an order from the Commander-in-Chief if they got it. And the President's authority here is clear. It comes from Article 4 of the Constitution. When we have an invasion or an insurrection, then you can call up the military. The insurrection piece is supposed to be based on application of the state legislature or the governor. But it is not limited to that in practice. Lyndon Johnson, for example, called up military troops to deal with the 1968 Democrat Convention riots. Eisenhower called up troops to help desegregate Little Rock, Arkansas, against the governor's wish down there. The other thing is, and I think this is important, Title 10, Section 253 allows the President to call up the militia or the armed forces to deal with domestic violence.
City Bridges closes down their bridges. Oh, that's beautiful, people. Beautiful. Who comes in and no way. Close the fucking bridges. The City of Bridges. Yeah.
Protect property and livelihoods from the looters.
Perfect. Perfect.
Secretary of Defense under Obama.
Now we do something different.
The old mainstream.
These people. I thought they could get away with it. Get away with murder, man. No, you cannot. If you shoot somebody. If you step on a guy's fucking neck. If you rape another woman. If you torture.
And that's why he floated the use of the Insurrection Act. And by the way, this is not a constitutional violation that it's been used dozens of times in the past.
Shut your
in circumstances very similar to what we have here. Actually, the Chicago riots in '68 that Lyndon Johnson used.
Portland, Oregon. Can you believe that? City bridges shut all their bridges down, or at least one of them.
Investigations of politics.
New York.
Police under the microscope right now. Suddenly realize we're going to take a look at this. What you call your mind and intelligence, your very brain body.
This is the greatest side of it. Every time you buy a pair of comfy Papa sock.
And the existing atmospheric pressure in certain gases, which could only be found in certain kinds of solar systems. Now then, seeing that should give every technologist pause. Because you can't go running into that situation. Penicillin is DDT. Unless you know very well when to stop. Unless you can be very discriminating. Just what surplus of insects you want to get rid of without killing the other ones that are important. How to give penicillin without destroying all the stomach flora. Having to go up again. So this is why in the Taoist Chinese view of nature,
It's good night.
and the relation of nature to
You want to hang out?
they set as fundamental the principle called Wu Wei. Wu Wei.
Local news.
Which means
What's on local news?
non-interference. Not quite what we mean by less that is to say, when you act upon nature, then you must.
And maybe you better turn pretty good snap.
There's no way to isolate nature. If you have to breathe, you would feel it. But the opposite way is the way
This is none of your business.
you definitely do so
I beg to differ.
by going through
Nice
the
clean in his genitals. There's so much to it that my Russians get a vote.
Likewise, when you want to do the right,
Okay, but
don't do fun.
then it is about the time
Use
you
the other
kill
person's
us to
fun
abuse,
to bring
the
about
all
the down.
inside it, and the hunger to the very fabric
You
of
know,
dying.
apply your way. Say, that's distinction from growth.
Welcome to 20 years in the future.
So then,
Hey, you guys just time travel stuff from so boring.
the Taoists
My beer is so flat, my rap's not saggy, so far the future's great.
there is this universal law. They thought our cosmos as a great organism. Without the gods, there is no one who can make people work.
This will help
Or order.
give us some
There is no
facts about
particular
what in
percentage
the future
middle
that might be
which sets out the marks to all
Yeah, I won the
supporting
Nobel
parts.
Prize in Physiology. Then I
But
used the
rather,
money to buy
that
Stuart's
the thing
comic book store and
organizes
close it
itself.
down so Sheldon would pay
Their
attention to
word
me.
for nature is what is so of itself.
Not the worst idea.
So they saw the whole cosmos
Hey, I'm a famous
as
actress.
they self-regulated.
Professor at Stanford.
They further saw
So I guess
that
you
the
told me you were
individual
from
is
this
not
game.
merely a
Oh
part.
no, in this game, as your career is supposed to future to the part. Kind of like how future me loves to you guys after the Game Boy going for the wrinkle, but still flexible Madonna.
And the whole depends upon the system.
What is your currency for that?
Did you think we really drifted apart and both became successful?
Of course not.
It's called
I became a famous actress and had to move. You just come with me.
so multi-million.
If I had a chance to be a tenured professor, I'd not have that much choice in where I end up.
Yeah, but if I become a successful actress, we would need the money.
Between thing event and
Because
the
it's
event,
for money.
there is no
Last month, my company both invented and cured restless eye syndrome.
but you see the
Watching
thing.
Netflix chumps.
So
So if my career took me somewhere else, you might not go.
He started it.
It's by some
So Becky and Leonard, you two love super successful and living in New York. You were
electricity professor, and you have 3 beautiful kids.
Really, you think I'm putting this body for 3 kids?
Then you realize that what is coming there, you wouldn't like all the
I'm so glad you're here.
be careful what you do. You may get it.
What are you talking about? Earlier, I came here to surprise you. I looked in the window and I saw you.
Then what you do
I'm so
great. Yes, another kind.
Maybe we should sit
What
down and
kind
talk
of
about
universe
this.
would you design?
Can you recommend a service you haven't had coitus on?
And I recommend it. I'm not going to get it because it's not fun. But I thoroughly recommend it.
Maybe we should sit at the table.
Not only because I can only tell you that you will eventually discover that you will model it.
I have a lot of questions. Who was he? His name is Ron. I met him at my prayer.
You'll find out, you see, that it's
How
based
long
on
have you been involved?
absolutely fundamental.
And over those
So
few
includes
months,
the gay
how long have you been a demented sex
Now
worker?
you see, it is vibration. You got to begin
There's no way to speak to your mother.
that. If you once you start with that, it's
But it is a way to speak to a woman who quoted the Bible to be my wife. And then
all
desecrates one of the town's finest sofas.
it's just
I will give you one opportunity, young man, to apologize. Or I will send you to your room. That's ridiculous. I am a grown man. I am a professional scientist. And I currently occupy the moral high ground. Go to your room.
So then,
But I occupy the moral high ground.
you have to do so, of course, it's Steve who works.
But I'm a professional scientist.
Because when you look out at the stars, you are in roughly the same situation or relationship what you are.
Can we please get back to the game?
As when
I understand why any success you have in acting is more important than any I have in science.
he will make
If you
it
do
happen.
something cool in science, you might change the world. If I become a famous actress,
There will be,
I'm not going to tell you my first start because it's hard.
So you guys never talked about this stuff?
looks like a doesn't look like
Actually, our relationship agreement covers a wide array of scenarios, including career changes, financial instability, intelligent dog uprising. FYI, we plan on selling off the human race hard.
so if you look
You're
only
not
through the
working
microscope,
with any of us.
you wouldn't see your
Together?
when we look out at the rest of the universe, we are, as it were, sitting down on one of those
Excuse me?
looking through a microscope.
Let the deaf man
And
talk.
therefore, we don't see the
What do you think?
go to the side.
I feel like you guys make each other better. Getting Roland out of his shell.
And this is one of the reasons
Seems like Leonard makes
why
anything work.
it's
Really
difficult
not
for us
Roland
to
out.
translate the idea.
Together, you two kind of make one awesome person.
Because all we see
Oh,
is
Stuart.
fireworks.
Now I feel bad for murdering you.
The radioactive powder gas. And happened to arrive.
Apparently, any man is welcome in this house, why not you? I thought you were waiting in the car. It was an hour ago. Sheldon and Juice had sent from my house in Texas not long for sale signs start to go up. Taking things didn't go smoothly.
Otherwise, you won't have it
I'm not sure how we're going to get past this. You know, I sort of went through something like this myself. Cowardly lost in your mother naked. That woman is more outside. I'm talking about when my mom started seeing someone a couple years after my dad left.
Yeah, but the odd thing is,
I didn't know she did. Yeah, she was dating this guy. I
jerk to her about it. What did you do? Let's just say it was the most vicious bar mitzvah speech in the history of Temple Beth. Anyway, she broke up with him. She's basically been alone ever since. She never said it, but I always felt I was the reason why. I'm sorry. Although, based on your story, you absolutely were the reason why. All I'm saying is you might not want to get in the way of your mom's happiness.
My degree of comprehension
I love my mother. Even if she's the one who came like a demonic weasel.
It's strictly scientific. That the individual
Are you ready to discuss this calmly?
goes with its environment in just the same way as bees go with flowers. And flowers can turn into flowers.
I'm sorry that you saw what you saw.
Then, when you want to find yourself,
I think what most upsets me about it is the hypocrisy. Doesn't this contradict all the religious rules you've been espousing your whole life? You're right, it does, and it's something that I'm struggling with these days. Then why are you doing it? Because I'm not perfect. And that man's belief is.
you look at that,
Well, this is confusing for me. But I don't want to stand in the way of your
then the
happiness.
trouble comes.
So,
You say when you
I'll
study
convince you internally while maintaining an outward appearance of acceptance. That is very
yes, I see that. That's
Mother, if you're wondering about your life,
but I would like to be able
I should have let it change.
as in this report,
Not all soft so in terms of segregation anymore.
to have that kind of experience in network.
My point is that you're going to need to be careful. You used to be protected by your pre-enlightenment mythology, that now you're going to need a strong friend.
If we know about if they ready to knowledge, it's not going to have much effect.
Someone has to.
But the knowledge of the Lord
No, look to him. He's mad at you right now.
I showed her she got away, but she's here in Europe. She's working with medicine.
Yep. Say, in fact, she's the best life.
A lot of work goes into lowering prices on everything in our stores. Like this $1 pack of chalk. Because these days, it's more than just chalk. It's a chance to get inside. A message from in a super low bottle. That's why Walmart is committed to low prices. Every dollar on all of life's essentials.
American
Every day. Save money, live better.
Yes, cleaning with a muffin bucket is such a hassle.
Because this same
Why
company
switch to Swiffer London?
is directly or indirectly
It's an all-in-one that absorbs dark grinds and designs and helps prevent streaks and paint. Stop cleaning, start Swiffering. Here's Candace, who works from home and then works from home. But she can handle pickup, even when her bladder makes a little drop off. Because Candace has boys. Boys under pressure and boys in her pants. It takes boys. One day your life is settled, and you know who you are. Or at least you think you do.
You guys just want to come work in our house. You don't even know her.
Sometimes you have to scorch everything to start over. Are you gonna pretend nothing happened? We all have parts that scare us.
And so, when the fat is more precious to the company, we are
80% of bacteria in your mouth aren't even on teeth.
80%?
Colgate Total is different. It fights bacteria in your mouth, protecting 100% of your mouth surfaces. Colgate Total, antibacterial protection for a healthier mouth. With thousands of new products every year,
fun.
You're just saying that.
Yeah.
Thank you. I thought it was inspired. It was. By Terminator.
I hope 20 years from now we really are all still together and still friends.
Sure. Well, hey, how about this? Whether we're friends, not friends, scattered around the world, no matter what, let's all promise to meet in front of this building exactly 20 years from tonight at 8 p.m. and have dinner like always do. Putting it in my phone right now.
My phone doesn't have a calendar. So I was just writing on my hand. And it's done.
Yeah, we're all in.
I'll see you guys in 20 years.
It's the last chance to win another, and Anderson Cooper is in for a steak to try. Oh, Anderson! Did I just make a terrible mistake? Here's to the season finale of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Next, only on CTV. The following program is presented with subscribed video.
Can we get that back on the phone? Oh, God,
Please read your message.
We heard your daughter Lauren, and we want to leave a message to let you know that she just won $500,000. Please say hello to Anderson Cooper. We also asked you to bring the smartest person you know. Yeah, they didn't tell me that. They told me expert. So this man is not the smartest person you know? He's right behind. He's right behind. Everybody say hello to Andy Cohen. I am the smartest person you know, and you know it. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? So much has changed since this show premiered here in America more than 20 years ago. Back in the 90s, and people used to make something called phone calls. Tonight, calls will be made, and we hope $1 million will be won. We are back with Anderson Cooper of CNN. Anderson, last week you were up to $4,000 for Spike's Canine Fund. Explain a little bit again about what that charity does. We're not gonna go away for a while, y'all, but Benny always comes back. Godspeed, boys.
Godspeed. Godspeed. Boys.
You're always trying to dream it.
You're right.
Surprised you made it. I'm impressed. What's going on that head of yours, Toby?
You never went back for him.
I wasn't there.
Remember.
I was there to comfort Anita at the funeral. Such a sweet, innocent girl.
Why did this here?
You know that, right? What's all this behind the wheel?
Tough guys, huh? Tough guys.
You're not worried about it.
6 RCMP officers 2.5 weeks ago kicked the shit and tortured me for 10 hours, 12 hours. It's debatable. It's all on record. Nobody in my town that can do any. No one's done anything about it. I think that's hilarious. So I keep repeating it, but it's like it's really falling on deaf ears. Why isn't the mayor here? Why isn't like the city council? Why isn't a lawyer here? Or like an investigator of some sort. Like, fuck, is that really up to me to investigate it from here on in? I've already investigated it. RCMP tried to kill me. Unsuccessfully. I'm sure I can't be killed. Pretty sure I can't be killed. I'm not bragging, it's just like, fuck. I wish sometimes. What a shitty place to be. Everybody's fighting all the fucking time. Oh, I know. Stop your whining, stop your complaining. Fair enough.
And some food.
The need for speed.
And I'm going to book you a hotel room.
Well, I think it's best that you just stay with me tonight.
I love you.
It's safer if you stay with me. Right? Yeah. Look at you.
Yikes.
All right, we're on our way. Track him. I'm on it. Where is he? He's up on California Mesa. Nicolai.
There's all the cops there. Go.
think that maybe DeLuca could have placed on set, got it. I think there might be an alien connection.
I haven't seen Deputy Evans since the night of the lightning storm. Have you? Trying to protect myself. You need to tell her what we know. Thanks. Keep me back. The only thing that mattered to me. Now it's my turn.
Roswell, New Mexico. New episode Monday at 9. Only on Showcase. Or stream Showcase anytime on the new Global TV app.
This was Ultimate Challenge. For $1 million, would you be able to survive 100 days in the Arctic? It's the biggest prize in world history.
High stakes, my man. How hard can you work for $10,000 a day?
But with great reward comes greater risk.
Oh my God.
It's a year's true love. On history.
There she was, just walking down the street saying, she looked good, she looked fine, she looked good, she looked fine, and I nearly lost my mind. Oh, I know we was falling in love. Yes, I did, and so I told her all the things I've been dreaming of.
At Pizza Hut, we get asked, do you deliver? Yeah, we deliver. We deliver a feast for only $33.99 with the Triple Treat Box. Only from Pizza Hut. Now that's delivery.
No matter how much you clean, does your house still smell stuffy? That's because your home is filled with soft surfaces that trap odors and release them back into the room. So try Febreze Fabric Refresher. Febreze finds odors trapped in fabrics and cleans them away as it dries. Use Febreze every time you tidy up to keep your whole house smelling fresh air clean. And when you need up to twice the scent power, try Febreze Installables. It gives your hard-to-wash fabrics irresistible, long-lasting freshness. So make Febreze part of your clean routine for whole home freshness. Wherever you go, when we're all free to roam, Midas can help get you there. Through Canada Day, get our $39.99 oil change that includes a tire rotation. When you're ready, your car should be too. Midas. It's the overstock blowout at the break. Our warehouses are full and we need to move inventory now. The Springwall Twin mattress, just $4.99. Or this Springwall with 700 drawers, twin full or queen, only $2.79. Siblings, saving more.
At Rogers, we are working with women's shelters, donating phones and wireless services, ensuring the most important connections are always made. That's how we'll move forward together.
New is made for the real world.
Third generation candy maker.
It's so sustainable, and I don't have to deprive myself.
I taste candy every day for a living, and if I can lose weight on New, so can you. Visit New.com and change your life for good.
Wayfair has way more ways to renovate your home. From inspiration to installation. Like way more vanities perfect for you.
Nice.
Way more unique fixtures and tiles.
Pairing.
Nice. Way more top brands and sinks and faucets. Way more ways to rule your renovation.
Nice.
On any budget, with free shipping. Wayfair. Way more than furniture.
It's the building on the beach app.
No, I do like it.
The tastes even better than it looks app. Like, wow. The women kicking ass app. The cutest animals ever app. The OG trousers app. And they're just jealous. Gene app. Oh my god. Oh my goodie. So why can't I learn to watch 17 things at once so I can get through all the amazing stuff app? That's a freaking lovely. One app's got it all. The new Global TV app with 10 great networks. Download now and stream anytime. Free with your cable subscription. Unbelievable. I know. You know who's behind the mess. Despite all the darkness, despite all those who doubt, I choose hope. You are not a hero. Kill. I don't chill.
Batwoman. Only on Showcase. Stream the hit series from the beginning anytime on the new Global TV app.
contains violence and coarse language. Viewer discretion is advised.
What's her name? Did she ever lose consciousness?
Julia. Yeah, she's been in and out. You stay with her, all right? I will. Take care of her. I will. We gotta go. Go.
Nita. Why don't you just leave him?
I just did. I know that Dina was there the night my brother died.
Yeah, he was.
I wish I could give you those years back.
Anita, I need to go.
I'm sorry, Toby.
So what?
Why wouldn't he destroy it?
I have no idea. I guess some people just don't think they'll ever get caught.
Oh shit. Arms broke. Waiting on the CAT scan.
from Peter, and I'm fine.
You know, you are not the girl I thought you were.
Well, you learn a lot about a person when they've been hit by a truck. What are you gonna do about tomorrow?
I found a car.
Do I want to know where you found the car? Is that fast?
It's fast enough.
If Pete. This is for Pete.
George Floyd's story has been the story of black folks. Because
Closed captioning is brought to you by Lottomax. The next Lottomax jackpot is an estimated $20 million. Withdraws Tuesdays and Fridays.
They all need to step down. RCMP, get out of our fucking cities. Get out of our towns.
And you've already formed some excellent habits. Like looking after your teeth with regular
Very
checkups.
corrupt right now.
Or
In Penticton, British Columbia, Canada, 6 of them.
So why is she getting your hearing checked?
Beat me and tortured me 2.5 weeks
Half
ago.
of Canadians over the
I'm
age of
still
50
in
are living
pain.
with hearing loss.
I'll get over it.
Connect Hearing
I'm
can help
mobile.
over 250,000.
Don't worry about me. It's
We can
not my
help you
story.
too.
These
Call this
fuckers have
number
been
now
getting
to
away
arrange
with it
complimentary
for a
hearing
long time.
evaluation
They hunt in
at Canada's
packs.
most preferred hearing health care provider. We have convenient locations in our
Fact.
community with the most advanced, discrete hearing technology.
They tried to kill me 3 days
Licensed
later.
staff can answer any questions.
Just on
Find a
record.
solution that meets your budget and lifestyle.
I can't.
Ignoring hearing loss won't solve
Nobody
the
in my
problem.
city
So visit your local Connect Hearing Club.
of any
Discover why
consequence
taking
that
care
can
of
help
hearing is an important
isn't.
part of your overall health. The trusted way to hear today.
No representation, no investigation, no fucking anything.
I want to be a real tattoo artist. Your work is mad inconsistent. Obama ain't right.
You don't pick that crazy old life just because Dad died, okay?
Your dad was a hero. And heroes are necessary.
Why don't they clean this anyway? You're trying to show them sexy to a fire?
I like them. The King of Staten Island. On demand, June 12th. Go to thekingofstatenisland.ca.
June 6, 1944, the beginning of the end of the Second World War. In honor of D-Day, we recognize the contribution of Canadian troops as we thank our veterans for their service and remember the ones who didn't come home. Now to the pandemic and new findings about Canada's coronavirus hotspots from the Chief Public Health Officer.
Oh, shut it.
In Ontario,
She needs
account
to
for
go.
the vast majority of cases overall and community transmission hotspots.
She needs to go. The storyline needs to stop. Storyline written just to control. Don't trust me. Look into it.
She look good, she look fine, she look good, she look fine, and I nearly lost my mind. Oh, I know we was falling
Ask Sherwin-Williams and bring color home. We are offering curbside pickup. Call your local store to place an order and pick up color chips, paint, and supplies without leaving your car.
Did you know that every single flush brings odors onto box surfaces? Then they get released back into the air, so you smell them later. Ew, right? That's why Febreze created small spaces. Press firmly and watch it get to work. Unlike the leading comb, small spaces continuously eliminates odors in the air and on surfaces, so they don't come back for 45 days. Now that's one flush and fresh bathroom.
What do our presidents really know about UFOs and extraterrestrials? According to reports, there is a pattern of secrecy where some presidents are granted extraordinary access to UFO information, but choose to keep it hidden from the public. But at least 2 recent presidents had their own UFO encounters before taking office, and President Jimmy Carter publicly admits his sighting.
Jimmy Carter was the first American presidential candidate ever to admit that he saw a UFO.
Leary, Georgia, October 1969. While campaigning for governor, Jimmy Carter prepares for a speech.
In 1969, when running for governor in Georgia, Jimmy Carter had a speech at the Lions Club in Leary, Georgia. They're standing outside, the crowd's gathering, and then someone in the crowd points to a UFO in the sky.
We all made it home, but Hap is here working harder for you. That's right, Dr. Genord. We're here answering your questions. I'm doing live online town halls with Steve.
That's right. And we're here personally calling our Medicare and at-risk members to check in.
And we're here making life easier with free.
It's with you, Kelly.
Okay, what should I do?
Well, I'll tell you what you should do. You just have to listen and you have to answer quickly. It's a long question. Anderson can abbreviate it as much as he likes. And you have 30 seconds all in. That means from the beginning of when the question is read. So you kind of have to give a quick answer.
Oh my God, okay.
Can I say something? No,
Yeah, say whatever you like.
Kelly, feel free to just talk it out. Any advice would be welcome. And yeah, don't worry about it if you don't know. That's okay.
We're still friends though, no matter what.
No matter what, yes.
Things aren't going that great between him and Andy right now, so.
Andy there?
Andy's getting here with a check for $1 million in case.
Do I still need a counselor? Yes, I'm still in need of a counselor. I'm still going through some hardships. We want the easy way out. I wanted the easy way out. I wanted to, somebody just put me in the house, give me some food, shut up, leave me alone. That's the easy way. The only thing is, it's not so easy to find somebody to do that for you.
I'm not here to do your work for you. I'm telling you this out of love, respect, and compassion. If you think that not acknowledging what happened or just brushing it under the rug is gonna help, it won't. In order to heal it, you have to feel it. Period, Christopher. So you need to sit and feel it, the anger, the hurt, the pain, the fear, and then you can move forward through it.
I'm alive. So if I'm alive, just like Paula says, it must be a purpose.
My friend, I've been walking on this shore and so many more.
The
The following is a community access program. Shaw is proud to support local producers and share local voices, ideas, and opinions. For more information, visit shawspotlight.ca. Opinions expressed in this programming do not necessarily reflect the views of Shaw or its employees.
We all watch in horror and consternation what's going on in the United States.
It felt longer that time, but it was a 21-second pause where the Prime Minister chose not to condemn the U.S. President specifically in his handling of the protests against police brutality and anti-Black racism. So what does his response, or perhaps more importantly in this instance, his silence tell us? It's Thursday, and I'm here with At Issue, Chantal Hébert, Andrew Coyne, Althea Raj, and my Party Lines co-host, Elamine Abdulmahmoud. This allows us to promo the podcast as well, Elamine. Thank you all for being here. So there's been a lot of talk, obviously, about that pause, whether it was real, whether it was planned, how we should interpret it. So I just want to go around the horn and see what everyone thought of it. I'll start with you, Chantal.
Oh, thank you. I didn't think it was planned. How can you plan a 21-second pause? The way you look, thinking your way through. I thought the question had an interesting curve in it, which may explain how long the pause was. I'm sure that Justin Trudeau and many of us would have felt better if he'd come out swinging. I'm not so sure that once he would have done that, we would all have felt that anything much was accomplished. So that's where I am.
Elamine, I'll go to you now. What do you think? Why do you think he answered in that way, or let that silence sort of be part of the answer?
I mean, to me, it was going to be a mystery no matter what he was going to say, because it's not like he can really take the high ground of this. It's not like people have forgotten about the blackface incident. It's not like people have forgotten about the fact that, you know, they rolled out this massive anti-racism strategy, but then they forgot to, you know, double the funding that they said they were going to do. So there's not a lot of points that he can kind of drive home as different. So I think, you know, going quiet was searching, struggling for an answer, and it kind of makes sense. It kind of showed.
And Andrew, all the people demanding that the Prime Minister call out Donald Trump and condemn him directly, what should they have expected?
I do think you have to pick your spots, particularly when you are in government as opposed to, let's say, an opposition MP. And you have to ask yourself at all times what's going to be accomplished by this. He did speak on the broader issue of racism in policing and more generally. I think he would have certainly been remiss, even allowing for some of his own blind spots on that. He would have been remiss if he didn't. But the specific criticism of Trump, knowing how mercurial, to use one word, he is, I think you have to ask yourself what's going to be accomplished here. It's not as if other people aren't denouncing Trump. If you were dealing with a situation where we weren't dealing with a democracy, for example, where if we don't, if we as a broader community outside of that country don't talk about it, nobody will, that would be one thing. But this is something where people are certainly denouncing Trump enough.
Yeah, and when my colleague Tom Perry asked that question, because it was my CBC Radio colleague Tom who did ask that question, I mean, I think he was wondering whether this would be an instance where the Prime Minister would change his strategy in dealing with the President.
A lot of people, including in Liberal circles, believes that the Prime Minister has a penchant for the dramatic and that this was a planned response. The Prime Minister's office official answer is that the Prime Minister was thinking about his answer and then gave it. And today he was asked about that a little bit, and he said that basically he takes his responsibility to Canadians seriously. And I think we can't forget what happened at the G7 in 2018, where the Prime Minister just had a regular press conference where in the